Trump's administration. This would call for Judge Chutkan to spin this out for 4 years. I don't know that she can.
Also, keep in mind, we have another torpedo in the water. There is a pending opinion on that massive civil war that came out of the New York Attorney General's office. The appeal argument did not go well for her. That's right. And so the expectations is that Trump could eke out a victory there. Maybe even a dismissal of the case, but certainly a great reduction. I have a feeling that opinion is written and that they've been holding
We're waiting
on
for
to
election
it.
day.
But that's going to come down probably not long after this day is done.
Let me bring it back for a second, if I could, to election challenges.
Right.
And we had the ruling in Cobb County. Cobb wanted to allow ballots to be counted up until, I think it was Friday. And then the state Supreme Court came in and said, no, you can't do that. But it looks like those mail-in ballots are going to be held aside. Their relevance really depends on what the margin of victory in Georgia is going to be. But if it's something like 2020, those could become significant.
Yeah, it's always a difference between the potentially provisionally disputed ballots and the margin of victory. I think the one good thing we're seeing here, as Jonathan said, what we've seen so
What's
far,
up,
it seems
Cassie?
to me, is that 2020 was almost like a fire drill for this, and they're more prepared.
I know this one ain't going to be able to stay up, but
Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
shout out to the 5 people in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Give me that thumbs up, guys.
Fox News Democracy 24 coverage of election night continues.
Up next, we're going to go live to Texas, where we just learned that Ted Cruz will hang on to his Senate seat. How close was it? Stay with us.
What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing tonight? I'm showing it. I don't give a shit. They can take this video down all they want, but I'm showing it. Shout out to the 6 people in chat. Appreciate you guys. Give me that thumbs up, guys. Give me that thumbs up. Appreciate it. Whoever just gave me a like, appreciate it. Thank you for that like, second like, appreciate it, guys. So how's everybody's day today? I got to work tomorrow, so I was off Monday and Tuesday. I'm not going to be able to do what I was supposed to do Friday now because they never put me on the schedule for a Friday off. Interstate, what's up, bro? What's going on, Interstate? What's up, brother? Yeah, but it doesn't look like she's going to win, bro. It don't look like she's going to win. It's 195 to 117 on electoral votes right now, man. Thank you for that third like, guys, whoever that was. Appreciate it. I'm going to show it, dude. I'm showing it. I don't give a shit, dude. The video's not going to stay up anyway. I'm not keeping the live stream up anyway. I'm not monetizing it either. Hi, babe. Trump's winning 195 to 117 right now. Yep. He's winning 195 to 117.
How's hasn't been running up the kinds of leads in big turnout places usually for Democrats like Harris County, Dallas
God, he
County,
killed her in
not as
Texas.
big
Look at
as
that, man.
usual as, in Travis County.
Oh, that's,
Meantime, we've been seeing Ted Cruz doing better than he did back in 2018 in places like Amarillo and Lubbock and Midland and Odessa, just running up numbers beyond what he did the last time around. The presidential race here in Texas has already been called for Trump by ABC News. Cruz still ahead here. This hasn't been called by any measure, but about 2/3 of the vote in, and he's up about 8 points. He won last time by 2.5.
And of course, the other big races we were watching here is in Dallas City Hall. Propositions. This is Proposition S. People are for this, for people being able to sue officials at Dallas City Hall. This is winning right now. They are against, though, changing city manager pay to performance-based pay. If you solve homelessness, you get
Grizzly
money.
Bear, what up, Grizzly Bear?
People are against that. And this is the big question.
I don't know about that, Brian.
Dallas Proposition.
I don't know about that, if that's Brian or Cassie. I don't know.
Setting aside money to hire more police officers. Chris and Cynthia.
All right, great update. And if you're watching us over the air, we're going to send you back to ABC programming and their 2024 election coverage.
And if you want to keep up with our local and statewide races, our election special is streaming right now on WFAA Plus, free to download right now.
All right, thank you for
WFAA Sports Report at 10 p.m. is sponsored by your local Nissan dealers. We just made your search for a new car easier than ever.
I'm trying to figure out if that's really him or not, babe. Because I don't remember taking his mod from him. It's not him? Come here. Let me see. I got it. Hold on. I got the other phone. I forgot.
Democrats have done well. 3 years versus 3 months. So far, the 3 years is paying some dividends for Trump.
All right, there's the countdown. We are waiting for another batch of closings, and this will bring us to Battleground, Nevada, which is our last battleground state we've not heard from, or the last to close the polls. NBC News can make a projection on the state of Utah. NBC projects that Donald Trump will win in Utah and take those 7 electoral votes. And we go further into the west into Montana. 4 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the projected winner in Montana tonight. Here's the map. The road to 270.
201.
Now with 201. Harris with 81. That's the road to 270.
Well, let's put Nevada up on the map here. It is, as you might expect, too early to call. And if you remember, in 2020, we didn't get a result in Nevada until Saturday, so we could be waiting a while.
Oh, yes, we remember.
Oh, we remember. You can send your
Exactly.
Don't even bring
Don't
it
even
up.
bring it.
Everyone's triggered here. Okay, Pennsylvania, too close to call. Gotta say that was a Saturday call as well in 2020. Michigan, too close to call there. Let's see how much vote we've gotten though at this hour.
What's up, Crystal Lynn?
So there's a lot of votes to be counted there. We'll go to the state just nearby, Wisconsin, the other industrial Midwest battleground. 35% in. They are making some progress, but too close to call. Georgia, too close to call, but we are getting to a much higher number. We can get down into the counties in just a bit.
Yeah, that's him.
Right over there, North Carolina as well, starting to count more votes. Too close to call. And finally, out west, the great battleground state of Arizona. Too close to call. That's another one that may take several days before we get results. So let's go to Tom. And I really, Pennsylvania, we cannot talk about it enough. It may all hinge on Pennsylvania, just as it did in 2020.
Yeah,
Projected winner for Columbia, DC.
Those Steelers fans. Let's start in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County here. 66% of the vote, and let's compare it to 2020. Slightly overperforming. That's good news for Harris because that's what she needs to do there if she wants to win the state of Pennsylvania. And look at this, Butler County. You remember that's where that first.
Hey, Nora.
attempt
What's up,
took
sweetie?
place, just miles from Pittsburgh. Look what a different place this is. Trump is on top. 71% of the vote is in. He got 65 in 2020, 65%. He's now at 64. He's essentially performing where he needs to be. I also want to see how the vote is in these Western communities, Western PA communities, because fracking was a big issue here. Vice President Harris had to change her position on that. Washington County, right here on the border, Trump with 60% of the vote. Let's see how he did compared to 2020. It's about the same. Westmoreland, right next to here.
butts up against Allegheny County. 47% of the vote is in. He's at 65. So he's kind of where his marks were in 2020. Remember, he has to do a little bit better. Erie's the one that we're going to be watching. This is the big swing county. We only have 1% in. The reason why we're watching this is because Erie almost always picks the winner of the election here. But we only have 1% in Erie County. But we'll be watching that. Let's move east now. I know we have a lot of people from the Philadelphia area on the anchor desk tonight. See what's happening over there. Let's start in Chester County. Okay, so I'm going to give a quick look around here. 2020, remember. So Harris has to drive up the vote in the suburbs just like Biden did and try to turn out that vote in Philadelphia County. So Chester's one of those ring counties. Let's move over to Delaware County here. She's overperforming there. Only a quarter of the votes in. Let's get to Philadelphia County here. 79%. She's going to want to increase those numbers again. We're still waiting on a lot of the vote. It's still very early. Remember, some of these counties are going to report late. Monco, 28% in, 69% overperforming there. This is where Governor Shapiro is. You may remember that. She closed out her final ad sitting right next to Governor Shapiro, making sure the people of Pennsylvania saw that. And then I want to park on Bucks for a while. And I want you guys to talk a little bit about Bucks. 24% in, but this is the county, the ring county around Philadelphia, one of those collar counties that Republicans thought they could make some inroads here. More working class.
Jack and Sally, what's up? Oh, I'm going to give you a mod. Hold on.
They say Southern Bucks might be a little bit more Trump country. That may have changed this election. We're going to have to wait and see. But you can see here.
Yeah, Teddy Bear is going to come over here in a minute, North. He's going to come in a minute.
Trump's going to have to try to run up the vote a little bit here if he wants to do better. I'm going to look at.
All right, I'm getting off this so I can pay attention to you guys.
This is the swing here. Northampton almost always picks the winner in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I was just talking to him on Messenger. Oh, no. There he is right there. What's up, Teddy?
49. Harris is right there. Look, guys, it's tough to draw any kind of information on who's on top or who's lower right now. Still
Too close to call.
Trump's on top, but only about 17,000 votes. Remember, the spread in 2020 was about 80,000 votes. So a lot of votes still out here. One thing I do want to mention, there was an exit poll out of Pennsylvania on Latino voters, and they broke for Trump in a major way. That could possibly be a deciding effect here in Pennsylvania because you're talking about 600,000 Latinos that are registered to vote. Guys, back to you.
Can we talk a minute about the amount of money that is spent in some of these races? Pennsylvania, I'm just looking here, Pennsylvania, Biden, Harris plus the DNC, $131.7 million.
Yeah, 314 million, I think, overall when you add both campaigns together.
$1 billion if you throw in the Senate.
That's right. That's right.
No, on one state, I remember making a big deal like 12 years ago. We had $1 billion presidential campaign. One state.
Oh, no, you're good, hon.
It started out as a tie, and now
You're good.
it's a tie.
Jack and Sally.
But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we're going to be living and breathing Pennsylvania.
That's interesting, though, what Tom just mentioned about the exit poll. And again, do your caveats, but for Trump to win the Hispanic vote in Pennsylvania would be
Let me hop
pretty
out of my
huge,
seat
because there's a big Hispanic population in Pennsylvania, especially that Lehigh Valley.
That's right. There's a big Puerto Rican population in Pennsylvania too, the most of any battleground. So let's talk about where that is. And I want to start with the national Latino vote here in Savannah. Love you for the grain of salt.
Shout out to the 11 in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Katats, what's up, Katats? How you doing, brother? Mega love, shout out, bro.
Latino vote over former President Trump, 53% to 45%. This is nationwide.
Cookie.
The number that you want to look at is this 45%. That is because of the overperformance of former President Trump.
I know, sweetie. I know.
Latino vote. And you
Jack and Sally, I know.
45% this year. 2020, I mean, this is a double-digit plus overperformance from where he was just 4 years ago. And if you get into some of these key battlegrounds, Tom mentioned Pennsylvania. We were just talking about Nevada, looking at my clock where the polls closed like 7 minutes ago. It is a similar story here. If you can pull up Nevada, you can see Latino voters, about 17% of the electorate there, broke for Kamala Harris, 48% to Donald Trump, 46%. But again, and it's about the overperformance. He is doing better with this group than he did.
What did you move then, Cassie?
Again, by a double-digit margin over the
Talk to me on Messenger, Cassie. Message me on Messenger.
This is something, and Chris and I know will back me up on this, as we've been talking to our sources around the Trump campaign. What did we hear again and again? That they thought they were going to overperform with Black and Latino voters. Latino men, an interesting and important story here tonight, guys.
Oh, you're welcome, Katats. No problem, brother.
Right now, Jim Messina,
What?
campaign manager for President Obama's reelection.
Come here.
Jim, what are you seeing here right now? What are each of the sides telling themselves based on this data?
Yeah, it's a great question.
Cassie, that is that's Ernie's daughter.
Counties that I'm following in Pennsylvania.
That's Brittany.
Vote in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh. Better for Harris than expected. Then you look at Bucks County. When I was Obama's campaign manager, I was obsessed with Bucks County. And so far, it's looking like very early numbers, but she's...
That is Brittany.
We talked about the Latino.
What's up,
That's a
Roughneck?
very scary number for the Harris campaign. They're going to want to do better. But the thing around the exits that we haven't talked enough about is really the senior vote. Kamala Harris is doing better with white seniors in the exit poll and some of the early results than expected, than a little bit better than even Joe Biden.
What?
What'd you want?
Rather have much more
You
high
said come
propensity
here.
voters
I thought you were
and a
calling
lot
me. I
of
couldn't hear you. I had
bigger
that.
No, I
voting
started
with
yelling
seniors.
at,
So those are three things that I'm seeing very
neighbors.
early
Oh,
that,
okay.
that make her
Diarrhea.
campaign pretty happy. But in general, Trump is running up numbers in rural better than he did in 2020, which has to come
What's up,
from
Vin?
his campaign.
And we talked a lot about young men who were breaking for Trump. We saw the MAGA hats and some of the long lines at the university.
Oh yeah, he sure did, Ted. He sure did. He sure the hell did the last month for sure.
I think
Shout out to the
both sides
17
have
people in
some
the
good
chat.
excitement here. I've talked to Harris officials in the last hour.
She's gonna lose,
Look at
big
the
time.
lines in
Good.
Penn
She's gonna
State.
fucking lose big
Look at
time.
the lines in Arizona. Look at the lines in the Philly college campuses. They feel really good about their ground operation. They have the best.
46% of the votes are in for Pennsylvania. Only 46% of the votes.
Who has built a
Expected
billion-dollar
votes,
field
7 million
for
votes.
this moment, and they're really going for it on these campuses, and they kind of need it right now.
Jim Messina, good to see you. Thank you.
All right, we've got a winner to announce. Kamala Harris takes Colorado as expected.
Kamala Harris took Colorado.
Used to be a battleground years and years ago, but has really trended to the Democrats in the last couple of presidential cycles. And here's how it shakes out with 54% of the vote counted in Colorado. They vote by mail, and those ballots get to be counted quite quickly. So we see that Kamala Harris will take Colorado, so we can fill out the map just a little bit more as we lay out the road to.
She's at 91.
Big battleground states. We have yet to call one of the battleground states for Kamala Harris. Right now, her best path remains those three industrial Midwest states.
Shaka, what's up, Shaka?
Wisconsin, Donald Trump flirting with Georgia and North Carolina and perhaps Arizona and Nevada. It'll be a while before we get results.
They didn't say Michigan yet, Brittany.
West Palm and Garrett, what's the mood there? What are you hearing?
Sven, I've been talking to Trump campaign officials, and look, we all know the cliche on election days where you hear campaign sources say they're feeling cautiously optimistic. What has happened in the last half hour is my sources have stopped using the word cautious to describe their optimism. They are feeling increasingly confident as more and more votes come in, despite the fact that no battlegrounds have been called, that their theory of the case is being proven correct. And what I mean by that is the Trump campaign set out at the beginning of this race to expand the Republican Party. They knew they couldn't win with their old coalition. They had to get more younger voters, more black voters, more Latino voters, even by small amounts to join their coalition. In the battleground states, they are seeing that happen. And if it does happen, it would be a historic realignment of the parties. Now, again, none of these battlegrounds have been
All right, bro.
called, but with all
What's
the
up?
battleground
I'm live right now, too, with the election.
closed, the voting is done, except for the folks who are waiting in line. They feel like there's not much else left for them to do but watch and wait, and increasingly
Dude, he's already over 200.
both here at West Palm Beach
And she's at only 91.
and his closest allies, friends, and family are watching the results come in. Savannah.
All right, thank you, Garrett.
All right, let's.
What's
go
up, Shay?
to Alexander now. He's with the Harris campaign in Washington, D.C. What's the optimism level there tonight?
Well, I think there's certainly a level of anxiety, at least according to some of
Yeah, Vince, let me sell some of them, bro.
over the course of the last hour.
I still gotta sell some of them.
Telling me that, just look at the state of North Carolina. Josh Stein, the Democrat.
Yeah, that's way too close to call. That's damn near a dead heat for Virginia. They both got 49%, but Trump got 49.1.
Some split ticket voters there.
Oh, they projected him to win West Virginia already.
But then Donald Trump as president. Otherwise, we would have a projection already in that state right now. They say that is an indicator.
Fuck you, Ted.
Right now, going forward, that North Carolina may not be a state that they're able to win. If that happens.
We are in
So could you hear good now on your mic?
coverage of the election.
Fucking Ted Cruz is fuck.
Cruz is taking the stage.
I cannot believe he won the Senate again.
Him there waving to supporters. Let's
He's
listen
gonna
in
mess up
to what he
Texas,
has to say.
man, with this border issue. Shout out to the 15 people in the chat. Give me a like if you guys haven't already, please.
God be
Yeah.
the glory. Tonight is an incredible night.
Gotta turn the music off.
A huge victory here in Texas.
Alright, where is it? Alright, now it is.
We're
It
up
is now.
by
Let's
8
go.
points and over 600,000 votes.
He won over by 600,000 votes,
They're
really?
still counting votes. It also looks very likely that we're going to have a Republican Senate next year. And I believe and I hope and pray that Donald Trump will be reelected as President of the United States.
Oh, he's going to. He's going to.
I want to say thank you, number one, to my extraordinary wife, Heidi, my best friend in the world.
You haven't decided yet? Roughneck?
Such an amazing partner on this magic carpet ride of life. And I want to say thank
What's
you
up, Papa
to our
Smurf?
two beautiful and amazing girls, Caroline and Catherine. You know, politics at times exacts a price on the family. And I want to say I am so grateful.
You voted for the convicted felon?
You guys are amazing. Thank you.
You voted for Trump.
I also want to give a special shout out to Alexis Nungary.
Put it where you want to put it. Hey, let's go over here.
Alexis, thank you for your incredible courage speaking out for your press.
No, I didn't. I'm right here.
Jocelyn, and your
I still got it.
courage has made such a profound difference in this nation.
I know. I got you. I got my headphones in. Shout out to the 15 in the chat.
We're going to. I also want to thank all the Democrats across Texas who crossed over and supported my campaign. Including
Oh, didn't we just come to this one already?
District Attorney Kim Ogg.
I thought we did. That was like the 2 games ago. Go to the back. Oh, no, man. That dude's coming to the back.
Strong for prosecuting violent criminals. And I want to thank every Texan across our great state who has stood with us in this fight, who worked and who fought for Texas. I want to congratulate Colin Allred on a hard-fought campaign. And I want to say to all of those who didn't support me,
I'm down. God dang it.
that I will fight
Son of a
for
bitch.
you, for your jobs, for your safety, and for your constitution.
Dude, he just took something from me. What did he take from me?
You are watching
Dude, I'm over here.
Senator Ted Cruz in Houston. NBC News projects
Yeah, I know.
him as the winner in this race against Colin Allred.
We are going to send it back to NBC National News for their coverage, but you continue to watch our local coverage on our streaming
I marked
channels.
it.
We'll take
Watch this. He's still over here.
and then bring it back
Still over here.
to Senator
He
Ted
just
Cruz.
killed me. You're going to have to come get my tag now.
Trump's margins. Trump's actually
Oh, it
doing
wasn't
better
showing?
than
Oh, yeah, I'm over there.
2020. Let's
Go
over
straight
here to
ahead.
another county.
I'm up by the
Dubuque-
water.
Dubuque County, 94% of the votes in. Trump's at 52. Trump was at 50. So he's growing in both those districts, in both those counties, I should
Is
say.
that good now,
For
Papa
Democrats
Smurf?
to flip Iowa, he has to be doing worse in those counties. Again, look, there's still a lot of vote out. A lot of vote has to come in. But this would be a shocker if Republicans lost Iowa. Remember, Trump won 98 of the 99 counties in the primary. And when you go back
Okay,
to
turn
elections
around.
past, he won by 8 points in 2020, and he won by
Turn around a little
9
more.
points in 2016.
Now go
So
back by
my
the
point
water.
here being that if the trend was Iowa
Yeah,
was
yeah,
gonna
yeah, yeah.
turn
Down the
blue,
hill.
she has to be turning out the votes in Des Moines and in other places, and right now that's not happening.
We actually have
One
a
more
call
game,
right
bro.
now.
One more game.
Let's play the music here. Projection, and Iowa
He
will
one-shotted
go
you.
red as was
Ready up.
widely expected until that poll.
Shout out to the
Right there,
15 in the
Trump
chat. Thank you
wins
for the 10
6
likes.
electoral votes of Iowa, and so we can see the breakdown there with about half the vote counted.
Damn,
there.
Trump
So
won
Republicans
Iowa.
Thought that perhaps because of his restrictive abortion ban that just went into effect in July, and this
207
polls are
votes to
coming out, that
91.
perhaps there was going to be a wave of independent
Trump
women
got
who could
this
somehow
easily, dude.
turn this red state blue, but this was not to be, Chuck.
No, I mean, look, this is a miss because this looks exactly the way Iowa looks 4 years ago. You know, we're in margin of error range there. So, look, she found something
This
with.
is the pollster that
You'll be 50 tomorrow, Crystal Lynn. What's up, Paulzilla?
Choosing, and certainly we've seen some evidence of it in national polls.
Thank you for leaving comments on my channel, brother. I appreciate it.
The Midwest, but it's a point here or a point there. I don't know if it's enough.
Oh, Iowa's only got
to make up for
47% of the votes
loss
in.
of voters of color that have cleared. I mean, that continues to me to be the big story of the night is the shift among Hispanics.
Yeah, fucking orange juice,
Look,
Dr. Pepper.
Hispanic voters are swing voters, and I think what's interesting here is the Republican Party treated them the same way they treated white working class voters. They courted them the same way they treated white working class
All right,
voters.
let's go.
The Democratic Party has spent a lot of time treating it as an identity group. Whether it's Latinx, which sort of fell flat.
Those are good. I like them.
And so there's been a lot of hand wringing.
Bro, quit shooting at me.
Democratic circles.
God
A real
damn.
split,
We're not even in the game yet. You're
was
trying to kill
a
me.
total misread, sort of by the coastal strategists, when it comes to how to target working class voters of color. And I think
Now
we're
we're in
starting
the
to see
game, huh?
sort of a working class coalition start to drift.
Oh, Trump's in the lead, Paulzilla, by a long
Before,
shot.
Donald Trump had working class whites. Now he's adding working class Hispanics and working class.
I'm going back there to the water.
African Americans, but adding working class Hispanics, that becomes a very durable majority.
Oh, no, this is a different one.
Education gap.
Well, it's the same thing.
Okay, never mind. I guess I'm not going back that way.
It doesn't matter your ethnicity. It matters your education.
But is it Donald Trump or is it the Republican Party?
Or is it the Democratic Party? Okay, meaning I don't, it's the Democrat. It is, first of all, Latino voters.
see how they left
in
some of
many
the-
ways same.
the mountains
They're
in here?
driven by the same issues. And there's one issue in particular.
I'm going all the way to
Republicans
the-
align closer with
to the
Latino
left
voters,
over here.
Or Latino voters align
All right, to the
closer
right,
with
I meant.
Conservative,
By the
Party
water
and school
tower.
choice. And that has
I'm down
been-
on the ground,
you can't help but wonder, but
right?
Florida and Texas have been very aggressive
No.
about expanding school choice. Where have Republicans made the greatest gains among Hispanic voters? Florida and Texas. So education,
That
the economy,
sucks, bro.
those
You're gonna have
issues.
to have her
bread and
check that
butter
out while
issues,
he's doing
that
it.
is how they talk to them. Not saying Democrats weren't, but for the sort of the cultural issues don't play as well with Hispanic.
Thank you
voters
for the
as they
11
may
likes, guys. I
with
appreciate it.
college-educated whites or even African.
And we saw the Trump campaign hammer some of those
I'm dead.
issues
Over
in
and over.
ads over and over again. Let's take a break right here. Coming up next, things are heating up. The votes are rolling in. We've
I'm
got the
down.
latest
God
on the
damn it.
battleground states, and we're inching closer to that
I'm dead.
270
He's killing me
mark.
right now.
Stay with us.
She's
The
pickaxing me, the
night rolls
bitch.
on.
Watch it. You got somebody right here. Oh, no, that's you. Watch it. She's probably still right there. Oh, no, she gone.
New Simply Safe outdoor monitoring. Now they can help prevent crime before it even happens.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras that alert live agents of an intruder?
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on
Yeah, Paulzilla. Yeah, definitely be a.
can see those guys. So what about us now?
Luckily, I'm pretty
The bitch said, same bitch that killed me. Look at
There's
jumping
no
ass,
safe
bitch.
like Simply Safe.
Come on, bitch. Really?
Man took a walk. He saw people suffering. Anxiety ran high. Hatred rose. I'll prepare a feast and bring them together, he thought. But some refused.
It sounds like she's behind you in the building.
Heartbroken.
Oh, no, she's right there. She just ran past you.
To be filled.
To your right. To your right. Turn around all the way around.
Compassion.
Turn all the way around. There you go. Right there. She ran that way. Oh, she's right
20
there.
seconds a week to lose 20%
Sliding.
of your weight in a year with diet and exercise.
Oh, there's two of them.
Power of GLP-1s through Row.
Oh,
Get with the provider today
damn it.
at row.co/20.
Oh, you don't. Run. Run. There you go. Get out of there. Come back for me.
like your workplace benefits.
Let them leave.
And retirement savings.
Shout out to the 14 in chat.
Choose the right amounts without over or under investing. Across all your benefits and savings options.
Damn, Brittany, that's crazy. You'll still be walking?
They really know how to put two and two together. Loyal, well planned, well invested, well protected.
Upset stomach? Iberogast.
Damn, dude, yeah, use that already. You definitely that.
Iberogast. Thanks to a unique combination of herbs, Iberogast helps relieve 6 digestive symptoms.
Glad you got it right, too.
Better. 6 digestive symptoms.
All right, Skinner, I got you. Hold on.
Iberogast.
NBC News selection coverage across every platform.
Let me know when you reboot me. No, just let me know when you do it. I'm doing something right now real quick.
Welcome back to NBC News coverage of the road to 270 now. There's where things stand. Donald Trump out with 207. And we're able to make a projection characterization in Virginia. 13 electoral votes. They're too early to call that race in Virginia. We move to Nebraska right now. That race also too early to call. Less than half of the vote in, so still a ways to go there. We move to Minnesota. And Donald Trump and Kamala Harris right now. That's
All right, I checked it. I responded. Shout out to the 16. Thank you all for the 13 likes.
This is one of the big battleground states. Could be the biggest. 19 electoral votes. Too close to call. The characterization. Wisconsin, another battleground. Here's where it looks right
took
now.
half your damn life.
Too close.
There's somebody else there. There's somebody else there.
8,400 votes there right now, and 47%.
Right there he is.
So more to count.
There's two of them.
Brings us over to Tom Nemes, who's looking
Got them
at
both. Good.
Wisconsin. And what do you see numbers?
So a quick reminder, when you think about Wisconsin, think of 20,000. That was the vote difference, both 2016 and 2020. That's what decided the vote. Trump won in 2016. Biden flipped it in 2020. Right now, 47% of the votes in.
Yeah, they're gone. Get you a car though first.
The biggest one, Milwaukee. Again, we're still waiting for a lot of the vote in Milwaukee. We're expecting this a little later in the night.
Oh, okay, Skinner.
Let's see how Harris is doing.
I see what you wrote.
40 years ago.
That's
She's down
Wisconsin?
about 3 points, 3 or 4 points, 2 points actually, we should say. But we're still waiting on the vote there. Let's go over to Madison. This is Dane
Fucking
County.
Papa.
This is where the University of Wisconsin is. This is one
You
of
see
the
what I'm playing?
fastest
I'm playing
growing
my
areas
game.
of the state here.
Sorry, I got to talk to the
75%
person.
Biden in 2020. She's 2 points down, but again, 75% of the vote is still out. Let's talk
Oh, you
about
had the
Republican
fucking,
side. We talked about the wow
you had my
counties. These are
tag? I didn't even
counties
see when you
around
grabbed it.
Milwaukee. First one, Waukesha here. Trump's at 59.6.
Oh, okay.
77% of the vote.
Oh, you
is
must
in.
not have been that
He's
far from
slightly
it then.
underperforming by a percentage point or two. Let's go over here to the Owen Wow.
let's go, busy, man.
Ozaki, 55. He's
I
at
don't
54.
know where I'm going,
so
but I'm
kind of
going
a
this
slight
way.
change, but almost
So I can
around
fucking
the same
find me
margins. And then
something.
Washington doing much better.
Hopefully there's
50%
something in
of the
this
vote is
house.
in, 49.
Oh,
He's
they
at-
already got-
he's
they
at
already
68 in
looted it, didn't
2020.
they?
He's now up to 70. The other part where they do well in the other part of the state, in Green Bay, it's called the Bow. So yes, it's the Bow counties and the Wow. Bow Wow. I know that's pretty funny, but maybe it's not that funny. Anyways, Brown is Green Bay.
It'll pass.
Trump is 52%. He's up big time here, but again, only 33% of
somebody
the
by
votes
me.
in, and there are a lot of Democratic
I got
votes
people
in
on
Green
me.
Bay as well. We're going to come down here to the Owen Bow.
There he is behind me.
54,
Come on out the door.
57. Again, he's overperforming there. And then finally in Winnebago, 36%. I want to show 2 more counties you guys may have heard of, you may not have. Racine, these are suburbs of Milwaukee,
She's
getting
down.
closer to Chicago. These were counties that Trump flipped from Obama, and then he held them 4 years later. 15% in. Trump was at 51.68. That's a strong number for him. We go to Kenosha, which has been in the headlines, especially after the George Floyd protests. 50% in 2020, 73% in. He's overperforming there. So if you're looking at Wisconsin
Where'd
right
you go?
now,
Oh, okay, I'm right here.
I mean,
I
the
stayed in front.
Republicans have some
I didn't get to
sort
see
of
what was
positivity
up
that they're
top,
looking at.
really.
Sauk County is one of these counties that we watch that usually picks the winner of Wisconsin. Sauk is one, and Dorr is the other one. You've probably heard of Dorr if you've been following the political headlines lately. Our data at a Dorr is a little skewed right now.
Thank you all for the
We're gonna
16 likes. I appreciate it.
corrected there for
Well,
right
you're
now.
beating up
But
up there,
Sauk County,
damn.
We can look at 48% is in. Biden won this in 2020. Trump won it in 2016. 47-50. You can see Trump's overperforming there.
There's no
But again,
chest in
still a lot of
here.
The vote is out. We're gonna have to wait and see and what happens. And in case you were wondering, Sauk County, home of the International Clown Hall of Fame. So if you ever want to go down there and you're near Madison, drive over to Sauk.
We're getting to the witching hour. We got the fact alert from Tom. Welcome to the fun facts. Yes, exactly. Let's go to Stephanie Gush. She's in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. A lot of hopes riding on Pennsylvania for the Harris campaign. What do you know?
Yeah, there certainly are, Savannah. You know, we are here in Philadelphia at the tabulation center. This is where they're
Fuck it, we're tearing the
going
whole
through all
building
those
down.
mail-in ballots. And you know, we've been noticing in recent weeks and months kind of a lessons learned category from 4 years ago. And this place
Whoa, what's
is a
up?
perfect example of some of those
Somebody
lessons
on
that
us.
have been learned. You may remember in 2020, the tabulation of the mail-in ballots in
He's
Philadelphia
up on that hill,
took
dude.
place in downtown Philadelphia, and it was basically chaos. Now they're in this entirely new building. It is secured by a fence with barbed wire, and they are doing tabulation inside here. We're actually not allowed inside, but it's going on as we speak right now. And one of the unknowns back in 2020 at the end of
Behind
the night
you.
was, well, just how many mail-in ballots are there out there? We don't know. Well, tonight, right
Got
before
him.
midnight, we're going to get a briefing here from the city commissioner, from
Is there
Seth
somebody
Christie,
behind
who's
him?
going to tell us how many of those mail-in ballots from Philadelphia have been processed and how many they have yet
That's where he
to
was, right
process,
there.
to give an
That's where he
idea
was
of
building
how
at when
much
I
more
shot him from
time
way over there.
it is going to take. All of that, more transparency, this more security, so things go much more smoothly. Savannah?
Oh, he rebooted somebody.
Back with our panel and guest, former Missouri Democratic Senator Claire McCaskill and Mark
Shout out.
Rivera,
Thank y'all for the
Director
16 people
of
in chat and
Strategic
16 likes.
Communications of the Trump 2020 campaign. Good to have you both back. How's the Boulevard?
Yeah, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it, Skinner.
I
As
just
soon as I
want to
can
say,
save
with
up some
the
money.
exception of Brave Ann Seltzer and her poll in Iowa, where clearly she did not get it right, it looks like the pollsters got it right in this election because I'm looking at these blue walls. If you look at Berks County, Harris is underperforming. You look at Lancaster County, she's overperforming. It's
I'm
going to
trying
be
to
razor
find a
close.
good
I don't
gun.
think there's any question. Now, what we're going to have to figure out is, do we have a country where an election can be close and people can accept the results? That's the question that I'm beginning to worry about, that if these are all really close and they go the way of Donald Trump, I don't think there'll be any problem.
Well, Mark, we live in a 50-50 world. I mean, we do. I mean,
We really do.
And it's not going to stop after, you know, Wednesday or beyond.
Oh, dang, that's what we all went up on the
The thing
house.
I'm looking at right now is Philadelphia itself, because while Kamala Harris has her margin, the numbers aren't there. She's about
The
2
jumper I
points
just
behind
jumped
right
off
now
of.
where Joe
Shout out to
Biden
the
was,
17 in the chat.
but there was a
Appreciate you guys for the 17 likes.
471,000 vote difference.
55%. That's a
Offset
battlefield
rural
state.
areas. Right now, with 50%
Pennsylvania,
vote in the last time I
Pennsylvania
looked,
County.
she's on pace for maybe 390,000, maybe 400 or so thousand. That's if the current margins hold.
I still gotta
then
come
that's
this way.
You know, a projection. She needs to be above 450. And
Whoa.
if we're down there in that range, because
It's
right,
right
now
up there in
it's
that building, dude.
190,000 vote.
Yeah. Somebody was
50%.
shooting at me from that building over there.
But I mean, it seems like what we're
Well, it's
gleaning
coming
from
through there.
exit polls and other data is that the Trump campaign is overperforming, doing very well with Hispanic voters and young men. That Joe Rogan army appears to be real in a lot of
That's
these
a
places. Is that
sniper
what you're seeing,
rifle.
Mark?
No, absolutely. I think they're very excited by that. And
Is it
they
scope?
also see that they're overperforming in rural areas. I think they're trying to cut their losses in the urban areas and in some of the suburbs. It's not always
Watch
working.
it,
but
there's
in
somebody
some of
coming
these
from right over
key
this way, dude.
battleground states, it's really panning out right now.
Watch it, he might be in
Claire,
the
what are you
building
hearing
now.
from the Democratic side?
Well, first of all, I think that there's a lot of people on the Democratic side that are paying a lot of attention to what's happening with Sherrod Brown and John Tester right now.
How about that? Yeah.
Because the fact that it's been called
No, never
for
mind. It
Trump
wasn't.
in Montana,
I think that
and it
was you
hasn't
that I
been
was
called
seeing.
for the Senate race, gives you an indication. Same thing in Ohio. And I think everybody needs to remember what Lester just said is true. It's a 50-50 country. Let's assume for purposes of this
How much you say?
conversation that in fact they take the Senate. And let's
Plenty of
assume
math,
for
no, that was
purposes
just that
Trump
one.
wins the presidency. They're not going to have more than 51 votes in the Senate,
I'm
maybe
full.
52. And you have a couple of
full.
Republicans that
All
are
the way
not
500 all the way
board
across.
with some of the Trump stuff, like Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski.
I'm coming to you now.
You could
I'm behind
actually
you.
have a situation where the Senate is frozen in either administration, depending on how it goes. So now's a time that I think that regardless of how this turns out, I think the leader of this country needs to realize it's time to quit
She can't
dividing
pick me
and
up
try
some
to
points,
unite
kids.
and figure out if we can't find.
If essential tie with
I'm
Democrats
fine,
having
yeah. Oh, there's
controlled
people
the
to our
tie-breaking
right.
vote of
Yeah.
Vice
People
President
shooting to our
Harris.
right.
We even talked about the House possibly because it will be
To the
weeks
north.
before we
Yes.
know, but Democrats are hoping to take
Yeah,
back
people
control of the House.
shooting.
They only need to net out 4 seats, so those races will go. But once again, I mean, you just look at a country, to Lester's point, that is very divided, and this is what the pollsters were showing. And right now, so far, that is
Or
what
was
the
it?
results are bearing out.
And I will say, you know, we're sitting here, it's 10:30 Eastern time. This is kind of a little bit of a strange moment. We have some data in, but not all. We have a lot of exit poll data in, but not a ton of vote count yet. We still have a ways to go. We haven't called a
I don't-
single key
it
battle.
won't let me
yet.
use it.
So this is an interesting moment in the evening, and I think it bears having this conversation.
People to
because
the
when you look at
northeast.
the strategies from each of these campaigns, the
Shout
Vice
out to the
President
12
has been
people in
very
the chat.
specific. She looked to once she got into the race not too long ago. She looked to cast Donald Trump as a danger to democracy, but she also looked to make the positive case for herself and why she should get another 4 years. Her campaign spent so
not
much
moving
time.
either.
I'm in places
We're
like
right almost
Wisconsin.
directly
Think
in the
about
middle
that
of the
Ripon
map,
visit,
bro.
the birthplace of the Republican Party, bringing out Liz Cheney, former congresswoman on the Republican side. I think everybody knows who the Cheney family is. Trying to reach out to this tiny slice of people who aren't quite
Make it look like
totally in
people
their
were
inner
already
travel
here.
corners. Former President Trump looked to supercharge his base.
So it's so interesting because you say it's a tiny number.
No, they were
and it
far
is,
off.
But these were Haley voters, a lot of them. I mean,
Oh, they're
she-
close now.
Kamala Harris went around with
There's
Liz
8 people left.
Cheney. They went to these
Adam
color counties.
Kinzinger, all these, yes.
And in Arizona, we saw, Jimmy McCain.
I'm right here by
some
the
of
door.
these big names, former Republicans,
Yeah.
Jeff Flake, who are out there. She was trying to find those moms, those suburban women who just had enough with Donald Trump.
Let me just pause the conversation very quickly because we have a call now, I believe, in Nebraska. Okay, this is NBC
Nebraska got
News.
Donald Trump.
3 of the 5 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. 3 of 5, you ask? That takes me to Tom. I'll let you explain it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Again, so Nebraska, remember, they give out their electoral votes for the popular vote. Whoever wins the state, they also give them by congressional district. From what you just reported there,
There's a car
projected
right
one of
there.
the congressional districts.
There's a car
it's gonna
coming our
be,
way.
District 3, it's going to go to Trump. There are 2 other congressional districts, 1 and 2, that we're still watching.
He went
Nebraska
past us.
District 2, this is the big one that we've been watching. It's the swing district. The other one, Nebraska 1, usually goes red. We're still waiting on some vote there. It hasn't been called yet. But again, Nebraska 2 is the big one because
5.
it came down to that 269 scenario. We would come here to Omaha. Nebraska.
Oh,
District
shit, we gotta
2
go,
is
bro.
Omaha, which is Douglas County. It's also a
Out by me.
conservative
Out by me.
county, Saunders, and a little bit of Sarpy as well.
Go this
so
way.
I
Oh,
think we
fuck.
just
That's
can't
a
call
hill
it the
in front of
difference
us.
is 22,000 votes. That's what the difference was in 2020 when Biden won the state. So Democrats are in good shape right now. It's unclear how much of the vote is out. Let me see if I can come back and see if we can get how much of the remaining vote is
Oh,
out.
you gonna push us
in
this
the
way for
state.
real?
We can't check it just yet. As soon as we have a call on Nebraska 2, we'll bring it to you. It's 1 electoral vote, but in a razor tight election, each electoral vote is important, guys.
All right, let's take a look at the battlegrounds. It's 10:35 in the east, 7:35 in the west, and we've got all battlegrounds closed right now and votes being counted. And too close to call is something you're going to hear me say a lot over these next few moments. That's the story in Pennsylvania, about 58% of the vote in there. In Michigan, also too close to call, the battleground state where both candidates spent a ton of time alongside Wisconsin as well. Too close to call at this hour, still counting about half the vote in there. Let's go down south.
2v2v2. I mean 2v2.
Georgia, too close to call. Biden won it by a hair.
Oh, no, it's,
in 2020, Donald Trump trying to get it back tonight.
6 left 14, so it's probably 2v.
We're still calling it too early to call.
2v11.
More vote there, even though 84% of the vote is in. In Arizona, too early to call too. We just had the polls closed there about 90 minutes ago. They got to wait a little bit before they can even start counting votes there. And same thing in Nevada. It'll be a while there. And in fact, if you mail your vote in Nevada, I think you
Shout
can
out
mail
to the people in the chat.
there as late as Friday.
Hey, Joy. What's up, Joy?
Those are the rules.
Sorry I missed you coming in.
The road to 270, and it's being filled out along the familiar.
All right, Shaq. I appreciate you, bro.
So familiar with over these last couple of
Yeah, I'll be here.
cycles with those
5 people
big
left.
Question marks.
Or 3 people
Tom,
left.
Let's go to Pennsylvania because I think this is. We've often said this will be the ball game, and we're starting to get more vote, and maybe we could look at some of those bellwethers, like in Erie County, for example, or Lackawanna County. What are you seeing?
Yeah, we're also seeing some outliers as well, Savannah. I want to show you what I'm talking about. Center County, it's in the center of the state. This is red right now.
Uh-oh, we're down
68%
to
of the
4,
vote is in.
2v.
Biden won this in 2020. Hillary Clinton won this in 2016. Why am I highlighting this county? Let me move the map over again. Center County. This is Penn State. This is Happy Valley. This is a university county. The Democrats should be on top right now. Again, they're 68% of the vote in. They could still catch up, but Trump is on top right now. I want to go back to Eastern PA again, which just changed because
Damn, I had out of 4 guns I had to reload 3 of them.
Of the state. We're talking about Northampton. This is one of those bellwethers, Savannah, you were talking about. It almost always picks the winner going back to like the Kennedy years, I think. Trump won it in 2016, Biden won it in 2020. Right now, Trump's on top.
I got you.
73% of the vote is in, so there's still vote out. Those things could change. Again, it's still early. We're not calling these counties as well. I want to zoom in here. This is Berks County.
Oh, we ain't gotta
Zoom
go
in.
far, dude.
Reading, PA. This is a city where Hispanics are the majority here. 92%
Like right down to the water.
Trump is up at 56. It's not a huge surprise, but what it shows is that he's overperforming. He won this county in 2016 and 2020, and tonight he's overperforming. Again, some of that vote is still out, but we're watching that. Finally, I want to look at Scranton right here. Okay, Lackawanna County. Republicans thought they maybe had a chance in Scranton at least to peel away some of the votes there. Again, this is where Joe Biden was from. People wondered if he got the friends and family discount there with voters.
Fuck it,
She's
I can't
underperforming
anyway.
tonight.
It won't let me
51%
get it.
right now. Biden was at 53. In a state where it could be determined by 40,000 votes, 80,000 votes, every little bit matters. If they're looking at the map right now and you're a Republican, you're probably feeling a little bit better. But again, I just want to say it's still so early in the night and there's still a lot of vote out.
I'm right above you,
Philadelphia
dude.
County, just because this was brought up on the set earlier, 62% of the vote is in. Biden was at 81. She's at 77. A lot of the vote is still out. But again, she wants to be in the same high water marks where Biden is, guys.
Yeah, Mark Lauder was just here, you know, your staff Vice President Pence, if you're
that a
obviously
car?
a longtime Republican operative, you think there's not
I don't
enough
know if I
votes
hear a
for
car or
her
not.
to make up that margin.
Well, there's still a lot out there. I just
Yeah.
think all of these things start to add up. It's like death by 1,000 cuts. And so if you drop 40,000 votes in this state, maybe 6,000 or county, this 6,000 in another. Next thing you know, you run out of options. I'll leave it to the brilliant minds in the decision desk to figure out when that happens. I'm not nearly that good at math, but it's starting to look a little more encouraging. And when you see the Latino vote come in, when you see some of the closing of the gap with the young voters, it's starting to add up.
Well, let me just jump in on that because there are several places, and we're starting to now at this point, and
At
I
least
get
I know
some
my stream
trends
is still
across
on.
battlegrounds when it comes to
They didn't
exit
shut
polling
it
with
down
all the
yet.
necessary caveats that you have heard by now. And there's
I'm
a
gonna
few
stay up as
places
long
where
as I
former
can
President
till
Trump
this
is
fucking
making
election is
improvements
over.
from his performance 4 years ago. It is
Shout out to the
Latino
14
voters,
in
as
the
you
chat.
talk
Appreciate
about,
you guys.
It is voters under 30, as you
All
talk
right.
about. It is independents. Doesn't mean he's winning them, but he's doing
We got
better than he
another
was
20
4 years
seconds.
ago. Here's where her improvement is, and this is interesting. It's with seniors. It's with voters over the age of 65, and we're starting to see
You
that trend
pointed
for
to
her.
me
as well.
when you said
No,
seniors.
no.
And I just wanted to let everyone know that we noticed.
It's like over your shoulder and then make sure.
We talked about it in the commercial break like 2 hours ago, so it was more of a callback.
How many
to something that I
seconds do we
forgot
have?
We didn't say on the
Oh.
air because we're chit-chatting constantly.
Oh, we gotta go.
The seniors piece of it is interesting because think about who actually gets out and votes, right? Who is more likely to get out there and vote? It is seniors. So there's a fascinating dynamic at play, and as we're all talking about,
It's not me.
40, we're only on our first couple
It
of
said Chiquita.
No, it said Chaka.
Oh. Whoa, where you at?
So fascinating. You think
Whoa.
about how close. What
Where did he shoot at me from? Oh, he's over there shooting rockets at me, bro.
And you think about that decision that she made to have Walz as her running mate, as opposed to Governor Josh Shapiro. So as we watch
Come
this
on,
come in,
I'm out in the
even on
open.
day that she made that
Bitch, where you at?
people question, what would Pennsylvania look like with Shapiro on the ticket? And
Governor
you have
Shapiro,
to think folks are thinking.
well, I mean, if she loses Pennsylvania, you can guarantee that story's already being written. I mean, Senator McCaskill, Josh Shapiro has, even in pretty red counties, is a very popular governor.
He is.
I don't know. I don't see him.
But
I'm
so
above you,
is
though.
Tim Walz in the Midwest. And
I'm on the
I
outside,
think what her
above
decision
you.
was, one of judgment, where she looked
I
at
know.
somebody who had a resume just
Where
like
did he
hers.
go?
And she
I don't
looked
want
at
him to
someone
come in
who
behind
was
us,
much
though.
different. He wasn't Ivy League. He wasn't all smooth. He was relatable.
Yeah, he's creeping
and a
somewhere in
coach
between the trees,
and
bro.
Somebody who really kind of oozed Midwest.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Oh, I knew he was. He's over here behind you.
An ad plus as opposed to
20,
just a mirror of who she
30.
was. And, I don't know if it was the right
Down.
call or
One
not.
down.
I think
One more to
they're
go.
Terrific people. Either way, they're going to be around. Shapiro's not going anywhere. You may see him on the ballot in the future.
I'm just going to call it out. You sound
I don't see him.
like you see the end here?
I don't. I do think that obviously we're disappointed about North Carolina and Georgia.
Fuck!
Because there was a real feeling that.
All right, bro. I'll see you
such a
tomorrow,
good
man. I'll see you
ground game
tomorrow.
Compared to what the Trump.
I'll see you tomorrow, man. That was a good game. We got second though that
But
time.
I'm looking
All right, man.
internally at the numbers.
I'll see you tomorrow. I'm
and
gonna
they're
focus
not
on my
as
live stream.
hopeful as I would like them to be.
All
I
right, take it
still
easy.
think we have a path, obviously, the blue wall states. And I don't think anybody knows how Nevada is going to turn out. And I think that is another one.
All right, guys. I'm here with you guys now. I had a finish playing my game.
Determine the presidency that are all decided in a half a point.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for that.
That's so 2024, Senator.
How's that?
Let's go to NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber now in Gwinnett County, Georgia. Ellison, how are things going now?
Hey, Lester, so we're starting to get initial numbers from the early voting in this county. Initially, they were a little delayed in
Early
uploading some of
voting.
those to the public because they said they were having difficulties with their software of getting a clear image. They were going line by line with a Republican watcher, a Democrat
Shout out to the
watcher,
12 in the
after
chat.
election
Appreciate
officials
you
getting
guys.
those votes up, but now they have those reported, and based on the percent of early votes that are out, Harris is leading in the early votes that they have tabulated in this county so far, but still they haven't counted any of the precincts that reported today. That process still happening here. So you see these people coming in, they're all people who have come from the different precincts in this county. There are 156 precincts in Gwinnett County. What they're dropping off right now, you see these purple bags here. Those are provisional ballots, in addition to a lot of blue bags. And the blue bags, I'm told, have official election material that had to be returned, pamphlets, things that sort of gave directions to the election workers. All of that stuff coming in now. It's coming in waves. The first wave of stuff that was brought in from precinct captains on were the memory cards with the vote. That's something that election workers tell me is a way. A thing that's changed over the years. They said they used to get everything, the election materials that had to be returned, provisional ballots, and the memory cards with the votes all at once. And because it took a while to clean up, it would take a little longer for those memory cards to come in. Now they get the memory cards first, then the rest of the materials. The memory cards, they're actually in all these little bags. You see them unzipping there. Those are from 156 different precincts. Each precinct has at least 2 memory cards that have the vote count from today on them. They go in here, they get processed, and they go out to the public. So they're still deep in that process right now. But let's go again to the back, because this is where we see a lot of activity happening on and off, whether it's the early votes being processed and scanned and tabulated, or mail-in ballots being opened and sorted, or provisional ballots being reviewed. So remember, the thing that we were watching in this county was what would the margins be like, because it leans Democrat. We expected Democrats to carry this county, but ultimately back in 2020, Donald Trump got 40% of the vote in Gwinnett County. And what Republicans were hoping was if they could notch that up by a couple percentage points, they could cut in to Harris's margins. And then if they also did well in Republican strongholds, could potentially carry the state. What we're seeing in turnout is turnout so far has exceeded the turnout numbers in 2020. And right now, based on what has been entered, Trump is holding at about 40%. So right now, those extra percentage points haven't come. Could that change? Yes, that's Tom Yamison's lane. We'll leave him on that. Over here, though, is where they're going through some of the different election material. And they've also been sorting provisional ballots. You can see them in the back here, Savannah and Lester. They're just busy working. They will be here late at night. They expected the last bit of stuff to come from the precinct to get here at 11:30. Savannah.
All right, Ellison, thank you so much. We're going to take a short break right here. Many more poll closings coming up at the top of this hour, including California and its whopping 54 electoral votes, and a look at who's ahead in the race to 270 on election night.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now. It's the Rooms to Go holiday sale, and we're celebrating in style. Choose your perfect look, like the stylish shades on sale for $9.99. Save on beautiful rooms like this, just $15.77 or $33 a month, interest-free. Shop our incredible selection room by room, and bring home dining sets like this or this, just in time for the holidays. At Rooms to Go, you get both great sale prices and 50-month interest-free financing. Now during the Rooms to Go holiday sale.
Here in North Texas, getting the weather right is important. With the NBC5 weather team, say goodbye to uncertainty and hello to accurate forecasts.
But don't take our word for it. Take Weather Rates, recognizing us as the certified most accurate weather team in DFW.
a title earned for the 8th consecutive year. Meaning when your day goes from this
To this.
you can rely on us to get it right. Count on the team that you can trust. NBC5 Weather Rate Certified, most accurate.
He's covered North Texas for over 20 years, guiding you through the issues that impact your life.
Fort Worth ISD staff cuts are coming this week. Dallas.
Good night, Jacket Salad.
To address a danger zone.
On NBC5 at 10.
When it concerns your community.
All right, Jacket Salad.
Asks questions.
When you need an advocate.
We are your voice.
When your safety is at risk.
I got you, Britt. I got you.
DFW. Connect to the team you can rely.
I got you. Hold on, guys. I gotta turn this around while the commercials are on. Now it's back on. God dang it.
Good evening, I'm Brittany Johnson. It is almost 10 o'clock, and we are seeing a lot of results come in. NBC News is projecting Donald Trump has won Texas with 74% of precincts reporting. Trump has 56% of the vote. Harris has 43%. With Texas being a winner-take-all state, he will get 40 electoral votes. The Texas Senate race could impact the balance of power in the Senate. The parties need to win 51 seats to take control, and the race between incumbent Republican Ted Cruz and House Representative Colin Allred, it is a close one. Right now, Cruz is leading with 54% to Allred's 44%. Cruz is the predicted winner with 74% of the vote.
Tonight, the people of Texas have spoken. And their message rings clear as a bell across our great state. Texas will remain Texas.
CarShield has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau and was voted America's most trusted auto protection company. It's time to call CarShield now. Call 800-780-0063.
Hank used to suffer from what felt like a cold and
He needs 60 more electoral votes. He needs 60. She ain't even hit a goddamn 100.
Hank, switch to Mucinex Night Shift to relieve your cold and flu symptoms. Both help you get to sleep. Mucinex is uniquely formulated.
Ain't even gonna fucking damn, she ain't even gonna hit 100 fucking electoral votes. She's still at fucking 91. I thought she was 100 and something. They must have took some from her.
Welcome back to ABC News Live coverage of election night here. We do want to call another state, Kansas. The 6 electoral votes of Kansas will go to former President Donald Trump. In Nebraska tonight, Donald Trump picks up 3 electoral votes. And John Carl, explain to the audience how that works in Nebraska. They split these up.
They split them up by congressional district and then overall winner. So there is a single electoral vote coming out of Nebraska. It's in Omaha. Sometimes they call it Obamaha because Obama won it, helped him win the presidency in 2008. So look, if we're looking at a scenario where Kamala Harris's path to winning the presidency is to win the blue wall and not to win any
Kamala
of the
got that
battleground
state,
states in the Sun
District
Belt,
of Columbia.
it would be 270 votes to 268 votes. The single vote that would put her over the top would be in Omaha. It would be that split electoral vote in the state of Nebraska. Of course, we got a long way to go before we're at that point. But that's why Republicans tried to change the rules in Nebraska. Lindsey Graham made a trip all the way out to Nebraska to try to convince
this election cycle.
Yes, the election cycle. Donald Trump got involved. He called.
They're calling it a cycle now. Do you see that?
To try to get them to change the
I've
rules.
never heard them call an election a cycle.
And that.
All right, Paul Zilla, thank you, brother.
Single electoral vote.
Good night, bro. Be safe.
It's early.
We got a long
It's way early,
So
man.
let's go back to some of these Senate races. We want to call a few more races here. In New Jersey, we can call the Senate race now for the Democrat. Congressman Andy Kim, 3-term congressman running for Senate. He wins. He's going to now take over the seat that was once held by Robert Menendez until he was convicted. So Congressman Andy Kim wins in New Jersey. In Virginia, seeking third-term, Senator Tim Kaine has been re-elected in Virginia, though the race has not been called in Virginia on the presidential level, which is quite extraordinary for this time of the night. In Texas at this hour, we can say Republican Senator Ted Cruz, who was seeking a third term, has been re-elected to the Senate.
He'd been challenged by Congressman Colin Allred, of course, former Baylor University Tennessee Titans football player, a three-term congressman himself. He had campaigned on so many issues, reproductive rights, one of them. Lindsay, you interviewed him in just the last week or two, and the Democrats really thought he had some prospects there. They were putting some late money into the campaign.
As you know, David, football is a little bit more of a popular pastime in Texas than politics is, and Colin Allred really staked a lot on that. Even his campaign ads really started on the football field, ended on the football field. He talked about how he'd taken down a lot tougher opponents than Ted Cruz before. But look, this really was an uphill battle for him. It's been 30 years to Election Day when a Democrat was able to win a statewide position in the state of Texas. And so really, this was a fierce, it shouldn't have been, really, when you think about it, but Ted Cruz has a pretty high unpopularity rate in the state of Texas. But for Colin Allred, this is really a disappointment. He actually thought that he was going to be able to do it. And do want to give a shout out to Andy Kim, the first Korean American to ever be a U.S. senator.
Now he'll represent New Jersey.
Yes.
No question. Let's get right to John Quinones on the ground in Texas. John, what do you make of the news?
Well, this is one of the most closely watched races in the country, David. The incumbent Republican, Ted Cruz, once a presidential candidate himself, challenged by three-term Democratic congressman and former, like Lindsay said, former NFL linebacker Colin Allred. They campaigned bitterly in the state over women's reproductive rights, the border, transgender rights. Cruz calling Allred too liberal for Texas. In the end, amidst a changing political landscape here in Texas, Ted Cruz survived the challenge just a few minutes ago. In his victory speech, Cruz specifically thanked Latino voters in this state, which he says have proven all the political prognosticators wrong.
John Quinones on the ground there in Texas. John, thank you. And look at the margin there. That's a much bigger margin than even Beto O'Rourke when he took on Ted Cruz. Came almost within 2 points of defeating Ted Cruz, Rachel.
Yeah, within 2 points, much bigger margin this time. And that is because Colin Allred really underperformed in some of the big cities. So let's take Harris County. This is home to Houston. You can see the 538 benchmark that we have has him at 58. He got 53. Let's go over to Austin. This is Travis County. 74% is what he needed to meet. 71 is where he was. David, I will tell you, Lindsay already said it, but Ted Cruz, deeply unpopular, even in his own state. He's tried to rebrand his image to be more approachable, to be more bipartisan. I don't think there's anywhere else in this country where Cancun was talking about more than in this state. You remember those images of Ted Cruz at the airport after that deadly winter storm. Colin Allred read ad after ad on that, but ultimately Ted Cruz remained victorious in this state.
Rick Klein, you're over at the big board as well. What are you seeing in some of these key battlegrounds? How's Pennsylvania looking on?
Yeah, Pennsylvania right now is still a problem for Kamala Harris, an advantage Donald Trump, 100,000 vote margin, a lot left of the vote. And some of these bubbles will tell you the story about what's left. 175,000 votes left in Philadelphia is our estimate. Another 193,000 in Delaware County, Delco place.
No, my connection shouldn't be freezing up. No, it ain't, Skinner.
Still a lot of votes to be counted there, 240,000. So that's what's keeping this as a competitive state right now. But we've seen the numbers shift as more of the Republican parts of the state have fallen in line for Donald Trump. It's been almost consistent across the board. Again, not the biggest counties, but places where he's been able to build on his lead.
I think that's a good example where you pulled up Perry County. Just look at the threshold, the 538 threshold of where he needs to be. And this is the story of the night. He's outperforming slightly in all these rural counties. I think we're seeing this in a number of the swing states, which is helping him to build these margins against Kamala Harris.
That's exactly right, and it adds up over time, and I think that's similar to what we've seen in Michigan, similar in Wisconsin. Michigan doesn't have a lot of vote in right now, but you're seeing some areas where Donald Trump in the past has not been that strong. This is more of a swingy type county. You can see where Joe Biden was. You see where Kamala Harris is. You see where Donald Trump was. You see where he is right now, and in many cases, it's that he's beating himself twice over. Right, this guy's been on the ballot a lot. Voters have had the opportunity to vote for him or vote against him several times now. So again, it's not the big urban areas. That's going to go pretty Democratic. And it's still possible that Harris pulls out enough of the vote in Madison and Milwaukee where we're still waiting on vote. But it becomes difficult as time goes by. And that really is the story that's developing now in North Carolina. When we look at our remaining votes, these blue dots have been getting smaller throughout the night. really get into it, you're talking about 115,000 votes. Okay, that's that if you win that 2-1, you start to chip away at that 145,000 vote lead. But there may not be enough of those blue dots left in a Georgia or North Carolina based on what we're seeing tonight.
All right, we're going to continue to drill down on these blue wall states with Rick Klein and Rachel Scott over the board. We're closing in on 11 o'clock here in the east, 8 o'clock on the west. 4 more states set to, including California, with its 54 electoral votes. Your local news is next, and we'll see you just minutes from now with more numbers coming in, including the Sunbelt states. We'll be right back.
I'm here, guys. Hold on. I just want to mute it. I have to mute it because I'm doing something on my phone too. So how's everybody doing? Hope everybody's doing well today. Everybody well today. Hold on. Who are you talking to? God dang it, man. Where's CNN? Cinemax. I need CNN. All right, Papa Smurf. Yeah, I'll be on. What's up, Nora? I'm still here, guys. I'm trying to find fucking CNN. It's on Cinemax. Kids, Max, Netflix. Fine, Peacock TV, Apple. What's up, Stephanie A? Here we go. Let's mute it.
Percent of the estimated vote in from Pennsylvania. In Georgia, Donald Trump still.
All right, Roughneck, I got you, brother.
1% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 48.2% of the vote.
200.
136,328 votes.
210.
That is with 88% of the estimate.
210 to 91, Papa Smart. 210 to 91. Donald Trump's going to be president again. There ain't no way she's coming back from that. Ain't no fucking way. She'd have to win all the other fucking votes for her to come back.
The vote in from the Tar Heel state. In Battleground, Michigan.
They get rid of this Donald Trump who I don't like. And she made. Are you surprised?
Surprised is a very generous term for how I'm feeling at this particular moment.
In Washington State. This is the Senate at this hour. 48 Republicans.
We got CNN, we got Newsmax, we got Fox News, and we got MSNBC. And we got CNN.
48% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 73,000.
214 to 179.
78% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Virginia. In New Mexico, Harris leads there too, 52.6% of the vote. Donald Trump with 45.5% of the vote. That is with an estimated 69% of the vote in. Harris with a roughly 43,000 vote lead. Let's go now to Abby Phillip, who is at Harris campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C. at the campus of Howard University. Abby, what are you hearing from the Harris campaign, if anything?
Yeah, Jake, we actually just got a pretty significant update from the Harris campaign campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, who sent out a memo to her staff tonight, laying out what they see ahead in the coming days and hours. And my colleague Jeff Zeleny is here with me. The memo essentially says, Jake, that the returns are coming in slowly. They still see their path, but that path is largely going to be through the blue wall, as Jeff and I were just discussing. The key point that Jen O'Malley Dillon is making, close race that they have been expecting. She says to her staff, we are built for this. Let's finish the night out. We will see you tomorrow. They are not expecting this to be wrapped up tonight.
They are not, because the margins are so small. And just reading from that memo, should we have known all along our clearest path to 270 was through the blue wall states. And again, they point out the cities we were talking about, Milwaukee, Detroit, and of course, Philadelphia. Abby, a central question hanging over all of this, and indeed the crowd here waiting behind us, is Vice President Harris going to address the crowd? That is a possibility we will see in the coming days as we hear some helicopters overhead here. See, but the bottom line is they know this is a close race. This is going to be not resolved tonight in their eyes.
Yeah, Jeff, this is a critical moment, I think, for the Harris campaign to show where they get to 270. And Jake, it looks like they are not foreclosing really on anything in the map right now that is not called. They're still waiting for the polls to close in parts of the Sun Belt, for those results to come trickling in. But again, it's the blue wall again. It is it's Pennsylvania, it is Wisconsin, and it is Michigan, where the best chances are for Harris to get to that 270 that she needs to become president of the United States.
All right, Abby Phillip and Jeff Zeleny, thanks so much. Let's go to John King at the Magic Wall. John, explain the theory of the case for the Harris campaign right now, if you would.
Right, and you heard Jeff and Abby emphasizing even the campaign saying essentially they don't rule out any other possibilities, but we're really banking on the blue wall. Well, at the moment as we speak, 2 of the 3 blue wall states, that's Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, 2 of the 3 are red. We're not done, but 2 of the 3 are red. Why is that significant? Well, let's look at the Sun Belt states. And again, Harris campaign is not ruling this out, but you show this here. Donald Trump, 142,000 votes ahead in North Carolina. I can show you the live outstanding votes. And when I show you the live outstanding votes, you will see some pretty big circles in the blue areas, large metropolitan areas and suburban areas where the Democrats do quite well. I just want to say, at 85% reporting statewide and 142,000 vote lead, is it mathematically possible? Are enough votes out there? Yes. When you get to this point in an election in a state Donald Trump won twice, you start to think, okay, this looks like it did in 2016. And in 2020, it looks more like 2016 than it did in 2020, to be honest with you. But you look at it, and if you're in the Harris campaign, you're calling all these counties, and you're trying to figure out.
145 to 211. She's coming back, man.
If you're looking at the North Carolina map, I'd rather be Donald Trump than the Vice President of the United
Coming
States
back right now.
So then
She's
you
at
bring up the Georgia
145.
map. And again, this
Down
one,
here on the
I'll
bottom.
say this again, I'm a broken record.
Right here.
2024 is not 2020. There's not as many mail-in ballots. We won't have as many large percentages of Democratic votes coming in the days after. But Donald Trump was ahead by more than 200,000 votes at this point 4 years ago. So let's just be cautious for the sake of being cautious. And yet, at the same time, I just said that, I want to tell you, he's 136,000 votes ahead in a state that was decided by 11,000 votes last cycle. 88% of the vote is in. So where is the live outstanding vote? Live outstanding vote. This is where the Harris campaign, you're just hoping that overnight these Democratic areas report not just their votes, but a lot of votes. You're hoping turnout, exceeds your expectations. So you see down here in the Savannah area, this is where the races are won or lost for Democrats, Atlanta and the suburbs around it. So let's come out of that map. And again, here's the key point. Fulton County, 90% of the vote is in. Yes, she's getting 72% of the vote. Just want to check, compare that. It's a little below where President Biden was, but it's close. But remember, he won the state by 11,000 votes. So she can't really afford to be below him anywhere, or not by much anyway. You move over to Cobb County, 91% in. This is a big suburban county, right? So 91%, you have some change to make up there. She's at 57% if you round that up. The President of the United States was at 56, so she's running equal, maybe a little bit ahead there. But let's come over to DeKalb County here. Let's come up to 2024 and see what's left. 11% left. Again, large, very Democratic area. You see the 81% there just to the east of Atlanta. Let's just check 2020. Biden getting 83. 81, 83. You might think at home that's not that big of a difference. In a race that's very close, it can be a big difference. So we have to watch at the moment. Let's do it this way. Come back to 2024, and let's just pop in this and see where's Harris underperforming. Where is Harris underperforming Joe Biden? In a state Joe Biden won by 11,000 votes, you can't really underperform, but she's underperforming in 28 of the 159 counties, right? So we have more votes to be counted. We're not done yet. This is not a final glimpse, but you see out in these rural areas, this is part of the secret of Joe Biden's win in 2020. He got his butt kicked by Donald Trump in these small rural counties, but he did better than Hillary Clinton. Blue-collar workers, rural workers, people who work with their hands, Joe Biden did just a little bit better. And in a state decided by 11,000 votes, that can matter. So again, you asked me about the map. We're not done. We're going to count. The Harris campaign will update us. They enter their counties. We have people on the ground asking the people, our vote desk with Pam Brown, what votes are still outstanding. But if you look at this map right now, I want to switch. Well, let's just check Wisconsin, 61%. I want to check Milwaukee. This is where, 53% in Milwaukee. Black turnout in Milwaukee better be huge in the uncounted vote for the vice president to catch up. I talked to a Democrat out there earlier who said it was good. They didn't say it was great. They said it was good. And I asked if it was great, and they said it was good. So we'll see how that plays out. Dane County, 74%. We're at 91%. Again, not to be a broken record, 75%. A percentage point can matter, underperforming by just a little bit. And so she's losing in Wisconsin. Got a ways to go there. She's holding on in Michigan at the moment. We're still only at 32%. It's a healthy lead.
Sorry, guys. That was my fault.
Let's look. There's a lot of votes. This is what happened. Remember 2020. Donald Trump was ahead in Pennsylvania. This was what brought Joe Biden back. They counted the votes, mainly in Philadelphia, also in the suburbs around it. That was 2020. There were a lot more early mail-in votes then to be counted than there are now, but we shall see as we come out. And Jake, before you jump in, and please ask me anything you want. One little quirky thing. Trump's leading in Northampton. Harris is leading in Erie. Those are the two swing counties that have been. So just watching that. But here's what I want to say right now. I just want to bring this up to show the stakes for the Harris campaign right now as the count in North Carolina gets higher and in Georgia gets higher. The importance if Donald Trump, this is a hypothetical.
What's up, Jay
if
Vlog?
Donald Trump
J-Dub.
these two. And he won that one both times, 2016 and 2020. He won this in 2016. He lost it by 11,000 votes in 2020. So not at all inconceivable in history, and when you look at the numbers tonight. Excuse me. If that happens, Harris cannot lose that. Why can she not lose that? Because 251 plus 19 makes Donald Trump president of the United States. So the rest of them wouldn't matter. I don't mean your votes don't matter in those other states. But in terms of the path to 270, if he holds those leads he has right now in those two states, which are healthy leads, she cannot afford to lose that. Just cannot. And at the moment, as we switch maps, please jump in if you want. I'm just going to switch back to the national map so we can watch the count.
Okay. I want to stick on Pennsylvania and bring in Kate Baldwin, who is at a vote counting center in the best city in the world, Philadelphia. Kate, what are you learning?
It's the only area where you're allowed to be biased. We've just learned, as John was focusing in on the outstanding mail-in ballots. That is something that we have all been waiting for. I've just learned from a source close to the counting process that the next batch, the second batch of mail
Thank you for the 20 likes. Thank you for the 14 people in the chat. I appreciate it. This is important, guys. That's the only reason why I'm showing this now. This is a very important election, man, for our country.
Narrowing that number down any further, not possible at this time. We'll continue working with it, but it will be tens of thousands of mail ballots that will be posted at 11:55 just before midnight, adding to what was the first batch, which ended up being 115,000 mail ballots, which is just narrowing the universe of what's outstanding, getting us closer and closer to a
Billy
sound.
Wombat, how you
Talking about,
doing?
once you get that 50% of the 50% of the vote in, then
How you doing, sweetie? It's been a while.
And what we're seeing in Philadelphia, they're not yet at 50%. They're getting closer to it. And these mail-in ballots, when they post at 11:55, will get them quite a bit more there.
All right, Kate, thanks so much. Let's go to the other side of the Commonwealth. Brian Todd's at the vote counting center outside Pittsburgh. Brian, what's the status of the
Only
vote
reason
there?
why it's important is because, man, so much stuff is going on.
Jake, the bottom line is we're heading to the finish line very quickly here in Allegheny County. I'm with David Voy, the election division's manager of the county.
I got you, Billy.
It's going to be counted all pretty soon. By midnight, about how much of the vote do you think will be in?
So I believe we're at roughly 98% now that are reported. I believe by midnight, we're at 89% reported. I believe by midnight we should be around 98.
And to clarify, just about all the mail-ins have been reported by now.
All the mail-ins that we have will be counted and tabulated this evening. The only thing that it will not be are any military or overseas ballots, which they have an extra week to return their ballots, and they'll be scanned in later.
And an illustration is right behind us of the votes coming in. Explain to our viewers what these are and where they're going to be put.
So these yellow bags are the physical paper ballots that voters have voted. They're put in these bags and sealed and locked. The seal numbers are traced for chain of custody, and they will be locked up in custody.
Oh my God, really, Jacob?
Just how smoothly has it gone? Because we've heard that it's gone incredibly smoothly here in Allegheny.
So this crew that works here on election day, they've gotten really good at this since 2020. I mean, we posted our first batch of approximately 186,000 mail-in ballots by 8:02. And you know, by law in PA, we're not allowed to post any results before 8 o'clock.
Is there anything we can look to be outstanding after midnight tonight?
Just the provisional
Watch
ballots,
this number right here, guys. This is the number we need to look at. Right here, this number
We'll
here.
start researching those provisionals, see how many we have, and start counting those. And again, like I said, the overseas and military ballots, this will count and get into the system next week.
Any sense of how many of those there are?
Less than 4,000 total.
David, thank you very much. Great update. All right, guys, back to you. Allegheny County, close to the finish line here.
All right, Brian, thanks so much. Let's get more on the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania with Pamela Brown, who's at the voting desk. Pamela, take us through
Here's
what
your
is left
electoral
to be
map.
counted. What's outstanding?
Well, it's a big question what's going on in the collar counties around Philadelphia. These are blue leaning collar counties that the Harris campaign has been trying to drive out turnout. That's Bucks, Chester, Delaware, Montgomery counties where results have been slowly coming in. So I just spoke to an official in Chester County. An official there tells me that they just released a large batch of mail-in ballots. So that release was 60,673. And by 1 a.m., I'm told they'll see results from the precincts of today's in-person votes. You have to remember they have to take the memory cards, rub it in. It's a large county. Now, total ballots counted so far, like this is the universe, right, is 151,950. And then I should note the ballots cast in person today there in this key collar county is 91,277 per this official. Let's go over to Bucks County. This is another critical collar county, as John King has been talking about all night. I'm told results will trickle in as these data cards are being driven from the polling places. An official I was just in touch with there in Bucks says so far over 90,000 mail-in ballots are accounted for in the results out of a possible total of 151,000. And I also want to note this, that the state will be required to report outstanding early votes by midnight. So we should get a clearer picture soon there in this critical battle Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Back to you.
All right, fascinating. And she was just talking about Bucks County. Walk us through Bucks County. This is where Harris had a couple big events there, including that one with Liz Cheney, really making a play for Republican women, especially in Bucks County.
And for Haley voters. Nikki Haley got 155,000 votes in the Pennsylvania primary long after she was out of the race, so that was one piece of the competition. Two things to say about this. Number one, it's only half the vote. So if you just... It's 103.
No, I'm not behind.
Roughly 200,000 votes still to come in. Bucks County is the most competitive of the collar counties. She's at 50%, the vice president, if you round up.
She was probably
Again,
looking at
President Biden is
another
52
year.
If you round him up, you say that's not a huge difference. But Jake, you know the Commonwealth very well. In the competitive swing counties, a half a point or a point can matter. And right now, that number is not good for the vice president.
Indeed. And CNN can bring you a projection now. Folks at home, CNN projects that
Kamala won Oregon.
will go to Kamala Harris as expected. Oregon.
She won
with
Oregon.
its 8 electoral votes will go to the Democrat Kamala Harris. Let's take a look at the electoral.
She's at
map.
153 now.
Donald Trump has 211 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 153 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Let's take a look at the key races now. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead there, 49.6% of the vote. Kamala Harris right behind him with 49.5% of the vote. Donald Trump with a roughly 3,000 vote lead. That's 51% of the estimated vote in from the state of Arizona. In battleground Wisconsin, Donald Trump maintaining his lead, 50.4% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 48% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 50,000 vote lead right now with 63% of the estimated vote in from the Badger State. In the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Donald Trump maintaining his lead, 51% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 47.9% of the vote. Donald Trump with more than 165,000 more votes than Kamala Harris, with more than 76% of the estimated vote in from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In battleground Georgia, Trump in the lead, 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris is 48.3% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 131,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris. That's with 90% of the estimated vote in. So they got 10% to go there in Georgia, but Donald Trump in the lead. In North Carolina, another battleground, Donald Trump still in the lead there with 50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.9% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 138,000 vote lead over Kamala Harris with an estimated 87% of the vote in. In battleground Michigan, Kamala Harris is in the lead, 50.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 48% of the vote. Harris has a more than 40,000 vote lead over Donald Trump with 33% of the vote in there. John King.
So Jake, just going through some of these counties in Pennsylvania, Joe Biden won the state. Let's go back and show you it. 81,000 votes, right? His birth state. He's from Delaware now, but he was born in Pennsylvania. That was one of the things that helped him, because he was, as he liked to call himself, the scrappy kid from Scranton. So where are we now in 2024? I was just looking at here. This is Lackawanna County. This is where Joe Biden was born. Scranton, Pennsylvania. You say, well, the vice president's winning it with 51%, but Donald Trump's at 48, right? So again, in a close battleground state, margins within some of these counties can matter. She's at 51. Joe Biden, 4 years ago, was at 54. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. You look at the margin there. You say, oh, that's only 9,000 votes, right? You know, but if you try now, you're trying to make up this lead, right? That's 3,000 votes, a little less than that, a little more than that, maybe 3,000 votes. The reason it matters is you're trying to make up 173,000 votes, right? So when you're losing ground in each of these counties, it hurts. And so let's just come over here. This is Luzerne County. This is Trump country, Pennsylvania. Harris getting 42%, 43 if you want to round that up. Trump at 57. Again, 43 for the vice president, 42. So there she's competing, not so bad. There. So you're just looking for the pieces as you come through. Carbon County, 65 for Trump. 4 years ago, 72% for Trump. Now, that's white workers, blue-collar workers, high school educated workers. You want to check back in here. Lehigh County, vice president getting 52%. There's a little bit out here. Again, you're looking for population centers now. This is the 10th largest of the 67 counties. If you're the Harris campaign, you're looking at population centers trying to say what's left in the places where there are a lot of people. Modest amount of people in Lehigh Valley, but you see it right there at 52. Just want to come back. Joe Biden's at 53. You see the pattern that continues, right? You know, I was saying Donald Trump has to improve his standing a point or two in the suburbs. She has to match Joe Biden in these close battleground states. And in a place that matter, blue-collar Pennsylvania, you don't see it right now. Some votes still to be counted. Maybe she makes it up. But so then the other point is, if you're losing places, can you make it up, right? If you're losing in one piece of the state, can you make it up
Thank you for
somewhere
the
else?
23 likes, guys. Appreciate it.
She's getting 60% of the vote. right? So it's only 70% counted. She's getting 60. Biden got 63, even in Delaware County, which is strongly Democratic. That was my last stop on over the map tour there. Again, there's time, right? There's 70% of the vote to come. But look at this, right? If you've got 70%, the most you're going to make up, if the percentages stay the same, you're going to make up somewhere in the ballpark of 15 or 20,000 votes, right? That's great. You're making up 15, 20,000 votes. Baldwin just told us is absolutely essential. It was Saturday morning in 2020 when that last installment from Philadelphia came in. The next installment will not be the last installment from Philadelphia, but she said tens and tens of thousands of votes, right? The Vice President of the United States is getting 77% of the vote right now in Philadelphia. They're approaching 70% reporting, right? You come back in time, the President of the United States was getting over 81% in Philadelphia. Again, this is your biggest basket of votes. The Democratic coalition, this is the foundation. There's no house for Democrats without the foundation of Philadelphia. At the moment, she is underperforming the President of the United States, and she has to make up 178,000 votes. The math there is pretty clear. It's not mission impossible, but the more you get deeper into the count, the question is, after this next big batch of votes from Philadelphia, does it become mission improbable? I think is what you're looking for as we wait for more votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And again, Trump wins Pennsylvania, the map gets near impossible. Not impossible, but near impossible.
There have been stories written a week or two ago about Democrats in Philadelphia sounding the alarm and basically using the press to send the message to the Harris campaign that they didn't think that the Harris campaign was listening to Philadelphia Democrats enough about the need to improve the margins. And just, Donald Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020, but he improved his vote count in Philly from 2016 to 2020. And it looks like he's doing that again tonight, even while improving his margins in the collar counties, as opposed to what happened 4 years ago.
Well, we don't have the raw numbers yet, obviously, because we're at 70%, but he's at 22 if you round that up, 117,000 votes. Let's just go back and look. He's certainly on track to. If he keeps the percentage he's at now, right? He's at 18% there, and he had 132,000 votes. He's at 117,000 votes, and we still got 30% commit. So sure looks like he's overperforming 2020. We're not done yet. But it sure looks like that. And then, so the analysis afterwards will be, who is it? Is it black voters in Philadelphia? There are some suburban areas outside of Philadelphia there. There's some affluent white voters there as well. But that will be the analysis afterwards. The thing that strikes me is we're going through these states. The thing you heard in the last week from the Harris people is that we're on the ground. Our labor allies are on the ground. Our progressive groups are on the ground. Our LGBTQ groups are on the ground. We're knocking on doors, and we don't see the Trump people anywhere. Right? Trump did sort of contract out his get out the vote. I was in 7 or 8 of these battleground states in the last couple of weeks. We didn't see many Trump people out there at all, just doing phone banks. But what happened in 2016 is Trump's support was organic. It was organic. And so, the Trump campaign says, texts and phone calls work to turn out voters. Democrats think it's knocking on the doors. If this map holds up, that's going to be a big conversation about motivating and turning out voters in this technology age. What works best? What kind of contact works best? Or, the vice president's campaign, well, they say she only had 110 days. She didn't have enough time to introduce herself.
Yeah.
That part, we're not done yet. But that's what's going to happen. If that happens, is who the finger pointing in the Democratic Party. We're not there yet, but as you watch this map fill in, another thing that is distinctive at the moment, we're not done yet. In 2 presidential elections, Donald Trump has lost the popular vote both times. At the moment, he's 5.1 million votes ahead. We're just starting to count in our most populous state. So there's a long way to go, and that could change. But that would be a trophy if Donald Trump wins this election. That would be a trophy he would very much like to claim after losing the popular vote in 2 elections in a row.
And you also know there are people in the senior echelons of the Trump campaign who say that they still do direct mail. Because there are seniors, you can't reach seniors through texting and emails. That the way to reach them is with direct mail, which a lot of people in politics today laugh off. But guess who votes more than young people? Seniors. Sarah Seidner. Let's go to Wisconsin if you can, because I want to bring in Sarah Seidner, who's at a vote counting center in Milwaukee right now. With 66% of the vote in, Donald Trump is in the lead there with 50.6%. In Wisconsin in general, Kamala Harris with 47.8%. Donald Trump right now in the lead by almost 60,000 votes. Sarah, you have officials with you who can tell us about the outstanding vote in Wisconsin. Still about a third of the state's vote is outstanding. What can you tell us?
Yeah, we just heard a big cheer go up here in Milwaukee at the central count, as they call it, because all the wards have finally reported. So they are counting these ballots as fast as they can. They do believe they're going to be able to give some kind of idea of this count after midnight. It will not take the extra 2 or 3 hours they thought it might because of that problem with what happened with the tabulators, which, by the way, are right behind me, one of them. All 13 of them, there was an issue, a door was not locked, and so they, out of an abundance of caution, decided that they were going to rerun through the absentee ballots, 30,000 of them, but they've been able to do that, and now they're about 80,000 of 108, 325,000 that have already been crossed. All right, with me now, we have Patricia Ruiz-Cantu and Douglas Haig, Republican, Democrat. Both of them are on Milwaukee Election Commission. First of all, how are things going, and do you think we're going to find out something soon?
We will. I think things are going really well, even though we had a little hiccup. But as we united, all the workers and the parties.
Shout out to the 11 people in the chat. Appreciate it. Thank you for the 24 likes.
We had an agreement, and everything is going well.
What did you make of this? I know Ron Johnson came out, a Republican, and was very, upset with all of this and was sort of making hay about it. What were your thoughts on what happened with these machines?
Well, there was a human error in part of it. So when it was caught, we just simply did a rerun on the with the processing and the tabulators, and even probably some of the tabulators should have seen it, but it was caught by one of the observers to the executive director's attention, and it was acted upon immediately. We took care of it, and yes, we anticipated a much further delay than we are, but I think we're right on schedule where we anticipated to be earlier. And true, if you can see around and look at the poll workers at work, we both have Democrats and Republicans working side by side, and many of them have been doing this for many years, and they've become very efficient about it, and they're with their integrity from each group. So I think we're going to be getting those numbers fairly soon. I don't want to say as early as we would like, but I think it's going to be earlier than what we thought before we had the hiccup, so to speak.
Just to both of you, what do you think of this, the number of voters? Are you seeing the numbers larger than, and what are you seeing now?
I'm not seeing as large as I thought before, but most of us were going out to the polls earlier too. The polls were a steady, nice flow. What I did see is a high volume of same-day registrations. That was seen to be a much more increase at all the polling sites, and not just one geographical area, whether it be on whatever demographics, but it was all over that was encompassed. And I talked to each chief inspector, and that is the area that I saw a much increase in the participation of same-day registration.
Same-day registration, we saw that also in Cedarburg today. A lot of people coming and registering and voting. Thank you both so much. We should just make very clear, you heard it here from a Republican and a Democrat who are election commissioners, that there was an agreement. This is going to be a free and fair election here in Milwaukee. People are watching every single bit of this and agreeing that things are going as smoothly as possible after that hiccup earlier today.
All right, Sarah Seidner in Milwaukee, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's take a look at Milwaukee and Wisconsin at large. Donald Trump in the lead with 66% of the vote in state in general. Tell me about the WOW counties, if you could.
You're right around Milwaukee or the WOWs. Let me get to it in just a second. Just what interesting. Number one, we've learned about Senator Johnson in recent years. He likes to put out press releases before he knows what the facts are. Sorry, it just happens to be true, especially about voting integrity. That's how it's supposed to work. A Democrat and Republican standing side by side, Democrats and Republicans throughout the room. They're fine. They're doing what they're supposed to do. They had a human error. We're all human, and they're fixing it. Right? That's how it works. Sometimes it means you wait a little while, but you have people in the room, eyeballs, both parties, eyeballs on everything. Yep. Everything's going to be fine. But the point Mr. Haig made at the end is instructive to you in the sense that if you come to here, you're the vice president, you're losing by just shy of 60,000 votes. This is the number one county. It is 17% of the state population. You're getting 66%. So you say, okay, there's still 40% of the vote to come in. But Mr. Haig just made a point. He said anything turnout was great. Let's see what these final numbers are, because if you look at that number right there and look at 176,000, right? When Joe Biden carried Wisconsin 4 years ago, he's at 317,000, and it's 69% of the vote, right? So 317,000 and 69% of the vote. She's at 66% of the vote, and the raw math, right? You need the higher percentage, but you need that raw math to overcome what is happening in all this red, right? Especially, one more check and I'll get you to your wows. Dane County is 95% in, right? This is Madison, this is University of Wisconsin. Young voters, college area, tends to be more liberal. 74% for her, 242,000. Again, Biden's number's higher and the math is higher. That's what happens in battle. That's how you win or lose battleground states.
Get out the vote and get out the vote and
the right
with a higher
places,
percentage.
right. And so in a place where the state won by 20,000 votes, you saw the margin even just right there. So let's go to the wows. You're going to go to Waukesha County. It was just here recently, right? This is a place the Harris campaign was hoping, hey, women, you don't have to tell your husband who you're going to vote for. If you believe in reproductive freedom in a conservative county, vote Harris. Just don't tell your husband about it. This is one of the places they thought the Dobbs decision, reproductive freedom, abortion rights, helped them cut into the margins. Well, we're at 91%. We'll see. But 40% is her number. If you round that up, we'll go back in time. It's a tiny bit, but it's not a significant jump from where the president was 4 years ago. And Trump's at 50, 60% if you round up then. He's at 59. So a little bit, maybe a tiny inroads there for her. So you're moving around up here. You go up to Washington County. This is a big 70% of the vote here for Trump. Let's just double check it and come back.
He improved.
Up a little bit. He improved a little bit. And then you come over here to the O. I did wow backwards for you there. I put the O at the end.
Yeah.
But you come over to Ozaki here, and the former president is at 55% of the vote in 2020, and he's at 56, roughly the same, but a little bit, so Trump is not underperforming. It's maybe within the margins, but when you see that well behind where President Biden was, and now you're waiting on this. I mean, there are some other small things. Let's take a look and see what else is out there. But as you can see, the biggest thing is here, and some of these votes in here, if you're in the Trump campaign, we're talking about, can she come back? But if you're in the Trump campaign, you're also saying, do we have a cushion? Is there more coming in for us? And the answer is yes.
They got all that Green Bay vote.
The answer is yes when you look up there. So the next thing we learned from Milwaukee is how many votes, what is her percentage, how does it affect the statewide math, and then how much is left?
Yeah.
How much is left? In your biggest area, you have to turn them out. Because then again, I just want to come up here and look at this. Again, Brown County, this is Green Bay, blue collar workers. Trump's getting 61, the vice president's getting 37 or 38 if you want to round that up. That matters.
Oh my God,
it matters.
He almost shot almost 10 points.
Right.
9 points.
But in a battleground state, he's up and she's down in a place where if you're the Harris campaign, the Biden campaign, you're not going to win here. You're not going to win here. But if you make it that race, if you make it that close instead of that close, you get a better result. Period. It's simple math.
Let's go on to the third of the blue wall states, Michigan. Jim Sciutto is at a vote counting center in Detroit. And Jim, you have an update on the vote in Wayne County. Tell us.
Well, let me tell you, we've been in touch with the Secretary of State's office really every few minutes here, trying to figure out when we're going to get another batch of Detroit, of course, the surrounding Wayne County votes. And we're told very soon. They won't put a figure on very soon, but very soon. We know they're working hard, calculating those numbers, counting those votes, and that there have been no issues. They're not encountering any issues with machines, etc. This is just a process of getting the work done. We've also been in touch with Macomb County, where we were outside of Detroit earlier today. They are also expecting, they say, another batch of votes to be reported quite soon. And here where we are in Detroit, this is the location where they've been counting the absentee ballots. Just in the last hour, another 2,500 or so absentee ballots came in. That brings us pretty much to the end of the 100,000 that they've expected. At some point in the next hour, we'll see another U-Haul truck come in with the remaining absentee ballots that they've collected from drop boxes around the city here. And they've been counting as they've been going. Remember, because they started counting last Monday. They didn't have to wait till Election Day. So those numbers will be done soon. I will say the Secretary of State told me earlier this evening that she's moving up her expectation that by midday tomorrow, they could report final unofficial results, saying she believes they might be able to do that tonight, perhaps after midnight in the next couple of hours. But of course, they'll have to get those Wayne County numbers done first. I should note, the Secretary of State just walked in here to monitor the counting of those absentee ballots as she's been doing it around the state.
All right, Jim Sciutto, thank you so much, Jim Sciutto in Detroit. I mean, John, I mean, it's 2024. They only have 16% reported in Wayne County, home of Detroit.
You know, one of the things you look for in life are consistency.
Death taxes, Wayne County comes away.
Wayne County, Gary, Indiana, yeah, they're consistent. This is my 10th presidential election, and it's the 10th time you've been counting late in the night, and you're saying, hello, Detroit, hello.
Yeah.
It's the way it is. But, you know, you see the Secretary of State's there, Jim is there. Again, that's nothing nefarious. It's just inefficiency. You know, to your point about that we live in the technological age. And Jim just said, you know, they changed the law in Michigan so you could count some of the early votes, you know, beforehand, and then release them after the polls close. So it adds to the why. But right now, let's focus on the what, which is an 86,000 vote, almost 87,000 vote lead for the former president. Again, in one of the states he flipped in. Just want to pull that out to make sure I'm right. Yes, he's leading in all three of them now.
Oh wait, that changed while we were talking.
Changed while we were talking.
She was ahead in Michigan, and now she is no longer ahead. Now Donald Trump is in the lead. Right now, not all the votes are counted, but right now he's leading in all three blue wall states.
Plus North Carolina, plus Georgia, plus Arizona, plus Nevada. We're not done with the count. We're not done with the count.
But this is right now the map of 2016.
That is the map of 2016, and that is the 5-alarm fire inside the Harris campaign to get on the phone. Again, we're not done, and we lived through 2020. And I want to say it again, slowly and clearly. 2020, this time of night, and there were states that changed, and they were largely, you know, Pennsylvania changed. Trump was ahead. In Georgia, things have changed. There's not as many mail ballots out there as in 2020, so I would not expect as dramatic a swing. The question becomes, go state by state, county by county, is the math
Shout out to
fair?
11 in the chat. Appreciate you guys.
Be some fair and try to be, yes, possible, yes, possible. When you're leading in all of them and you're Trump, I mean, that's what you're sitting in the headquarters. So maybe they're not going to win them all, right? Maybe they're not going to win them all, but they're leading in all of them right now. And so let's just look at what happened here. Then come on in. Number one, it's the small rural counties. When they fill in again, it's, you know, you say, oh, that's not a lot of votes. Well, that's a lot of votes when you have it there, and then you have it here, and then you have it again here. You know, you're getting 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 in all these little counties. You have 120 votes there. That's only 5% reporting. You say, oh, that's not much. It's a lot when you think you're going through a state and you have all these counties. And then the question is, so what are the Democratic margins, right? You've got 83 counties in the state of Michigan. So 56%, we're about halfway through in Kent County. It's the Grand Rapids suburbs. And she's running a little ahead of the president there. But Jake, the big question in Michigan is, when do those Wayne County votes come in, and what do they do to the statewide total?
All right, John. Well, CNN has a major projection. CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This is the first of 7 battleground states that we're keeping an eye on, and we are calling it for Donald Trump. What does that mean for the electoral count? Donald Trump now has 227 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 153. 270 are needed to win. Let's go to Trump HQ in West Palm Beach, Florida, where we find Caitlin Collins. And Caitlin, CNN is now calling North Carolina for Donald Trump. This is the first of 7 battleground states that the campaign is watching with eagle eyes.
Yeah, Jake, remember when I told you a few hours ago that it was going to be a gut check for the Trump campaign? Listen here, it's a bit of a delay, but your call is playing right now over the loudspeakers in the room, Jake. You can hear the party here, the partygoers gathered at the convention center here in West Palm Beach cheering as your call is coming on the screen. They have been glued to CNN for the last several moments, watching John King at the map, going over each of these numbers. But North Carolina is an important benchmark for the Trump campaign because they were watching it to get a gut check for how they believed the rest of the evening could go. And I can tell you that what I'm hearing from Trump campaign sources is they are increasingly confident as the night is going on. Still not certain, of course, watching those very important blue wall states and to see what they look like. And so that is going to be the big question here as they continue to keep an eye on Pennsylvania, on Michigan, on Wisconsin as this is moving forward. Jake, I will tell you that we're seeing more people from the Mar-a-Lago party come over here to the Trump headquarters where this party is going to be held. But also, some Republicans are flying into Palm Beach. We just heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson, who was watching the results come in with his constituents back in Shreveport. He is now headed here tonight because he is predicting a bigger Republican margin in the House, a Republican Republican takeover of the Senate. And he says he believes a Republican is going to win the White House, therefore Donald Trump, Jake. Obviously, still waiting to see, but a noticeable shift here in the mood at the Trump headquarters.
All right, Caitlin Collins in West Palm Beach at Trump HQ. Thank you so much. So, the first of the 7 battleground states to fall, and CNN projecting North Carolina for Donald Trump.
This was the most probable pickup for Kamala Harris, if that was the world in which we were living. That is why Donald Trump went down there multiple times in the last 24, 48 hours of the campaign. And it clearly did not happen for Kamala Harris. And Trump, he's telling his people, I'm told, and just like we heard from Caitlin, that this is something that portends well for the future. We don't know what it means for the other states, but what we do know is even more evidence that that blue wall is the path for Kamala Harris.
And that path is just more and more narrow, I think we're seeing as the night goes on. But also, so many people thought that perhaps this would be an election that in tenor and tone would be closer to the midterms, a big conversation about abortion. That is not where it's going. It seems like you're seeing that male turnout is starting to produce what the campaign wanted.
You know, I think a lot of us came into tonight wondering, was it going to feel more like 2016 or 2020? And 4 years ago, I was at Fox, and at almost exactly this moment, at 11:20 p.m., we made the very controversial call. They made the very controversial call of Arizona. And that changed the whole feeling. And that's one of the reasons the Trump campaign was so furious about that call, because it was the first flip and the first indication that maybe it was going to be different than 2016. Right now, and look, there's a lot of voting and states to be called, but right at this moment, this does feel more like 2016 than 2020.
It is interesting, and yeah, and the fact that we're calling it at this point is also significant, because I don't think North Carolina was called last time 4 years ago until maybe a week after the election, or it was certainly after Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania came on Saturday. I think North Carolina was Sunday or Monday.
Shout out to the 14 people in the chat. If you haven't already, please hit that like button for me. What's up, old blue
There's a bigger
eye?
gap than there was last time. And Donald
Kathy
Trump won
Kirby,
last
what's
time
up?
by something like 75,000 votes.
Generally speaking, he is overperforming what he did in 2020, and she is underperforming what Joe Biden did in 2020. And that was a narrow edge for Biden. Is at this point, we have to condition it.
Sorry, guys,
a
I've been
narrow
missing the
defeat
chat.
for Harris.
And the thing about North Carolina, and John has been talking about this, and we'll do more at the wall, is you do have kind of a sense of the country in the state of North Carolina, in that there are growing minority populations, and there is a growing sort of suburban, maybe more moderate population in and around the big cities. And so that is why the Harris campaign thought, with the dynamics of the country,
Yeah, I'm not going to waste my ammo either,
a
bro.
better shot. But look, the headwinds of the economy, the inflation that people are feeling, the difficulty in everyday lives.
Yeah, she could not outrun that Biden economy.
Yeah, and the economy, Chris, that is
153 right there, 153 to 227. That's the count we're looking at right there.
Whether or not
270 is going to get.
women, and the idea of this being the first post-Roe presidential campaign was going to supersede how people felt when they were buying eggs and milk. And certainly North Carolina and other places that we are seeing start to formulate in these other states, the answer is no.
You know, we have talked about it all night, and we've disagreed to a certain degree about the right track, wrong track, and it was 27% right track, 60-something% wrong track. You know, maybe part of that is dissatisfaction with Trump. Maybe some of that is dissatisfaction with the abortion overturn. But in terms of what people live every day, it's the economy, it's the price of eggs, it's the fear of inflation, which with the spread of illegal immigrants north is now being felt as an issue, not just but in northern states as well.
Yeah, and Jake, I'm going to be interested to figure out and to find out, once we get all the details, how much success the Trump campaign had. Mail vote, they worked really hard at that.
Yeah, very interesting. Let's bring you a key race and let me get you up to speed on where we are and all. We have not called them. 51.3%. Kamala Harris, 47.6%. Donald Trump more than 212,000 votes ahead, with 82% of the estimated vote in from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In Battleground, Michigan, Donald Trump in the lead, 51.2%. Kamala Harris at 4,014 votes ahead of Kamala Harris, with 41%.
Is not just trending Republican, but is very clearly Republican after what will happen. Asked about this, the second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. Her numbers, his numbers are higher.
All the channels are
be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania.
all the channels are showing a different fucking number. That's what I don't understand. Why are they showing a different number? This one's showing
Hearing word that Vice President Harris
a different number. That one, Newsmax is showing a different number. CNN and fucking damn MSNBC are all showing different numbers.
The race
That I don't
Senate race
understand.
in Pennsylvania between Bob Casey and Dave McCormick. It looks like McCormick, with 81% of the vote in, is
Hi, Papa
is leading
Smurf.
by a point and a half. And we'll monitor that. I think that race, if McCormick wins that race, I think it's very likely to say that President Trump will win the
Kathy
Commonwealth
Kirby,
as
what's up,
well.
Kathy? How you doing, sweetie?
Building on some of the points, reacting to some of the points from my friends on the other side of the table. You know, my party often says that Donald
Talk
Trump
again,
didn't,
Kathy.
didn't do enough on the border. He rejected a bill that
You don't
was
have
a
to.
compromise, that he didn't.
You can
let
hit the
specifics. He
you can
said
hit
no
the
taxes on
dislike
taxes,
button. I don't care.
on overtime, that wasn't a full-throated economic plan. And all that may be true, but sometimes politics in life isn't fair. And he's a different kind of candidate. I think if we look back, and this race is not over, we've got three, the blue wall here to hold. But if we look back at this, I think one of the things that this campaign is going to wish that they had done probably more effectively was to just lay out a bit of a plan on the economy and inflation and growth.
See, that one's saying MSNBC is saying 185 to 230. Fox is saying 211 to 232. That's what I'm saying. They're all fucking different. They're all showing different.
With voters, and the polling data showed that. And the fact that we
And then this one is showing 205 to 230.
more cures and therapeutics, more
I don't
than
understand that
years
shit.
ago, and they couldn't figure out how to.
All this different stations are showing different shit.
And saying, I'm not receiving economic benefits. College loan forgiveness doesn't.
Is willing to reach out to us as well and try to figure out ways in which to grow the country for every American. So
Don't you think he's done that? I mean, look at the coalition he has built. I think there's been an underestimation.
Shout out to the
of what
14 people in the
definition
chat.
of
Appreciate you
protecting
guys.
democracy is.
Okay,
You
all
have
I'm saying is
RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, who was in charge of the DNC at a certain point, saying there's all this out there. You're suing to keep RFK Jr. off the ballot. Nicole Shanahan, one of his vice presidential candidate at the time, feels the same way. And people look at that and say, he's building a coalition that
The only
actually
thing I'm
works.
saying is Brett Baer wrote a great piece for FoxNews.com called about unity and about what happens when these races. This is one of the most divisive races in my 54 years of life. My only point is it will be time to whomever wins. And if it's President Trump, it looks like it might be, it's time to heal and move forward. And I think he'll have to do something. I don't disagree with he's built this coalition, it looks like tonight, but it's going to take more than that.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I just want to lay out the math as it stands for 1 second. So here on
California-based SunWest Bank, Eric Hovde is 29,000.
That's significant. I mean, think about the number of votes in a state that big to move the numbers that much. And so that does, when you have that kind of improvement,
You
that
see
does
230
put the
curve,
popular vote
Kathy.
now
Appreciate it.
into play along with
Okay,
the
so
electoral
then
victory.
this
I
one,
do want to say, I just got the
that number up there is the right number then.
Precinct in Dearborn, Michigan, Trump took 49%. Kamala just took 14%. Wow. That is a really interesting number. But again,
Bernie Moreno and West Virginia, that it now goes over the top as far as the Senate majority, but we don't know the final number yet.
we're still waiting for the Tim Sheehy race against John Tester in Montana, which is one that I think a lot of Republicans felt was something they were relying on. So we'll see if that turns out to be the case. And it's not clear yet who would serve as the next Senate Majority Leader. Republican.
With those two pickups, hold
Back to 2016, Trump did not have a lot of coattails. He actually didn't really carry a lot of Republicans into the House, into the Senate along with him, and obviously didn't have any.
For the Senate, 42 seats for Democrats.
that for whatever reason don't meet the standard of being counted. So again, 50,000 ballots to be released in the next 9 minutes, and then 37,000 tomorrow. I want to just quickly show you, it looks like actually there's some ballots or something coming in right now. We see a police car escort with two different vans, but I do want to show you, Rachel, just come take a look through the window here, because this is the one angle you can see election workers here in Philadelphia that is not their camera processing the ballots, and they're all in there now going through the process. Election workers doing their great civic duty. In about 9 minutes time, we expect the information about those additional 50,000 ballots. And then again, just to underscore, tomorrow morning there will be another release here in Philadelphia.
Okay, I will just let you know, Jacob.
Let's take a look. Here come these additional trucks. Go ahead, Rachel.
I was just going to say, just to let you know, in case you couldn't see, when you were poking your nose into that window, looking through that window, there was a security officer and/or cop inside who was very displeased about the fact that you were doing that. Just so you know, in case there's an unfriendly.
Here, I'll give you one more peek. Just one quick peek. I think they left. Take a look.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. When you get the tap on your shoulder momentarily, don't tell them that you know us, Jacob.
It's coming. It's coming.
We will always have your back. I'm kidding.
If they were to ask for forgiveness and permission, Soboroff.
Honestly, I mean, if you're Jacob Soboroff, you just turn on the charm and you're like, oh, did I do something wrong? Me?
Trump in these states, Kaylee, that definitely in the case of Bernie Moreno, with a 10-point win in Ohio, takes him over the finish line.
For Hovde to win, for same thing in Michigan for Rogers to win, but McCormick with him. That is a very, very powerful thing. Why? Because it's about the narrative. It's not just about Trump. And that's what you guys were talking about. That the transformation of the party is not just people are loyal to Donald Trump. What they're loyal to is the message of Donald Trump. What we're seeing is that transformation, and you see transformation if it's a cult of personality. Well, Trump will do really well, but other folks down ballot won't do as well because people really just like Trump. But what's happening here, it is going down ballot, and we're seeing it in Pennsylvania, which is, of course, the state that got more attention than everybody else, more messaging than everybody else, and the message permeated down ballot. That's powerful, and we're talking about potentially here a real realignment of politics in America. And Pennsylvania, not surprisingly, the Keystone State is ground zero.
Incredible. Michigan, thank you, Senator. Also interesting. It looks like Kamala Harris will not win the south end of Dearborn in Michigan, an area that's 90+ Muslim American. Biden won this area with 88% of the vote 4 years ago. We've got 92% of the vote in, and Donald Trump is slightly winning there over Harris. In some, anyway, it's just the numbers are still coming in, but there's areas of the country that Republicans didn't seem to have a shot at that all of a sudden Trump did pretty well.
Yeah, look, his message in Michigan, I think, has really resonated. And whether it's union voters, it's the auto industry, it's trade and trade issues. He's, I think that's been tremendously successful.
Yeah, can we go back to the board for 1 second? Because Michigan's just
one of these states just went red. And now, again, still a lot of vote out, but now with we get the numbers in the Senate, 46% of the vote out. Rogers is now up.
Rogers ahead too.
And Trump is now up a little bit more. So maybe the things you were talking about, we were always looking at Michigan saying, well, it doesn't look good. Let's look at Wayne County. Only 24% of the vote in. So we don't want to jump ahead too much. Oakland County, which is another very important suburban county, she's doing pretty well there. Actually, better than expected there. If you compare that with, well, actually worse than expected. I'm sorry, worse than expected in Oakland County, one of those suburban counties. So again, Michigan could be on the map, which means for the first time in Trump presidential history, it could be a sweep of all 7 states for one of the candidates.
All right, Senator, we appreciate that. Let's get an update from James Rosen, our chief White House correspondent. He's at Kamala Harris's headquarters at Howard University in Washington. James, what's the mood there, sir?
it's growing increasingly apprehensive here. And as a matter of fact, where the whole crowd, several thousand strong, have been watching a giant jumbotron showing, I'm not going to pussyfoot around it anymore, CNN. I guess the crowd or the organizers here didn't like what they were hearing from that jumbotron because they have now turned down the sound on CNN and returned us to the steady diet of hip-hop and rap music, which is being blasted through enormous sound systems, maybe 2 stories tall. I can feel my feet vibrating just from the thunderous bass boom of the soundtrack here. But there's no question that
That's crazy.
former President Trump has been ahead in the Electoral College vote count the entire evening, and that has not gone unnoticed by this crowd. One thing we're also paying attention to is the movements and the whereabouts of Vice President Harris. We had been earlier told by the White House that there was a lid until 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time, suggesting she might start venturing over the few miles from the Vice President's residence in Northwest Washington over here to Howard University. But as you know, that was over 2 hours ago. The White House press pool has had no updates for over an hour, maybe an hour and a half. And the last update we received from them was simply that they were holding at the Vice President's residence. It seems to me if the Vice President and her team thought that there was an opportunity to declare victory, we would have seen her over here by now. But you're seeing this crowd, they have had very little to cheer about over the last hour plus. They cheered when CNN went to its reporter here. They cheered when the victorious candidate for the Senate in Maryland, Angela Alsobrooks, was seen giving her speech. They cheered when a slate went up showing that Andy Kim won his race, the Democrat in New Jersey. But by and large, they see that former President Trump is maintaining these leads in battleground states. And I would describe the mood here as apprehensive plus.
I turn it off for that one. I don't need the freaking.
And managing. Done with some of these counts out here. So this will change a little bit. But Donald Trump overperforming 2020 after January 6, 2021. That's the statewide look. Look at this. Just look at this when you go to full counties. Look at how many counties across America, 994 of the 4,000 plus, 4,600 plus counties and townships, especially up this way, part of the country, they don't call them counties, they call them townships. But in nearly 1,000, 993 right now. This will change as we go through, but Donald Trump is overperforming. And look at where they are. He's mostly performing in red areas. His vote is getting higher in the areas where he wins elections. Yes, there are some blue places where he's overperforming, but just look at battleground Pennsylvania. Look at all these red counties, places that Trump wins, where he's overperforming by 3% or more what he did in 2020. Then you come out here, let's go up to battleground Michigan. These are the decisive states left on the board right now. Look at in the areas, those are his base areas. He's getting more. The same over here in battleground Wisconsin. So the former president of the United States, given up for dead, Jake, after January 6, 2021, is running stronger now than he did in the last campaign.
All right, John King, thank you so much. Every electoral vote counts, and 4 more are on the line right now as polling places are about to close in Hawaii, and we project Kamala Harris will win the state of Hawaii with its 4 electoral votes. Not a surprise. Hawaii, a reliably Democratic vote, but that does mean a pickup of 4 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. 40 votes away from winning. Kamala Harris has 169 electoral votes. She is 101 votes away from the 270 needed to win. John King.
We'll go through some of these battleground states where we're still waiting, but just look at the map right now. You see a lot of red, right? So let's look at the 2020 map. You see the blue, right? The blue wall states, Georgia, Arizona.
Oh, what the fuck happened?
All right, I think that's most of it.
Come on, man, really?
Serious, you should sue.
Fucking shit, man. What the fuck?
Oh, there you go.
Why the fuck did it go? Oh my gosh, man. Hold on, guys, man.
Oh, and it's doing it to you too, huh?
No, I fucking.
You screwed up?
Yeah, cause fucking. This is what I was on. It was showing 4 different ones. It just jumped to 209 up there, guys.
Donald Trump with 93%. That's an important number. Of the
Uh,
vote counted is ahead.
It's
by
over
nearly
209. This was
120,000
just,
votes. So
this
you're
is what we're looking
this
at
is where they would
here.
have to be.
This is the most accurate one.
You can pick up votes elsewhere, but
I
that's
don't-
where most of the votes are. That's close to half of the state population, right in Atlanta, in the metropolitan area around it. So what's
And
out there? Are there
CCP.
live
Yeah, they're
outstanding
all
votes
different
out
because
there?
that one
So let's
says,
take a look.
this one in the corner here, it says 232 to 216. This one says 209 to 230.
This is, you're at the point now where you're talking about drawing to an inside straight flush, essentially. You need these votes to come in overwhelming numbers for you. But you do see there's the mathematical possibility. This is why the Harris campaign is on the phone. This is why I assume that Donald Trump has not come out yet to say anything, because he's hoping that this one comes off the board as well. You're looking at the math right there. It's possible. So we're waiting for more votes in Georgia. So then you come up, Jake, and we'll look at the blue wall states in a minute to see if any of the math is changing. But if you look at the map right now, you would much rather be Donald Trump than the vice president.
All right, and we have a projection, John. CNN can project that Kamala Harris will win the Commonwealth of Virginia. Commonwealth of Virginia, with its 13 electoral votes, will go to the Democrat Vice President Kamala Harris. What does that mean for the electoral math? Let's take a look. With 270 electoral votes needed to win, Donald Trump is only 40 behind that with 200.
They're behind.
Kamala Harris
They're
has
fucking behind on CNN.
182 electoral votes. Let's bring you a key race alert. Where are we with all the states that we have not projected yet? Pennsylvania, Donald Trump in the lead, 51.3% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 47.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has a more than 213,000 vote lead over her, with 84% of the estimated vote in from Pennsylvania. In battleground Michigan, Donald Trump up there, 51.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 107,290 vote lead over Harris, but there's still about 55% of the vote that has not been counted in Michigan. A lot of votes to count in Michigan. Wisconsin now, Donald Trump 51% of the vote, Kamala Harris 47.4%. Donald Trump with a more than 92,000 vote lead over Harris. That's with more than 3/4 of the votes counted in Wisconsin, 77% of the vote.
It's not happening. So Wisconsin does it. If we declared Wisconsin the winner, Trump would not be president, but it's another path that Kamala Harris doesn't have to win the White House.
Rob, if I can jump in here, we're getting intel that right now it looks like Arizona isn't counting at this point, and Pennsylvania is a bit stalled. Wisconsin is waiting on Milwaukee, and Nevada's just starting to come in. I mean, these are just. So right now, I got to tell you, it is going to be a long night. As much as we're all antsy to call Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, it might take us quite a while to get there.
But that Dearborn number, that's huge.
Dearborn number, very fascinating in the sense that you're seeing this majority Arab American Muslim precinct going for Donald Trump at 49%, Kamala Harris 14%. They even voted for Jill Stein over Kamala Harris.
Right.
That tells you that is a protest vote.
Yep.
They don't like how the Kamala Harris's administration has handled the whole situation in the Middle East, number one.
Yeah.
And number two, Rick Santorum brought this up earlier, the gender ideology issue, biological males competing in girls' sports, things like that really have turned off the Muslim community. And I have to say, between CPAC and the work that Rick Grinnell has done out there, they have courted the Arab American vote, they have courted the Muslim vote, brought them over to the
and also the Albanian vote. I have a lot of
Lebanese.
family, exactly,
Yeah.
Chaldean. I have a lot of family members in the suburbs outside of Detroit, and they are against the woke. They don't like the whole trans stuff. They don't like the whole LGBTQ. They are pro family. So at the end of the day, they can have different religions, but they are focused on family. All right, let's head over to Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, where the Trump campaign is holding their huge election night party. Senior correspondent John Huddy is there live for us now. John, we're seeing on social media that President Trump arrived. He gave even a little kiss to Marla Maples there, right? That's nice. He's
Sort of distance between the messaging from the campaign and what we are seeing from the inside of the operation, just from sources that we are speaking.
inner suburbs, huge Democratic area. We're coming close to all the vote in, 94%. We are super close right now. And again, let me just show you. In 2020, Biden essentially got 60%. Your Harris is very close to that, but she's not quite at that level. And Democrats want her over 60% here. Given everything I'm showing you about these Trump gains, especially in these counties with significant Hispanic populations, it becomes essential for Democrats that Harris in these areas overperform where Joe Biden did in 2020. Now, there may be some vote by mail ballots left, we're told, in Allegheny County, but we're talking about maybe a
then for Trump, then for Biden. Erie and Northampton, 2 of the 25 counties that did that. At the moment, the vice president is leading in Erie County. In the last campaign, it was Vigo County, Indiana. Their streak of picking the winner went off the board. We'll see if the 2 swing counties in Pennsylvania split as this election goes through. But if you look at this map right now, 85% of the vote, it's this. That's big. You know, if you're looking at 50,000, 60,000, it's easier to do the math. You look at 168,000, the math gets hard. Is it impossible? No. But the question is, when you start coming in here, Chester County's at 81%, large suburban counties where if you get 20 or 30% of the vote still out, you can do some big math. Montgomery County at 68%. As you can see, this is a much more populous county, so you're waiting for the 30% to come in there. The vice president would have to win it gangbusters, probably higher than the percentage she's getting so far. I just want to check it against President Biden. He's a little below President Biden, which seems pretty consistent when you go through some of these areas across these states. Bucks County is this one here. Yes, I'm in the right place. That's Montgomery. Oh, Bucks has turned red. That's why I couldn't find it, because Bucks has turned red. Only 55% of the vote in. But if this is red at the end of the night, Donald Trump's going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is the more blue collar, the more competitive of the 3 collar counties. It's Bucks, Delaware, and Montgomery. Used to be, this was solidly Democratic, and the others were Republican. The education divide has flipped that one. Montgomery and Delaware are reliably blue. But look at this. Donald Trump, only 55% of the vote in. But look at that, 50 to 49. If you do there, you go back in time, 51, 48, 47. So Trump was competitive here. It was a 4-point race, a little more than that 4 years ago. But again, in a close battleground state, you want to move the margins, you flip a county. So let's see if that one holds as we go. If you're in the Harris campaign, that particularly makes you nervous. And then you come out here, and again, I just want to pick them randomly. This is where Trump just runs it up. So you're saying, can she come back in the Philadelphia suburbs and in Philadelphia? Mathematically, you can make the case. Common sense-wise, you start after a while to think, he's getting 75% here, he's getting 78% here. There's a little bit of vote out there, not much, not hardly anything left there, not much left there. So his vote is mostly in. Trump's vote is mostly in. Look at the map. But the question is there really enough there? And let's see where they are here. 94% of Allegheny County. So again, you're getting 59 to 39, 20-point gap. 20-point gap. So yeah, that's got to be a lot of votes to come in, and they say they're at 94%. So it's not impossible. I would say we're starting to lean into the improbable. And let's go over into Michigan. This is a state where the vice president was leading early on. Then Donald Trump took the lead. He takes the lead sometimes in these states when all these rural counties fill in. Look at them all, right? And again, you just find him, and he's at 67% here, and he's at 65% here, and he's at 66% plus there. Not a lot of people. But when you've got,
population, and you have individuals like John Sanchez, who was lieutenant governor there. So there is a possibility for next time to.
Oh, she's at 210 now. She's at 210 and he's at 230 still.
Able to really maintain this Hispanic vote that's becoming more and more independent in these different states.
I want to go to Nebraska for 1 second because there was a lot of talk about Deb Fischer potential.
He felt was a more important topic than the economy, even though the economy kept coming in higher on people's issues lists. And I'm struck, when you look at these cities, Chicago, Miami, all of these places, one of the embedded issues in those cities is the burden that they have had under immigration. So maybe he was right.
No, he was definitely right. I mean, immigration and the border.
Redistricting, Shamari figures there defeating Alabama Republican Caroline Dotson. So this is a race that is in a district that was created because of a big redistricting fight that went all the way.
You have Hamtramck and you have Dearborn. They're not on the map, but they're right here. Those are 2 very important pockets of Arab American voters that were 200,000 plus voted for Joe Biden 4 years ago. We don't know. We don't have that granular detail just yet, but that was one of the big questions in the campaign. Spent a lot of time on my trips at Wayne State campus,
younger voters, a lot of Arab and Muslim students at Wayne State, a lot of young progressive students at Wayne State. Did they lose the youth vote there? A lot of the questions. Now, I'm raising questions that we'll answer in more detail tomorrow and next week and the week after that. We have final
Shout out
results,
to the
but if you're
13 people in chat. Appreciate you guys for the 27
ahead,
likes.
only halfway in Michigan. I mean, I hate to say it, but like you're looking at this and like that's the best of the three blue wall states.
Let's go to Wayne County right now. Let's go to Detroit where we find Jim Sciutto as an update on the vote count there. Jim?
Jake, there have been a lot of questions and some consternation as to why we haven't seen more data from Wayne County yet. And I just spoke with the Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, and we believe we have the answer here. I asked her quite specifically, and she said the reason is that Wayne County, in part, given all the scrutiny on this county as it impacts the outcome of the election in this state, is not reporting partial results. It's waiting until it has either all or the vast majority of those results in before it, in effect, gives that batch and makes it public. And I just want to highlight one point that's going to happen in the next hour, perhaps even the next few minutes. A nondescript U-Haul van is going to drive in one of these doors behind me here with the last remaining outstanding absentee ballots in Detroit, part of Wayne County, about 4,000 we expect. That's the final batch, not just, we are told, of absentee ballots outstanding, but the final outstanding votes in Detroit, big part of Wayne County. So when that truck comes through the door, they begin to tabulate those. That gets us to the point where they're going to have, in effect, all the votes they need to count and get to that point where they're going to be ready to report those final figures. We were told it could be in the next few minutes. We'll be watching. We'll report back when it happens. But that could be the point when you get that big batch reported publicly.
All right, Jim Sciutto in Detroit, Wayne County. And you were noting that we don't have Wayne County to the granular level, that we can't see Dearborn and other places where there were a lot of uncommitted votes during the Democratic primary.
Looks like he's doing exactly what he needs to do to win that state.
Yeah, 54%. We have 54% in. You notice that Trump and Rogers are running pretty much the same. Again, look at Wayne County. The big problem here is Wayne County is only 28% in. It's the largest county in the state. It's the most Democratic county in the state, largest African-American population. Oakland County, which is, well, that's about 85%, and that's actually good news for Rogers and Trump. And you know, one of the other bigger counties, again, 78%. And so really, it's going to come down to Wayne.
All right.
It's back down to Detroit again.
Yeah, it does. I am hearing that Kamala Harris could be speaking in the next hour, so that's going to be interesting because there's always this dynamic of who speaks first, right?
Yeah.
Is it going to be Donald Trump or Kamala Harris? You want to go too early, too late? So we'll see what
You
her
saw
message
that. You
is,
saw that
because-
gasp before where she was pretending to be on the phone and then she actually.
Oh, wait,
showed
that
her
was
camera.
earlier today.
Yeah.
But remember, this is the campaign, the Kamala campaign saying, go to bed, get some rest. It's going to be a long night.
All right, Kilmeny Dukart joins us live now from Novi, Michigan, at a Mike Rogers watch party. Talk to me, Kilmeny, about the vibe there. How's it going?
Yeah, so here at Mike Rogers campaign headquarters, there has been a lot of enthusiasm, especially when we're seeing these races called for the former president. Now, obviously, Michigan is still counting the votes. It's still quite early, but there's a sense of enthusiasm here as we have seen Mike Rogers pulling ahead slightly over his Democratic opponent, Democratic Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin. But you were mentioning Wayne County going back to the presidential race. Wayne County includes Dearborn, Michigan, neighboring Hamtramck, where you have, again, the largest Arab American population of the country. It was really interesting when we were on the ground in Dearborn speaking to voters. Many of them indicated that they do support the former president because he has visited the community, he has spoken with them. They have had direct engagement. Kamala Harris did not visit Dearborn. They've been very frustrated by the Biden administration, Biden-Harris administration's handling of Israel's war with Hamas, and they're essentially going to
The Puerto Rican vote around the country. This
To be under the sort of
the exit polls, so you can look at union households. That's a question on the exit polls. I can show you some counties where we were. 3 times I went out there to talk to union auto worker groups. And I want to just say this up front. There are more automobile manufacturing jobs in the United States today than at any point during the Trump presidency. I repeat, there are more auto manufacturing jobs in the United States today than at any point in the Trump presidency. However, the EV debate is a debate. Stellantis just laid off 1,100 people. Right, and in part because they say they have electric vehicles sitting on the lot. The union says that's BS. It's corporate greed. They're not keeping their word. But this is a conversation. Are they going too fast? At a minimum, are they going too fast? There are some auto workers who say, why are you forcing this on us? There are others saying the infrastructure is not in place. Culturally, people aren't ready for them. Why are you going so fast? So one of the places you'll find that is right here in Macomb County. We met Joseph Knowles, just laid off from Stellantis, a black union auto worker. No one in his family had ever voted Republican for president. He was voting for Donald Trump. He said everybody in his family was mad at him. This is where you find them right here. Bill Govier is another Ford worker in Macomb County who wanted to vote for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. When he dropped out and backed Trump, Bill Govier said, that's great. I love them both. And he voted for Trump a 3rd time. So some of them have been in Trump's camp.
No, we don't want to
like
go.
Bill Govier. And Joseph Knowles is a +1. Voted Democrat all his life. Right? So they're Macomb County. You don't want me to go here. 36%. But Trump at 58, when you round that up, Trump at 53 right there. So again, we'll see if that sustains itself.
Yeah.
And the Biden number at 45, the Harris number at 40. If that's the number at the end, then it's very hard.
Well, there you go. And you can see why not all of that change is from that one issue or that one demographic I described, but that is quite significant if it holds. Let's go to Pamela Brown at the voting desk. Let's jump to Wisconsin if we could, because Pamela wants to talk about Milwaukee and what's going on there. Pamela.
Yeah, I've been talking to officials there, Milwaukee County as well as the city. Let's look at Milwaukee County right now. A large portion of the vote that remains is from Milwaukee City itself. This is the largest county. This is the largest city in Wisconsin. According to a source in Milwaukee County, 9 out of 19 municipalities are completely reported. And the source also says that the county clerk there expects all results from Milwaukee County to be reported between 2 and 4 a.m. tonight, Central Time. So these results coming in overnight there from Milwaukee County. That is the expectation. Now, let's dive in here to the Milwaukee City. I just spoke to an official there. Milwaukee City has 27,724 mail-in ballots left to be counted so far. In addition, officials are still waiting for results from 4 wards still, and they'll be the day
I'll come out there and get them in a minute.
So from election day. So there's still quite a bit to go to count tonight there in Milwaukee City. For context, 69% went for Biden in 2020. And as I mentioned, this is the largest county in Wisconsin. So we're keeping a close eye on this.
All right, Pamela, thanks so much. Let's take a look at Wisconsin as long as Pamela drove us here.
So a critical point she makes, 4 wards in the city of Milwaukee still have not reported their election day votes. And again, anecdotally.
See, this is the number you want to look, because this is from the Associated Press. These numbers here are the correct numbers, guys. These numbers are the correct numbers.
This is Milwaukee plus the suburbs around it. The county is what you see here. But she's at 66% and Joe Biden's at 69%. So when those city of Milwaukee votes come in, that not only does that percentage need to move, but that math needs to change quite significantly if you're trying to make up that. Now, 96,000, that's better than 150,000, right? Simple math, people. We always say politics can be very complicated. Sometimes it comes down to basic arithmetic. Are there enough votes still out there to overcome a 96,000 vote lead? And so if Pam says 4 big wards are still out in Milwaukee City and there's a little bit more in Milwaukee County, the answer is maybe. But again, you're getting to the point where you're drawing to an inside straight flush, but maybe. So then you look around in other Democratic areas, and again, Eau Claire, she's getting 55% of the vote. I just want to compare that. That's okay, a little better maybe, but it's not a ton of. It's just not a ton of people there. Then you come down to La Crosse. You're looking at the blue areas, and you're saying, is there anything left? Not much left, right? It's not a huge swing anyway. So even if you pick up some votes, you're not picking up a ton there. So if you're looking at this map now, I just want to check what was our percentage here? 95% in Dane County, and these other blue counties around it. I'll hit them for you. You just see they're pretty small.
Standing right, 75 to 77, somewhere in that range. So a lot of votes in Detroit. So whether or not that's something they can overcome on Harris's side, I do not know. Let's pop out to the southwest while I got you guys, and let's go here. Okay. Well, this is a change here. 0.7 now, 13,365 for Trump in Arizona. Let me just see this, okay? You got some rurals out here. Apache, you get a lot of Republican votes up in here. Sorry, excuse me, Mojave. My bad on that. But Maricopa is the big one. 60% of the vote statewide is here in Maricopa. She has a slim lead here, 2.2. That hasn't really moved. And the folks in Arizona told us before the night began that they were going to, it will be a process. It's going to take a while too. But look, if you ask this question of the decision desk, they may tell you one thing. The only thing that I can tell you is that when I poke around in this map, the main population centers in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Philadelphia as well, state of Pennsylvania, are still outstanding as of now.
Well, a lot more to dig into, a lot more calls to make from the data that's coming in. The biggest prize, obviously, that blue wall. Our coverage continues. Next.
Insider's Room, Simone.
President at 50% with 93,000 votes. Now, we're not completely done there, but that 5,000 votes makes a big difference. It just does, right? So and that's there, right? So then you come out here and you come up, let's just move on up, right? Carbon County, look at this, Trump getting 73% of the vote. You know, he's improved. That's one of the places he's overperformed himself. And then you move up here, this is Lackawanna County, Scranton, Pennsylvania, Joe Biden's hometown. It's a tough, competitive blue-collar area, but 51 to 48 now, 54 to 45.
And if that movement of 4%,
right,
it can be the whole thing.
It's a couple thousand votes here. It's a couple thousand votes there. I want to show you
By the
something
way,
else.
can I just point out?
Erie has now flipped.
Erie, which has always voted with the presidential victor in Pennsylvania and nationally, is with
Has flipped, and let's see where the turnout is there. Again, it's one of the 25. They're at 95%. It's very close, but it's always very close. So you see Erie County, very close there. And I just want to come across the state, Northampton County. So you're on the, your Buffalo, New York border, and here's New Jersey here. You've got, 52 to 47 there. Not done yet, but the two multi-pivot counties, twice for Obama, then for Trump, then for Biden. The moment they're going back to Trump, I just want to show one more thing we haven't shown tonight. I just want to bring this up and bring this out. It's not here. It is here. No, it is here. Sorry. I will figure this out eventually. I promise you. I just have too many gizmos. Just want to come in here. Come on. Let's show you this. So let's go out nationally first. Everyone's been talking all night long about the headwinds. There'll be a lot of questions asked about this after the fact. This is not a good environment for any incumbent. Kamala Harris is the incumbent vice president. What this shows you is not votes. This shows you the darker the county, that county has been hit by inflation. Meaning, the darker the county, the more cost of living, energy prices, gas prices, housing prices in a lot of places have outpaced wage increases. Right? Try to find me. See the green?
Yeah, what does that mean?
That's the county where your wages have outpaced inflations. You can use a hand. You will fill one hand. In the more than 4,000 counties and townships in the United States, you use one hand to fill out the counties where wages have outpaced inflation.
So can I make two observations?
So I just want to come back into your comment.
Oh my goodness,
I want to come back to your comment. The darker the county, the more punishing, the more inflation has outpaced your wages, your cost of living. And just look, I mean, the fact that she's doing as well in the suburbs is a testament to the Democratic strength there. But you see in these other places, it's just, that was the headwind. And that came up, I can tell you, I was on the road for 15 months, and that came up from the first trip to the lab, even for people voting for Harris, even for people gladly and proudly voting for Harris, we're saying it still sucks when I go to the grocery store.
Yeah, and that's also why, the right track, wrong track numbers are 75%, wrong track 25, but the election's not 75%, 25, because there are people who think it's wrong track, but they're still going to vote for the Democrat. Yet, this is difficult to fight against if you're in the incumbent.
That's North Carolina. Especially you're trying to win back.
Look at all the dark colors in Arizona and
Nevada. It gets worse as you go west. That's what I was going to say. Then you're in Georgia. Look, this is the Atlanta suburbs, right? If she loses just a little tiny bit, right? And look down here. These are working class people, right? And then you're absolutely right. Then you come out here and you look at in Arizona. That's Maricopa County. That's the largest county. Up here is usually Democratic area.
He's winning Maricopa County.
He is at the, that's just the close. That one's close still at half and half as you bring that up. Of all the visits, you want to talk a place that unemployment hit 30%, twice the national average.
Tourism.
And cost of living. I mean, look at it right there, where, again, the darker the county, the more and out here it's housing more than anything. Housing in Vegas, a lot of people rent. There's not a lot of land to build new houses, so the rents go up. And once the COVID moratorium on rent increases went up, rents went up through the chutes, and a lot of the working class people out there complaining about that. So
I wasn't done with Pennsylvania,
Well,
but,
we'll go back.
but hold on, because Pamela, but no, to go to Pennsylvania because Pamela's. I'm gonna throw it to Pamela. She has some information on Georgia. If you could, there you go, Pamela. What do you got for us in Georgia?
This is important information in Georgia. I'm getting from Gabriel Sterling, the top election official there. The margin right now in Georgia is 118,000 votes, right? 100,000 votes are outstanding right now. This is what I'm being told from Gabriel Sterling. Now, he says the split will go marginally for Harris. So let's break down what we know about where some of that outstanding vote is. Chatham, 40,000 outstanding, I'm told. This is a county that went to Biden in 2020. Carroll, outstanding, 18,000. This is a county that went to Trump in 2020. And then you have the blue counties of DeKalb and Fulton. DeKalb has 3,000 outstanding ballots. Fulton has 2,000 outstanding ballots. Again, just to recap, tight margin, 118,000, 100,000 votes still out in Georgia. And Gabriel Sterling says it's the split coming from that will be marginally, his prediction is for Harris. But this is what the data coming in is showing right now. Back to you.
John, do you have any questions for Pamela?
You say the total outstanding votes is 100,000?
He said 100,000 votes out. Yep.
Well,
And so I just gave you a little snapshot of where some of those places are. Chad and Carol, I asked, when are we going to find out these results from these counties? He did not have a timeline exactly for that, but hopefully soon.
But the significance, obviously, that Donald Trump right now has a margin of 118,838 votes, and you're saying there's 100,000 left.
If he's being literal, sometimes 100,000, they're getting calls from counties and they say 20,000, it's really 22.
Right.
They say 30,000, it could be 33.
John,
But if he's
can I
being,
just jump in?
yes, please.
Actually, we asked about how do you know these numbers, and actually by law, they have to have it,
Right.
the actual numbers. So
Hi, Susan.
I understand your point, but I think they do have more precise numbers.
Look up there.
based on
That's
what
the
law
Associated
requires.
Press number. This is the Associated Press. I'm not worried about any of these channels fucking what they got. I'm worried about that Associated Press number.
100,000 left,
Right.
and she won them all, and she won't. He's 180,000
She
votes
said
ahead.
marginally for Harris, which means probably like 53-47 or something along those lines. Interesting. We'll have the decision desk talk to the people in Georgia. Can I go back to Pennsylvania just for 1 second? I want to look at Philly for a second because it was so important. It's so important for every Democrat to drive up the margins here. Harris is with 78% reporting. Harris is at 78.1% to Donald Trump's 20%. We've already talked about this. This is a better performance by Donald Trump than in 2020 and also in 2016.
So watch where he is, right? You can look at it either way. He was at 18%, now he's above 20%. If we go all the way back in time, 21, the state, he was at 15%. The third party candidates mattered a little bit there, more statewide than
The thunderous bass boom from the enormous speaker systems continues unabated. But where the crowd here at the
believe in. So a lot of energy, and I think represents a lot of living rooms where maybe families of 4 or 5 are chanting USA as you guys are bringing in the returns. A lot of hope that the former president will be 47. It's just a matter of when it might be called. So thanks for indulging us here on Fox Nation. We just wrapped our coverage, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job.
Thank you,
Hey,
Pete.
thank
There's
you.
probably some good music down there, too.
Exactly. Say hi to everybody for us down there.
Maybe not New Edition, but some. Let's bring in our panel. Welcome back, Carl Rove, Jessica Tarloff, and San.
Jersey was very, very close in that, 2020 race? What was that, 20? Yeah, it was 2020. He commissioned these focus groups afterwards.
If this plays out the way it's going right now, this will be the conversation in the Democratic Party, is what's happening in urban America, both in terms of the numbers, the turnout, the math, and the percentages.
So I read this in an exit poll, and whoever is listening from the exit poll desk, Challian, whoever, if I get this wrong or if there's been an updated number, please let me know. But it said black men in Pennsylvania in 2020, 10% went for Trump. In 2024, 25% went for Trump. Black men in Pennsylvania more than doubled for Trump.
But if that number's true, I mean, after every election, you have the conversation, right? After 2016, it was what's happening to Democrats I mean, it was already happening, but trying to put on steroids the Democrats' problem with white working class people who work with their hands. And now they take the white out of that. Take the white out of that.
It's just about working class people.
The gains among black men, the gains among Latino men are among people who work with their hands, who have been punished. The conversations that strike you from 15 months on the road is, I could afford a new car, but then if any prices go up, I can't take that loan. Like I cannot put, there's no way. So you're asking your mechanic, can I keep this thing on the road for a little bit longer? And your Christmas time, you're telling
Thank you, Shaq. I appreciate that, bro.
Or we were going to try to go to Disneyland, but we're not this year. We're going to go to the amusement park, that's a couple hours away by car, but we're not going to Disneyland or some big thing like that. These are the conversations you're having in state after state after state with people who have working class jobs. And some of them, union auto workers, they think that's a good middle class job. Union auto workers who get the employee discount, who can get preferable financing, saying, I'm not going to take the risk to buy a new truck. I'm going to keep this older one on the road because I just can't do that on the family budget now. Can't do it.
Yeah. Back to Caitlin Collins at Trump HQ in West Palm Beach, Florida. Caitlin, what are you learning right now about the former president's plans this evening?
Well, Jake, we have been waiting to hear whether or not he was actually going to come here to the convention center. And just to remind everyone at home, there are two separate parties happening right now. A watch party here where I am at the convention center in West Palm Beach, Florida. And then Donald Trump was also having an event at his Mar-a-Lago club surrounded by Republican allies, major donors, people like Elon Musk and RFK Jr. But we are now hearing from sources that Donald Trump is making plans to come over here. Obviously, they have to prepare the motorcade for him to get in to take about a 10-minute drive over here where the convention center is. But Jake, that is a sign of how good the Trump campaign is feeling based on the numbers that John King just
See, every channel is different. Look, you see that? They got 180, 182 to 230. That one's got 216 to 232. That's the number we want to look at over here with the Associated Press. That's the number we want to look at because the Associated Press is the most accurate fucking number out of all these channels. I don't give a shit what all these channels are saying with the numbers. I'm looking at the Associated Press number, which is 210 to 230. She's only down by 20 electoral votes right now, according to the Associated Press. That's what I look at. The Associated Press. Deep CNN, MSNBC, Newsfox, and MSNBC and Fox News. I don't care what they're saying. We had an issue with this one time before with these saying, what was it? Fox saying that Trump had won and he had never won. All the votes weren't in yet. And they were saying that he had already won. Fox did. And that Fox got him at right now. Harris at 216, Trump at 232. I don't look at those numbers. I look at the Associated Press number, man. That's just me, though.
Probably within the next half hour.
Yeah, and of course the big question is what he's going to say. Obviously, he wouldn't come here likely and not take the stage. That's behind us. It's already a room that's filled with his supporters. We'll be waiting to see what they say. Jake, obviously something that we've been watching closely as ever since a few hours ago when those Virginia numbers were coming in, that was what first gave that sense of confidence to the Trump campaign. And obviously that has only continued to grow ever since seeing the calls in North Carolina, how well these Republican Senate candidates are doing also, and those numbers there in Pennsylvania, Jake.
All right, Caitlin, thanks so much. As we prepare for what we think is going to happen, Mr. Trump coming out and speaking, it is a good moment for us to take a measure of where the night is at this moment. We're still, of course, waiting to call several of the battleground states, 6 out of 7 of them. But Chris, right now, I think it's fair to say anybody watching would rather be Donald Trump than Kamala Harris at this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if he declares victory, he hasn't won the race yet. There is still a potential path to
See, that's what I was saying. See how I was just saying that
wall
shit?
states have been called. If he says the trends are looking very good tonight, you can't argue with that.
I was just saying
I'm
that
going to go
shit,
to
man.
Jake for a major projection.
That's right. We have another major projection for you now.
Come on.
And CNN can project that Georgia will go to Donald Trump. Georgia, a very hotly contested battleground of 16 electoral votes. This is the second of 7 battleground states that we have called, and both of them have been for Donald Trump. Let's take a look at what that means for the electoral math.
Now they're saying 246. See, I don't believe that shit. CNN is what you want to. I mean, this Associated Press one. These guys are behind.
There are 200.
These channels are behind. I look at that.
To win. As of right now, CNN is not ready to project who is going to win the presidency, but I'm sorry for so rudely interrupting.
You're good, Papa
Donald Trump
Smokes. I
has now
appreciate you being
been
here, brother.
projected to have won the second of 7 key battleground states, with 5 more to go. And obviously, the blue wall states, as you were saying, are crucial.
And this is a flip because in 2020, Joe Biden won. Now, despite the fact that Donald Trump tried really hard to find those 11,000 plus votes, they weren't there. And this time around, the projection that you just made is that they are there, plus, who knows however many votes there are. So this is even more evidence why we heard the Harris campaign manager, Jen O'Malley-Dillon, say to reporters maybe an hour or two ago that the Sun Belt is basically gone and they're looking at the blue wall, and they're still insisting that it is possible. But this is, again, a very, very bad news for.
Yeah, I mean, we went into the night with a lot of people talking about a potential realignment with both parties. Who would be the mix of people in each coalition? But it's actually looking pretty close to what we know in the past. You have white women voters with no college degree going for Trump in our exit polls. Similarly, with Latino men also going very heavily for Trump in our exit polls. So there's a sense that people did not necessarily go into the ballot box and secretly vote for someone else. The people who in the past voted for Trump came home to Trump.
People will be going through these exit polls and the analysis. And,
It's my phone, bro. It's my notifications on my
for
phone.
Trump and
It's a
didn't work
doorbell.
for Harris on gender. Back in 2020, Biden won women by 7 points more than Trump won men. This time it's exactly even. Harris won women by 10 points. Trump won men by 10 points. But the one that just stands out, sort of a flashing light, Jake, Hispanics. Biden won Hispanics 4 years ago by 32 points. As of tonight, Harris has won Hispanics by 8 points.
Can I just add one other thing about what this Georgia projection means? What it means is that she's got to win Pennsylvania. If she doesn't win Pennsylvania, it's over.
Yeah, no, absolutely, especially with the fact that he is leading right now in the 5 battleground states that we have not called. He is leading in all 5 of them: Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Donald Trump widening his lead in the race to 270 electoral votes with this new win. In Georgia, ballots are, of course, still being counted in these crucial battlegrounds. We could get new reporting on votes at any time. We're going to squeeze in a quick break. We'll be right back.
To stare. The trend continues where it is this evening.
I'm not going to say he's probably got this.
Steve Kornacki, thank you very much. We've got a call to make. NBC News can project at this hour, and this is a big one, that the Republican Party will control the United States Senate. Now, what tipped this over is that NBC News is also projecting a couple of Senate races since we last checked in on Senate. Right now in Nebraska, incumbent Republican Deb Fischer is projected to have held off a very stiff challenge from, interestingly, an independent challenger, Dan Osborne, not a Democrat, but an independent, ran a very close fought race against incumbent Republican Senator Deb Fischer, but NBC News now projects that Deb Fischer will be returning to the Senate. Shows you a little bit about how things proceeded in this Nebraska Senate race. I should also tell you that earlier than this, in the Utah Senate, NBC News has also projected a winner in the Utah Senate race. Romney, by Utah Senator Mitt Romney, it will be held by the Republicans, by Republican candidate John Curtis. So after John Curtis secured that seat and Deb Fischer secured hers, that puts the Republican control of the Senate on the books, according to NBC News projections. Lawrence, let me just get your reaction to that.
And this is huge because in the event of a
of a Harris presidency, she probably would not be able to get any federal judges confirmed. I mean, any, like not any district, not any appeals court, not any Supreme Court for an entire 4 years. On the other hand, in a Trump presidency, this means that all of those judges can just sail right through. It could mean that Donald Trump manages to broker the retirement of 2 Republican Supreme Court justices and replaces them with much younger justices. So the issue now becomes, what about the House of Representatives? What are we going to end up with in the House? If the House, if the Democrats can get control of the House, then they really have control of government. They do not have control of the confirmation process. That's gone.
Let's look at the vote margin for Pennsylvania. I'm going to show you the blue wall and how, if it's moved every direction for the past 3 decades, is it about to move in the same direction yet again? Right? There's 3 counties here in Philadelphia that really tell a story. These are your flipper counties, all right? Look at Northampton. All right, Northampton is above Philadelphia. Trump's leading in Northampton. That flip for Biden, it's flipped back to Trump by about 5 points. Look at the other end of the state in Erie. Erie is one of these bellwethers as well. Kamala Harris has been leading there most of the night, and just about 30 minutes ago, Erie flipped. In Center County,
Electoral votes.
right smack dab in the middle of that T that you normally get in Pennsylvania, Center County has always been the exception. It's been blue. That's where
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
All the channels are putting it on. Do you see that? All the
Short
channels are putting it on.
to-the-point statement from Cedric Richmond, the Harris campaign co-chair, speaking to what is still a considerable crowd at Howard University in Washington, D.C. You now see them turn as one to start to leave the grounds. They're letting the crowd assembled there for the Harris campaign and for in support of Vice President Harris, letting everybody know that she's not going to be speaking on any subject over the course of this evening. Cedric Richmond saying we still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. You will not hear from her tonight, but he did say that you will hear from her tomorrow. I think indicating that she may be speaking from Howard tomorrow, both addressing HU, Howard University, but also addressing the nation, in his words.
I just wanted to sort of re-emphasize a point that Lawrence made before that speech about where we stand tonight. We're looking at a map that appears to show somewhere in the national 3 or 4 point swing from 2020 towards the Republican Party. We have called the Senate for the Republican Party. That they were always favored to take the Senate, given the map, so it's not hugely surprising. There is a weird wrinkle here, which is the House of Representatives. Now, in 2016, of course, Donald Trump won that race despite losing the natural popular vote.
And this very much felt, I mean, we talked before about whether this felt more like 2020 or 2016. This felt so much like the Javits Center, and specifically her campaign chairman, John Podesta, came out at almost exactly this same point 8 years ago and made almost exactly that same speech. And the next day, Hillary Clinton came out and conceded. Now, again, He is not at 270 yet. She has not lost this race, but you don't have to be a weatherman.
Right. And just to go over where we are right now, so there are 7 battleground states, and we have called, CNN has called, projected that Donald Trump will win 2 of them, North Carolina and Georgia. And it's, so of the 5 that are remaining, there's Arizona. Trump is in the lead currently with 0.72% of the vote. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is in the lead with 2.6% of the vote. Wisconsin, Donald Trump is in the lead by 3.53% of the vote. And then there's Michigan, Donald Trump is in the lead with 6.12% of the vote. There's also Nevada, which I don't see on that list there, and I haven't committed it to memory, but there wasn't enough really percentage of the vote that had come in yet for us to be definitively saying anything. In any case, the point I'm trying to make is, of the 5 battleground states that are outstanding, Donald Trump is currently in the lead in all 5 of them.
And in a place like Nevada, the demographics is something that is more favorable to them. That's an electorate that has more male voters, more Latino voters, and those are 2 groups we're seeing who are leaning towards him.
And I just want to go back to, even though we don't know where the blue wall states are yet, we're still waiting for votes to come in, some of the underlying themes that we are seeing.
Shout out to the
that Bobby, you were
13
talking
people in
about
the
a little
chat.
while
Appreciate
ago,
you
but I
guys.
think it's important to go back to. One of the things that we started out the evening with was about the women, the question about whether or not we're going to come out for Kamala Harris, whether or not men were going to come out for Kamala Harris in a post-Roe world on that issue. And if you just look at, for example, suburban women, they, according to the national polls, they went for Trump.
It seems like abortion was not the animating issue it was the way it was right after the Dobbs ruling. In so many of these exit polls, I'm seeing that the economy, the people who were most upset, listed themselves as angry or facing severe hardship. Those are the people who really went for Trump.
Yeah, I have to confess that I always thought in the last week or 2 of the campaign, this idea of trying to appeal to secret voters was something of a risk. Anderson?
Jake, thanks very much. This is the first time we've all talked. David Axelrod, what do you make of what we've seen?
Look, I think that this was a race that was very, very close in the polling. And for the longest time, including up until last night, I and others said we had notions, we had feelings, but we weren't going to make any predictions. And the truth is, we're sitting here tonight and we're waiting for the 3 states that can determine the race one way or the other to render a verdict, and they're close. And she's right to wait to have those votes counted. But what was very clear watching the night unfold is that rural areas voted for her in significantly less numbers than, or percentage-wise, than they did for Joe Biden 4 years ago. And she could make up the difference in some of these suburban areas and the cities. And I think the discussion that John King had was very pertinent. I care deeply, more than I can say tonight, about democracy and what it means. I've said it a million, refugee, and I revere, and I'm so grateful for what it's given my family and everyone else. But part of democracy, and this is my major difference with Donald Trump, part of a democracy is to honor the will of the people, to honor its institutions. I imagine that that's what the vice president's going to do when the final verdict comes in, if it's not a positive verdict. And I think there's a message in that. There is a message in that. And I think it's an important message.
I think the reality is Kamala Harris faced tremendous headwinds heading into this. I was riding on a bit of a vibe in a sense in the final stretch because she did feel like she had energy, but the fundamentals have been against her from the outset. Biden's unpopularity was dragging her. She had opportunities to create distance with him, and I think chose not to. I think it's a respectful thing. You don't want to throw your boss under the bus. But the reality is Donald Trump was going to blow Joe Biden out of the water, and she needed to create that distance. There's also just some fundamental shifts that I think are happening, a realignment with the parties and within the country, and I think we need to be more in tune with them. This could end up being the most diverse coalition that ends up possibly electing Donald Trump, and we need to hear about why that is. It's the issues of the economy,
I mean,
borders.
the way this is playing out tonight, right? We need to recognize that over half of America feels very strongly about the things that Donald Trump feels strongly about, right? A secure border, the economy, crime. They might not be a perfect messenger, but the message resonates. And what we talked about this earlier about the check engine light, all those things are real. Democracy is a luxury when you can't pay your bills. And I think,
and we can't pay our fucking bills.
Sitting back and saying,
We can't pay our bills, man.
Everyone, that they view as the elite and kind of sneering and saying, we told you so. We're not garbage. We're hardworking people. We believe in these things, right? People don't like to be talked down to. This coalition, this is Hispanics. Trump is crushing in Hispanics, the Hispanic vote in Pennsylvania, right? He's getting 50% of the women vote.
Lehigh County, he's up from 2020. He was at 45%. He's now at 40.
Allentown is, we were talking about how the Puerto Ricans are coming out. He's winning those votes because what those people care about? They care about security. They care about economy. They care about those things around the kitchen table. So if the former president is going to be the next president, I think there's a lot of Americans are going to have to sit back. He's going to win. Looks like he may win the popular vote, right? There's going to be a reckoning in America. The people are going to have to sit back and say maybe some of these things Trump's espousing are not crazy. Maybe he's right. Right? Maybe the Democratic Party needs to come back to the center. They want to be competitive again. There's going to be a part where they're going to say we need to go further to the left.
Ben? I hear what you're saying, and I do see it differently because I'm thinking about the people who are not a part of anybody's elite who are hurting tonight. There are.
You're right, Papa Smurf. You do need two incomes.
Who know a little bit.
That's why I need to fucking try to start selling my shit online, man. That's why I started another Facebook.
Who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple of months.
Papa Smurf, and I did start another Facebook
for a lot of
for me.
And they were hoping that maybe this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy. And once again, they were facing rejection. And that hurts. They thought tomorrow morning they're going to walk out with their shoulders back a little bit. Maybe able to breathe for the first time and feel like they belong someplace. They did everything that they knew how to do. And it's going to be harder than it should be tomorrow for them to hold their heads up. And they're not the only people who are hurting tonight. If you're a parent of a trans kid, your child's face was used as a springboard to power for somebody. That doesn't feel good. There are going to be people tomorrow, we're going to be handing clothes at the dry cleaners to people who don't have papers. There are going to be people who are going to be cleaning your teeth tomorrow who don't have papers. And they're terrified tonight. And so it's easy to blow this off. Oh, look at the elites. They're going to get their comeuppance. It's not the elite that's going to pay the price. It's people who woke up this morning with a dream and are going to bed with a nightmare. And those people didn't deserve to be respected and held and talked to. Those are the people who are going to pay the price for whatever Trump decides to do.
Man, how do we know that those people didn't vote? A large portion of those people aren't a part of the party. The Democratic Party let those black women down. Not Donald Trump.
Dave,
we gotta go.
Okay.
Let's
I
go
will.
back to Jake.
All right.
I will.
All right, thanks so much. And we're going to bring you a key race alert right now. Let's check in with the states that we have not projected. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump still in the lead there. 51.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 47.8%. Donald Trump with a more than 216,000 vote lead there with 92% of the estimated vote coming in from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Michigan now, the Wolverine state. Donald 52% of the vote. Kamala Harris 46.1% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 203,000 vote lead. It's 1% of the estimated vote in from Michigan. Wisconsin, that's the Badger state. Donald Trump, 51.1% of the vote. Kamala Harris with 47.3% of the vote. Donald Trump with a more than 110,000 vote lead with an estimated 86% of the vote in from Wisconsin. Arizona now, Donald Trump in the lead there too, 49.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 49.2% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 12,242 vote lead there, a little bit more narrow with 52% of the estimated vote in from Arizona. We are awaiting more votes from the outstanding presidential battlegrounds as this race goes into the night shift. And we expect to hear Donald Trump speak to his supporters very soon. We're going to squeeze in a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay here.
We were a little off in that, but that's fine.
From my memory,
Right, I know.
like he didn't
I'm
exist.
returning him back. I'm
Thank
sorry
you.
about that. We saw when Hillary Clinton at the Javits Center, we saw the campaign chair also speak then. It doesn't, you have discuss.
That's what they were thinking about. And they said, we noticed that there was a certain percentage of white men who voted in 2016. They sat out 2020, and we're trying to win them back. Is there evidence that those white males in those upper Midwest states did that tonight?
There was sort of a rule of thumb we were adopting that, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier in conversation with y'all, but that, the gender gap is a double-edged sword. Gender gap can help.
The winner is Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris. When the Trump campaign was getting very, very, very cocky about how they were going to do tonight, they started talking about expanding the map, expanding to Virginia, which they lost tonight to Kamala Harris. They talked about expanding the map to New Mexico, where they sent Donald Trump in the closing days. Now NBC News projects they have lost New Mexico to Kamala Harris as well. We shall see. I think the Democrats were hoping they'd do so well, they'd expand the map to Texas and Iowa, and they didn't win either of those either. At this point, we've got 2 of the 7 swing states called. They are North Carolina and Georgia, both called per NBC News for Donald Trump. We're still watching the results come in all of the other swing states. We're heading toward a 1 a.m. closing
All right, Papa
in
Smith,
Alaska.
I'll be here.
That'll be our last poll closing of the night. Steve, as we're heading toward that, what are you watching?
Yeah, I'm watching Pennsylvania because now we've inched over 90% of the vote in, and Trump's margin now has moved over 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. That's a 3.5 almost point advantage for Trump. What just happened and what's left? Well, we just got a big piece of the puzzle. York County this is a biggie. Again, we talk about that south central Pennsylvania region as a sleeper. We just got all of the rest of the vote here. A lot outstanding. And again, to put this in perspective, this is an improvement from Trump over where it was 4 years ago. And that completes pretty much the storyline in this region of the state. One of the big questions we asked in Pennsylvania at the start of the night was, would Trump decline further in this part of the state? He had dropped a bit. He had dropped a bit in 2020. He didn't drop any further in counties like this tonight. Lebanon County, Lancaster County, Cumberland County, now York County. Where else did we just get results? We got it in Westmoreland County. We're almost complete here. Again, big Republican suburban, some rural areas too, certainly, but big Republican county outside Pittsburgh. And again, Trump is running a little bit better than he did here in 2020. That's what his campaign wanted to see. We also got some more results out of Montgomery County. We're getting close to everything in there. 86%. Harris is winning in Montgomery County, big suburban county right outside Philadelphia. It's a 22-point margin for her. But what we have been watching is this number, this Harris number, has been ticking down ever so slightly with every update. Why? Because every update is the vote that was cast today. That is the most Republican-friendly vote. The vote by mail, the most Democratic-friendly, that was released.
He just hit 246.
So what are we
He hit 246 up here.
Pennsylvania? Well, again, Philadelphia, we've got about 80% of the vote in here right now. Harris is.
This is the number you want to watch. Not about these numbers over here. Don't look at these numbers. Look at the Associated Press.
North of, frankly, 500,000 votes probably. Again, Jacob said
All right,
there'll
Papa
be a big
Smith.
vote by mail update in the morning, get some clarity on that, but Democrats need to boost the number there. We are waiting as well in Chester County on the vote by mail. They do it at the very end there.
Sorry, Steve, didn't mean to catch up mid-word there. This is our final poll closing of the night. It is 1 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast, and that means we've got our final poll closing, and that is in Alaska. Right now, the projection in the presidential race in Alaska is that it is too early to call between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. In terms of the road to 270, this is where the two candidates stand right now as they both try to get to 270 electoral votes. Shazam! There it is. 246 electoral votes for Donald Trump. 194 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. In terms of the battleground states right now, let's look at the, battleground states right now. Pennsylvania, too close to call, 92% of the vote in. In Michigan, it is too close to call with just over 60% of the vote in. In Wisconsin, it is too close to call with 114,000 votes between the two candidates, 86% of the vote in. In Arizona, it is not too close to call, it is too early to call. We've got just over half the vote in Arizona. You can see the numbers there. And in Nevada, similarly, it is not too close to call, it is too early to call, with 70% of the vote in Nevada. Looking at the Alaska House race, there's a Senate race right now in Alaska, but there is a House race in Alaska that is of interest and is one of these races to watch in the country right now. In the Alaska House race, where Democratic incumbent Mary Peltola is trying to hold on to that seat, facing Begich from a famous Alaska family. Nick Begich running in this race as a despite his family's Democratic history in the state. This race is at this point too early to call in the House race in Alaska. That is where we stand. Steve, I'll get back to you.
Yep. Again, in Pennsylvania here, it's about 220,000 just to reset. We were just looking at where else could votes be coming in significant numbers. Centre County here, we still have some to come. This is where State College is. Trump leading here right now. I believe vote by mail still to come here. This was a Democratic county for Joe Biden in 2020, so an opportunity for Democrats to add a little bit. Penn State University right there. So there are some pockets, though frankly, this should be a Republican county in a big way by the end of the night. We still have a ton of votes to come. We knew it was going to take a long time here. The vote by mail, it looks like, has been processed. So there are pockets here where Trump can gain too. But again, Philadelphia, by far the biggest thing outstanding. Democrats just trying to squeeze everything they can out of those collar counties, but with 93% in, making up a deficit of 220,000, getting to be a very tall order for Democrats. I wanted to update Wisconsin as well as we approach 90% in the Trump margin there, about 4 points, as you can see right now, 116,000 votes. We have been following this story of Dane County, and it's been a bit of a mystery for some of the night exactly how much vote was left. We actually believe, now take a look at this, we said at the start of the night, the margin for Democrats in 2020 for Joe Biden was about 182,000 votes. So Harris has now actually gotten basically to the Biden level in 2020, and we believe there is a little bit more to come still in Dane County. So it appears actually that question we posed at the beginning of the night here, could Democrats squeeze more out of Dane County than they've been getting? Every election this century they have, it looks like they're going to be able to do that. We'll see. Make sure there are a few left there. Obviously, if they do, we expect them to break decisively for Kamala Harris. And one other thing I did want to point out and just make sure we kind of get on the record, as we look at the map of the country here, and you see in gray the states that aren't called, you take a look on the East Coast here, and this one stands out. New Jersey, which in 2020 was a state that Joe Biden won by 16 points. Now, nearly 90% of the vote is in here, and Harris does have a pretty healthy lead over Donald Trump. But a couple things we can note here. I wanted to call your attention to this. This is Passaic County. The city of Paterson, New Jersey is here. Passaic is here. This is a plurality Hispanic county, working class Hispanic county, 42% Hispanic. Look at this. With just about all the vote in, Trump is...
But she's overperformed a little bit in Chester County down there, which, again, 8-10 years ago was a Republican county. But where is in Bucks County, which he's right at, it's currently flipped. Right. But a lot of it's out here in places where Donald Trump already runs strong. He's running stronger. And that's critical. One of the questions coming into the campaign was, well, Donald Trump got 2016 phenomenon, more votes in 2020, but he lost. Are there really more Trump voters out there? Well, yes, apparently there are. You see them right there, and you see them in other states as well. So there's Pennsylvania, Jake. I just want to go through this quickly to see if the math has changed. 63%. We've been stuck there for a little bit. You come down here. Again, when you're looking at 224,000 votes, Joe Biden won Michigan by 154,000 votes. Donald Trump's at 224,000 votes. And so you're looking and you're saying, where? Possible. Well, the only place you can get that many votes is Wayne County. They're at 24%. So you see, she's at 58% right there. Donald Trump at 39%. Again, you want the conversation that is going to start once these states are called, assuming we stay on the trajectory we are on, which the trajectory we are on, not there, we're not the finish line,
But the trajectory we are on is an overwhelming Donald Trump victory in the Electoral College. The possibility of flipping back all three blue wall states. But even if he loses Michigan, look at that. That's going to be a conversation in the Democratic Party. How's that happening? How is Donald Trump getting 30% in up to 39%? How's that happen? How did he get 30%? The Democrats were already debating how did he get 30% 4 years ago. If that now holds, if Donald Trump's above 35%, close to 40% in Wayne County, Michigan, the Democratic Party has a big conversation on its hand. When I started doing this a very long time ago, it was about the Reagan Democrats in Macomb County. Now it's going to be about the Trump Democrats everywhere. Including black men in Wayne County. There'll be people saying it's the Arab American vote. Young voters didn't come out. The analysis will start as soon as we're done getting someone to 270. But that's a huge problem, and you see it again here. Again, the foundation of the Democratic Party is urban America, and then the close-in suburbs. That's where the math is, and that has allowed Democrats, allowed Joe Biden to withstand all of that. Donald Trump's phenomenon in rural America, where he's not only winning those counties, but the math is up, and this time again, he turned out more voters. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, this is Milwaukee County, the city and the suburbs around it, but the vice president's at 66%. That looks impressive, except when you go back 4 years ago, and you see the president of the United States was at 69%. And so in place after place, especially starting in the foundations, Anderson, the building blocks of the Democratic Party, which is urban America, she's having a problem. We're not done with all the vote counting yet, but she's underperforming President Biden from 4 years ago. In the close-in suburbs, you can find some exceptions to this, but in the close-in suburbs, she's doing reasonably well, reasonably close, exceeding it in some places. But Trump is doing better in urban America, a little bit better in some key suburbs in battleground states, and turning out even more voters in the red rural counties where we have seen the Trump phenomenon in 2016 and 2020. It's with us again in 2024.
Yeah. John, we'll come back to you. Caitlin Collins at Trump headquarters, where we expect the former president to speak soon. Caitlin, do we know, how soon he may get there and any idea on what he may say?
No, Anderson. Obviously, we're waiting to see what this is going to look like because this is so new to the Trump campaign as well. They've been watching these numbers carefully all night as John King has been going back and forth on the magic wall, but they themselves obviously were waiting to see, were there any surprises in store? They were watching closely. The gut check of North Carolina and Georgia obviously came through for them, and now we are told Donald Trump he is making preparations to head over here to the convention center. This is where the official watch party is, and Anderson, we saw aides preparing a teleprompter on stage, heightening the lectern and the microphone to make sure it's ready. So a clear sign that we do expect to hear from him. When that happens remains to be seen. And Kristen, obviously, as we've been looking at this, Trump is famously very superstitious. He doesn't like to, start planning things too far in advance, talking too much about who he put in a potential cabinet, much less working on a speech, which he said today he did not have remarks prepared.
And even the people around him were hesitant to put anything down. There were some conversations about potentially drafting something, either way, drafting two versions of the speeches, but they were still hesitant to even do that. And a reminder that Donald Trump finished up his rally last night at 2:30 in the morning. When they got on the plane, there were some conversations about what tonight was going to look like, but essentially everybody was like, let's wait and see, let's go and see. Now, I told him when Donald Trump gets here, it's not clear if he's going to go to the stage right away. We know, obviously, they have called North Carolina and Georgia, which were wins for the Trump campaign. Whether or not they're going to wait for one more of those big swing states remains to be seen. We do believe he's going to be here imminently, that he's going to leave Mar-a-Lago, head over here. We obviously know that they have bussed over all of the people from Mar-a-Lago who have just arrived here. We see this room fill out. But how exactly he's going to handle this moment remains to be seen. We know what happened, obviously, in 2020. I am told he's in a very different headspace now than he was at that point, probably because of the fact that they're telling him that he could win this.
Yeah, you could sense that today when he was voting at his polling place as well. He was talking in more reflective ways about the campaign. He was saying he believed it was one of the best campaigns they've ever run, talking about in terms of just pure messaging. I mean, obviously, some of his allies would have disagreed with the candidate himself.
There you go, bro.
But one
That's
thing
who's
about
going to
this
win, though,
election,
man.
obviously it's filled with his supporters who are here, who were invited by the campaign. A lot of his allies were also at Mar-a-Lago with him. People like Elon Musk, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Dana White. We've seen Senator Marco Rubio trickling here. House Speaker Johnson is also on the way. So it's also important to see who's going to be around him.
That's going to matter to Donald Trump a lot. It's going to matter to Donald Trump a lot who actually steps up and shows up here tonight, who left their races early before they were called or right after they were called to come to Palm Beach. And we were told that there were a lot of people considering doing that because of the fact that they know Donald Trump cares about loyalty. They were considering coming if it looked like the race was going the way that it currently looks like it's going. So we can likely expect more House members here than we've seen already.
Yeah, and we know family members obviously have been around him. We saw, I was told by someone that Barron Trump was with him in Mar-a-Lago earlier. Obviously, Melania Trump went and voted with him at their polling place just a few hours after y'all got back from Michigan from that early morning rally. Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner, I think that's an open question. They do live down here, obviously, in South Florida, but they have not been prominent faces on the campaign trail.
And even during his trials, I mean, one thing to remember is that they came and saw him after he was convicted, but stayed behind closed doors at all times. They were up at Trump Tower. They never made an appearance with him. He has really done this campaign without any of their help. They've been with just Aaron and...
Yeah, obviously, Kristen, thank you. Jake, back to you.
Thanks so much. We have a major projection in the battle for control of Congress. And CNN can now project that Republicans will win back control of the United States Senate. We can make this projection because CNN projects Republicans win the U.S. Senate seat in Nebraska. The GOP picking up enough seats to reclaim the majority that they lost 4 years ago. This is a huge victory for Donald Trump's party as we're still waiting the final outcome of the president.
It's only a CNN projection. They're not. It's, we'll know everything in about a week, man.
What happened?
We'll give it a week. I'll give it a week, man, and we'll know exactly everything. The House, the Senate,
It was a
the president,
very
all
good
that shit,
map
man.
for
In about
Republicans this time
5
around,
days
and
to a
very
week.
bad map for Democrats. One of the questions was whether or not these kind of brand name, long-serving Democrats would be able to kind of outperform the.
Honestly, I really don't like CNN because it's a government-owned station.
And the answer is no.
Yeah, Sherrod Brown is a great example, but came to office in 2006 during a kind of blue wave, survived 2018. Like, he was always there for when,
like mass deportations. If you're living in a red state, you're more exposed in a way than you would be if you're living in a state with a governor who intends to protect you. And so I think, you know, these are the questions, and again, we're not there yet. We haven't gotten to that yet, but those are the things that people would then have to think about is where, you know, where
Shout
you
out to the
live
9
then
people
suddenly
in the chat.
becomes very
Appreciate you
important
guys.
to
Thank
what
you out for the
your
28
rights
likes.
as a citizen.
Let me interject just for a moment. We have a change in a characterization. This is not a projection of a winner, but in Nevada, we had previously had word from NBC News that this race was too early to call. Now in Nevada, in the presidential race, it is too close to call. You see 70% of the Nevada vote in, a difference of just under 40,000 votes between the two candidates. Similarly, in the Nevada Senate race, the previous characterization by NBC News had been in this Senate race that it was too early to call, but now in the Nevada Senate race, this is too close to call. This is Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen facing Republican challenger Sam Brown. It is too close to call, and boy, is it. Look at that, 70% of the vote in Nevada. The difference between these two candidates, just barely 3,000 votes. Look at that, 480, 3,000 and something versus 480,000 and something. A very close and therefore too close to call race in Nevada in that Senate race. And again, that's crucial not just for the future of Jackie Rosen versus Sam Brown. It's crucial in terms of what the margin's going to be in the Senate, which has all sorts of material consequences for what the Republicans are going to be sort of capable of doing there. Ari, I interrupted you.
Oh, well, we were going around doing this new exercise. We're not there yet, but.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd throw one in there.
Okay.
Do I? No, I say it every time, right? Yeah. We're not there yet. But we have now NBC's called a Republican Senate. Donald Trump has busted through his past ceiling and is doing very well, better than he ever has before in the national trends. And then we have several races that are too close to call, as Rachel just reminded us. So we're not there yet. But in the event that you would have another Trump term, you then have a very important thing that happens in democracies that builds on what you each were saying, which is what did you vote for? Did you vote for a different economy? Did you vote for things that were promised to you to fix prices and inflation, for populist agenda? Other things, were you told that changes to certain international policies would benefit you in your own community? And just as we talked about the reaction to inflation, how many years that takes, and here's some of what people said, democracy and the economy really out front there in people's own estimations today of their biggest issue. And do you find in 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, none of those things are being addressed, or none of those real world realities are changing, right? That's why we often see this back and forth with the midterms. So I don't think anyone here is getting ahead of the calls. We've emphasized that, or underestimating what I think looks like a very significant set of outcomes. But if people voted for the economy and other improvements and they don't get them quick,
it's a weird state. The Democrats have taken control of everything, although we did elect Governor Lombardo, who's a Republican, former sheriff, and they changed when they got control of the legislature. They changed all the laws, and one of the things that's legal there is ballot harvesting. You have these very strange and weak rules on postmarks, so they're going to be accepting ballots throughout the whole week. So there was a 50,000 vote lead, 40 some odd thousand vote lead with the early vote. The great news, if what Tom's saying is right, and I'm a little concerned that that's a little too optimistic, is it didn't happen in Arizona, it happened in Nevada. That also, election day was also strong. And then we'll have to get through these next couple of days with the counting of the mail ballots that continue.
All right.
Tax on tips, baby. It was a smart thing to do.
Brilliant. All right, keep it right here. We'll be right back in less than 2 minutes.
Thousand vote lead with an estimated 89% of the vote in from the Badger State of Wisconsin. Arizona, Donald Trump in the lead, 50% to Harris's 49.1%. Donald Trump has a 16,000 plus vote lead with an estimated 53% of the vote in from Arizona. In Nevada, Donald Trump in the lead there, 51% to Kamala Harris's 47.4%. Donald Trump with a more than 37,000 vote lead with 70% of the estimated vote in from Nevada. John King.
We're looking at the map and we're watching, we're just trying to see. The only question really now is, well, the first question is, can the vice president win Pennsylvania? If she does not, Donald Trump is the next president of the United States. And then from there, if she wins Pennsylvania, Donald Trump still has other paths to 270. So for the vice president, your priority is here. And you'll notice all three of those states are red. That's the so-called blue wall. The blue wall is ruby red at the moment, not done counting the votes. So let's turn it off and wander through them, starting in your home state, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Key thing here, these are close battleground states. Look at the size of Donald Trump's lead as we go through them. Joe Biden wins this by 80,000 and change. 4 years ago, Donald Trump was ahead with 93% of the vote in by 219,000 votes plus. So that's hard to overcome. When you're at 93%, and statewide so far, you're getting 48% if you round that up. Do the math at home. She has to get well in excess of that, hugely in excess of that when you're at 93% to have a chance to catch up. Hugely, way overperform where she has been throughout the night. Miracles happen. So you look here at Philadelphia, you're going to come here. This gets pretty stunning when you go through it county by county. We're not at the final results. Maybe the end will look a little better than this. Maybe the vice president can come back. But again, you look at here, Donald Trump getting 21% in Philadelphia, the vice president getting 78%.
Shout out to the 10 people in the chat. Appreciate you for the 29 likes over that
was at 18, the president was at 81. And you're seeing this over and over again. You go out to Bucks County here, Joe Biden at 52%. If you round that up, Trump at 47. 4 years ago, you come back here. I said earlier in the night, if this stays red, Donald Trump will win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's still red. Not done, but it's still red. This is the blue-collar suburban area. Your cops, your firefighters move out of the city to get a little house with a patch of grass. It gets a little bit bigger out here when you move out, but look at this. It's just, she's at 48%, 49% if you round that up. The President of the United States was at 52. Again, it's a very competitive battleground county, but to win Pennsylvania, you want to be on the top end in Bucks County, and at the moment, the vice president is on the losing end. Then you move over here to Lehigh County. This was the big conversation, right? Both candidates there in the final days because of the Madison Square Garden event, the debate about, is the Trump going to lose the Puerto Rican votes, the Latino votes because of this? Well, at the moment, Harris, 95%, so not a lot of room for this to change. 51% for the vice president. She's winning the county, but she's not winning the county again. Look at Joe Biden. Now, this is Joe Biden's birth state. He had a home field advantage maybe. It was in a pandemic. Donald Trump was at his weakest, I guess you come out of that. So you can rationalize it away, but we do the math here. And the math is that she's running behind. That's 53% for the president. And once again, the vice president. So there'll be a lot of conversations about blue collar workers. Is it sexism? Is it racism? Is it because she didn't break with Biden on cost of living issues? This is going to be the conversation if this map continues. So you come back out again and you look, here's a place, this is Trump country, Pennsylvania, Luzerne County, right? But you always look at sometimes the margins with it, where the other guy's winning or the other gal's winning. You just want to cut into their margins in a close battleground state. Donald Trump at 60, the vice president at 39%. And you come back here, Joe Biden at 42%. That's the difference. The margins within some of these places, even where you're losing, you have to improve your margins. Where you're winning, run them up. Where you're losing, try to cut the other guy's margins up. And she simply has failed to do that across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I could go on, but the point is the point. And then there's this. Again, in a big state like this, a complicated state like this, this is just Trump country. 70%
I don't
here.
even like you. Shut up.
51% there, more a little bit more competitive, but 75% there, 73% there. That's how he does it. And you have to combat that and contrast that. And even in those counties, again, in most of them, Harris not matching where the president was. So that's the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You look at the popular vote and you come on out. Again, Donald Trump lost the popular vote twice. Even when he won the presidency in 2016, he lost the popular vote. Lost it by more than 7 million votes 4 years ago. At the moment, a lot of votes to be counted. At the moment, he's 5 million votes ahead in the popular vote. And again, you know Donald Trump would like that trophy. In addition to winning 270 electoral votes, which he's not at yet, he's on a path to it. He's not there yet. He would love that trophy. We'll see if he gets it. Michigan, we're up to 67% now. This has been a slow walk. You're up to 67%. But again, 154,000 votes for the president 4 years ago. Donald Trump's lead is well in excess of that. 224,000 votes. You're at 67%. So there's more vote out. A lot of it is right here. This is essentially it. Just like I said, Philadelphia is it. If the vice president's going to come have some improbable mathematical comeback in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, it must be Philadelphia. That's where the most people live. That's where the most votes are out. The same for the vice president here in Michigan. Only 32% in Wayne County. But again, this will be the conversation. If we get to the finish line and the result is as it is, look at Donald Trump at 41% in Wayne County. That's Detroit and the suburbs around Detroit. 30% in 2020, 40% in 2024. If Donald Trump has a 10-point gain in Detroit, that's Detroit.
Rocky Top, what up, Rocky Top?
That's Wayne, auto factory, auto workers here, inner city Detroit here. That's going to be a giant conversation in the Democratic Party.
Appreciate you, brother.
Much like this was in the late 1980s. When
Yeah, hit that like button, guys. Give me a like.
To red. Trump has flipped it back. You see Trump.
Hit that like button for me, guys.
If you want to round that up. Again, this will be the conversation after. If this race continues where it's looking right now, 41% for the Democrat in Macomb County right now, 45% for Joe Biden 4 years ago. So pick your challenge. Black voters in the urban area, cities in general, blue-collar workers in places like Macomb County, blue-collar workers.
Trump taking Pennsylvania, 51 to 48%.
Well, that means he's the next president of the United States because those 19 votes.
That's bullshit, dude.
To what he has would put him at 270.
I don't believe that. That number is not at 270 yet. Fuck what these channels are saying.
But Trump's the ad messaging.
Don't believe this shit.
Cost of living thing, which she said not a thing. She tried to amend that.
Don't believe it.
But they turned that around pretty quickly.
It was, without question, and we've been saying this all year, the most professional campaign that Trump has had in his 3 runs for president. But I came over here because I want you to show me, even in the blue states, what's going on. For example, take me to New Jersey. All right, that's a state. I mean, just look at that. 51. It's with 80%, 88% in, so not all the votes in, but 51% to 46%. How did Joe Biden do?
5 points. 5 points better for Donald Trump. Look at him more than it. You know, if you're a Democrat in a blue state, you're trying to figure out what's happening to my party. You know, is it all Trump? And I mean, there's a separate fascinating conversation going because a lot of the people are going to be in that Republican Senate with a President Donald Trump. If this continues to go where it's going, you know as well as I do, a lot of them don't like him. They wish he was not the leader of their party.
Shout out to the 8 people in the chat. Appreciate it.
And they know that. And so they're going to work with it. But again, so the Republican candidate for president 4 years ago got 41% in New Jersey. And the Republican candidate for president this time is getting 47%.
What's up, Flacco?
There'll be all sorts of, nobody spent any ad money there. Nobody focused on the presidential race there. Make all the excuses you
Right.
want, that's a problem.
But it was a 16-point spread last time.
Yeah.
And it's a 5-point spread now. What about New York? Take me to New York.
Come back out and come back in. The Empire State.
Okay, so she's up by 11 percentage points, not all the votes in, 92%. So 11 points. How did Biden do?
Yeah, it's a lot more.
23.
23.
From 23 points to 11 points. So, I mean, it's not, and actually, you know what? Show me some of the counties. Can you go into like Queens and?
You can come down here and you can get into Manhattan here.
So Manhattan.
And Manhattan is not Donald Trump territory.
Right.
It wasn't then.
But I mean, like.
Trump took on, that was the first thing that he did. The very first thing that he did in 2015 was take on the old Republican Party. He has completely reshaped the Republican Party. The Republican Party is no longer doesn't stand for a lot of things that it stood for before. He has made it a far more middle class, working class, a far more practical party, I think probably a far more durable party. And he's figured out how to win with that. And you can't help but think that with this victory, in 4 years from now, he's going to have the mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old party that they were. But it is truly extraordinary, and it is all by the force of one guy, one man who had the fortitude, the strength, the vision, the refusal to accept anything. All of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting and fighting and fighting.
It would have been one thing for him to come back from a single defeat, to be elected again. But when you think about it, he came back from a series of them. I mean, his party lost in the midterm when his 2018. They lost in 2018. They lost the presidential election in 2020, and they had a major disappointment in 2022. Which one might have thought after all that the party wouldn't turn to him again, and yet in the face of that, plus all the things that Martha enumerated, the indictments, all the other troubles that he had, for him to come back from that, he was really quite striking.
And think about how toxic he was after, say, January 6th. And then you're looking at races now in states where Donald Trump very well may drag Republicans, and he's overperforming in a lot of places fellow Republicans.
It really
Just
does.
got home.
I think there are
Alright,
parallels to
Flacco.
1980, Mark Penn. When you look at Jimmy Carter, we had hostages in Iran. We have hostages in Gaza right now. Very high inflation and a malaise in many ways in the country that I think these people who have been called a lot of names have had enough of. What is your impression of what this means tonight?
Well, I think this means a lot to a lot of people. I think the working class are looking for a renewal of American jobs. I think people are looking for a border that is sane and an immigration system that works. I think a lot of people over in the Middle East are looking for Iran to pull back in the face of a president whom they fear. And, look, I think it's going to be incumbent on the Democratic Party to
What the fuck
understand
does
that the
Iran
people
have to do with our
spoken,
election? That
and
shit
to
makes no sense.
dissemble and
What's up,
dismantle
Genevieve?
this lawfare system that they have built up here, which is going to raise a whole series
States
of
that are
questions we're gonna
still too
have
close to
answer them.
call
But
are
they cannot say that they are better than Donald
Pennsylvania,
Trump and recreate a system that does not recognize the
Wisconsin,
women, and the people have spoken, and he is going to be
Michigan.
the 47th president.
We haven't talked about foreign
Hold on,
policy.
I'll
a
have
lot,
to-
but imagine
hold
this,
on.
making an
Out classified information on the corner. You are not going to have American allies who have been relying on us as the pinnacle intelligence agency in the world.
$500 of your pay before payday. No.
Oh, hold on. Dang it. Hold on. I'll tell you right now, Flacco. Hold on.
Get paid when you stay with MyPay. Get started at Chime.com.
When my mom needed adult
I didn't
papers,
vote either,
I didn't know
B.
where to start. Then
But handling it the
Oh,
way
you
did
got
Mar-a-Lago at the top.
Arizona
and
too early to call, Nevada too close to call, Wisconsin too close to call, Michigan too close to call, and Pennsylvania too close to call, Flacco.
It's a different world.
Flacco, you got Pennsylvania too close to call. Fuck, now I go back, dickhead. You gotta go off of that number up here, the Associated Press number. I don't care what this over here, what number is DC over here. You gotta go off the Associated Press, man. I'm not worried about that. Says 267, 216. No, you got to go by that number right up here in the corner. That's the Associated Press number. That's what I go off of. Yeah, you're welcome, Flacco. I go off the Associated Press, man.
Some foothold there. That's just good.
As we're moving, Bitcoin went up exponentially.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Are you? So you're buying later.
You know, speaking of Bitcoin, I'm also struck by just calling Pennsylvania here, Dana. Trump embraced Elon Musk in an enormous way. A lot of stories were written that said.
See, they're saying Trump won, but that number hasn't hit 270 yet up here.
Working on his outreach teams, didn't know what they were doing. He's going to.
And got a lot of criticism. Remember the $1 million giveaway for registered voters?
But of course for that.
Selena Zito, who's somebody that we follow and we've had on the show many times.
From the primaries to this point, on their phones, getting ready, hugging each other.
I don't believe that shit, dude. That's a fucking lie. This Newsmax is lying.
And they can get behind
Fox News is lying. They're saying Donald Trump won. This is the same shit that happened 4 years ago. This is the same fucking shit 4 years ago. Fox News said that Trump won, and he didn't fucking win. I'm going by that number right there. The Associated Press number is 247 to 214. There's too many close call states. There's 4 close call states. I'm not gonna believe that until I hear about it a couple days from now. Yeah, I don't believe that.
75% of the estimated vote in Nebraska's District 1. Nebraska's District 2, though, we should know, John, is actually the one that we're really.
But that the dollar should no longer be the world's reserve currency, and that, in fact, maybe the dollar itself is a bad idea.
Yeah.
And so, if that's what we're going to be entertaining, then exactly what you're talking about is exactly where we're
I'm
at.
open to eliminating the penny. If that's as far as we want to
Trying to
go.
get rid of that forever.
Let's go. Well, and you have, multiple Senate seats.
There yet, but this is watch this map. We'll circle one state. This is where we are now at 1:34 a.m. in the east. It might be 1:33 a.m. in the east if somebody wants to correct me. That's 2020. There's a lot more blue there, but this is what I wanted to get to in 2016. This is Donald Trump making his 2016 map, and at the moment, if things hold up, we're not done yet out there. We got a long way to go, and sometimes Nevada takes days. It's possible he'll even add Nevada to the 2016 map. Now, we're not done, but this is a very impressive map for Donald Trump. I should have made it to 1:35 in the morning to do this, Jake, but we're on television. There's a great team of people here that you can't see, working the cameras and everything else. I have a great new media team that helps me with the Magic Wall. I want to show you one of the things the Magic Wall team, the new media team came up with as we look at these votes. So your challenge in Wisconsin, right? The vice president has to turn around Donald Trump's pretty big leads. I shouldn't say pretty big leads. Big leads, 125,000. Wisconsin, 2 elections in a row, decided by 20,000 votes and change. His lead with 90% of the vote in is 125,000. That's a landslide in current day Wisconsin. We're not done yet, but our team has come up with a great way to look at this. So you're looking at votes over time, right? And what is the challenge for the vice president? Well, the vice president needs to narrow the gap, but go back to the beginning. Trump was ahead early. Harris got ahead of him. They kind of danced together for a while. And you see this flat line as we go. We've moved 1 a.m. You see 1 a.m. down here. The only way for her to win is to close those. Not happening. That's not been happening for a long time. That's Wisconsin. Let's move over to Battleground, Michigan. Same thing. She starts off way ahead. He comes up. They're competitive. He pulls ahead. And again, you're going, we cross past midnight to where we are now after 1 a.m. Pretty much a straight line across, meaning what? She's not narrowing the gap as more votes come in, right? Which you try to come back. It's pretty simple to look at home. So there's those two there. And let's come over to the biggest of them all, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Closer. You see it right there. It's closer. But she opened up a big lead early on. That's the early votes. You see what happens. Then essentially, welcome to Battleground, Pennsylvania. They are just running in a straight line across, but the red line has stayed on top all the way across. That's close, 51 to 48. But that's close, but she needs to know even more. Just a different way to look at it is just to see you're trying to find the trajectory, and is there any possibility that it's going to close? And at the moment, there's no evidence that those lines are coming closer together. Closest.
But that's why I said, guys, you got to go off of these numbers up here.
51%.
That's why I go off of the Associated Press. I don't go off of none of these motherfuckers right here.
Just want to go back in time, the beginning of the night. I say he's the variable. Her first time on the national ballot was the presidential nominee. He was the constant. Not in my lifetime.
It's too close to call in Pennsylvania right now.
For president. Well, Donald Trump getting 50%, 51% right now in Pennsylvania. You know, in 2020, he was a 49. In 2016, he was a 49. Trump was the constant, right? The question, Democrats always said Trump can't get to 50 in the battleground states. So you have to eliminate the third-party candidates and just get above him. Just get above 49, get 49.5. Well, Trump tonight blew that part up, at least where we are right now, because he's above 50 in Pennsylvania. He's above 50 in Michigan, where he was at 48 again. And you go back to 2016, 48. Trump was a constant, except this year he grew. Or anyway, we don't have the final numbers right now, but he's above 50 there.
See, don't have the final numbers yet.
Back and forth again through it again, but he was a 47, 48, 2016, 2020, and there he is above 50% with again.
It changed history when Obama became president. When the first African, okay, Pennsylvania's too close to call, Michigan's too close to call, Wisconsin's too close to call, Nevada's too close to call, and Arizona is too early to call.
2022. Democrats may gain in the legislatures. Democrats think Michigan is growing in their favor. Donald Trump's 243,000 votes ahead with 69%. Still some room there, maybe, to see it happen. That's the one with the most outstanding vote. And Anderson, I throw back to you. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, so critical to Trump cracking the blue wall.
Shout out to the 11 people in the chat. Thank you for the 31 likes, guys. I appreciate it. This is going to change history, man. Again, it will change history. This is a big election for us, man. For fucking the inflation.
Donald Trump with 94% of the vote counted, Anderson, up by 191,000 votes. In battleground Pennsylvania, that's a blowout.
Yeah.
What's up, Florida Climate
As you were pointing out, in Wayne County in Detroit, he 10 percentage points higher than he ran in 2020. I mean, we're seeing that in county after county. David, what do you expect him to say tonight?
I don't know, Anderson. Listen,
he's going to be short.
Listen,
concise.
There's going to be hopefully we see happy Trump. Happy Trump sells, right? Happy Trump's great for America. I think he'll thank the team, Susie, Chris LaCivita, the people who've been there when no one else believed. Those folks believe.
You've been
Susie's been on this
sleeping.
team since,
I knew you've been sleeping, bro. You haven't been
far
talking.
back, nobody can remember. Nobody wanted to see Donald Trump. Nobody wanted to go talk to him. He was a pariah, and Susie was there, and this team has been there the entire time. You know, we sat here, Anderson, through a lot of different trials and tribulations, literally, and 2 assassination attempts. And so I think he has a right at this point to be a little victorious on the stage and, you know, pump his fist and say, you know, damn it, we won. Be a little happy. Take the victory.
The trials are probably over now, and the question is, will the tribulations be out?
Can I just say, by the way, like, this isn't the outcome I personally wanted. I'm happy with the decision I made not to support him. But you know what? I think Americans are going to accept the results of this. I think we're going to move forward. I don't think we're going to be storming the Capitol and spreading lies about our elections, because that's what you do if you care about democracy. I do want to hit on one thing, though. Abortion, abortion, abortion. We thought this was, many people, I should say, thought this would be the driving issue to this election. It was going to drive women out in the suburbs. I warned about a year ago that in the key battleground states, Georgia's the only one that has what would be considered an ultra-restrictive abortion law. So if you're expecting voters to be highly animated about the laws of another state, in Pennsylvania and Michigan, I just don't think that materialized. Also, that a significant portion of the country actually did support the overturning of Roe. That is a fact in it. So I think there was an overemphasis there and not reading the mood that there are other issues that were driving women.
Well, there are 2 states that had abortion initiatives on the ballot.
Exactly, that's what it is, Ted.
Arizona and Nevada.
247. That's why I go by the Associated Press. I go by this right here. Fuck these numbers. These numbers down there in the corner is saying 267 to 224. That's stupid. I go by the Associated Press number, man.
That I hope what he does is stand up and talk about the country and show grace and thanks. You know, you say he should take a victory lap.
All right,
but-
B.
I mean, David,
But-
he's been getting the shit kicked out
but one
of
of
him
the- no,
for 4 years.
Yes, because he refused to accept the results of the last election, because he helped instigate what we saw on January 6th. That's why he's been taking what he's been taking. These are things of his own making, but that's in the past now. The people have made this judgment. The question is, what does he do now? And one of the things that has not been apparent is the ability to actually put others first and put the country first and not make it all about him. You heard the whole discussion about he's going to remember who showed up and who left their campaign headquarters to be here and so on. These are not the instincts of a big leader. These are the instincts of these are selfish instincts. So, can he change? 78, we'll see.
I just think that I'm still absorbing all this. It's a lot, and I think when he steps out on the stage, we see him as like, America's next president. The world's looking too.
Yeah.
If you're a soldier in Ukraine, looking at Russians being more and more aggressive, you're very nervous tonight. You're very nervous tonight. If you're a solar farmer in a red state trying to deal with this climate issue, we've had billion-dollar climate disasters. Your financing might fall apart tomorrow morning because you can't now count on the federal government being at the front lines of this fight the way that the Biden-Harris administration had put the United States government at the front of the climate fight. So you've got people all around the world whose fates are now in the hands of someone who can either be aggrieved or it can be big. He's usually not big. And so I think this is a shock. It's a political realignment for sure. The Republican Party can now claim to be a multiracial working class party. That is a shock. But the policy implications for planet Earth are yet to be known.
I mean, I think that's the real open question. So are we getting 20% tariffs? That's going to be devastating for the economy. Are there going to be mass deportations on American soil? That's what he ran on, and I believe it's actually the mandate the voters gave
Listen,
him.
so I think on the tariff things, as you see, tariffs are a negotiating tool, right? That's what it was in the first administration. That's what it'll be in this administration. There are 350,000 criminal aliens here in the United States. I think it'd probably take 4 years to find, locate, deport those murderers and rapists that are wandering around. The Biden Department of Justice acknowledges are out there. We need to get those from the streets. I don't think anybody in America is going to be complaining if we lock those folks up and deport them out of
He
here.
doesn't speak with that level of specificity when he talks about it.
I always hear that during the Obama administration, they actually deported criminal alien, more of them than were deported during the 4 years of the Trump administration.
We should keep rounding them up and kicking them out.
But the point is, what he says to get elected and we don't know. We just don't know because it's basically a vehicle for him. And the question is, does it?
And as well. Let's go out back out to Trace Gallagher on the West Coast with his panel. Hey, Trace.
Brett, thank you. Martha, thank you as well. We've got our panel, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kayla McGee-White, and John Caldwell. You're talking to your panel, Brett and Martha, and we were talking to ours, and Kayla McGee-White was struck by the whole concept that, again, Trump was undercounted. Kayla.
This is the third consecutive polling miss in a presidential cycle for Donald Trump. And we really need to be asking ourselves, why do they keep getting it wrong? And at this point, it is a choice. Back in 2016, you could argue that you were blindsided. You didn't expect it. You cannot say that anymore. This was predictable from the very start. And I think the reason they keep getting it wrong is because they still don't understand the average Trump voter. They cannot wrap their heads around why so many.
Oh yeah, I agree, Ted. I agree, bro.
Because for a long time, actually for the past decade or so, Democrats in power didn't think they needed to. And he
Has got it back up and to that 2016 level in Pelham. There's a number of towns. Here's a big one we're waiting on. This is the kind of thing. Salem. Again, right over the Massachusetts line. Again, it's a place where Trump won it by 20 points. This is big by New Hampshire standards, by the way. 20 points, came down to 13 points. Trump needs to get that back over 20 points. So you look still there. We could take a look. How about some of these other big ones here? Derry, New Hampshire. Okay, we got complete in Derry. A bit of a blue-collar town here. Pretty big-sized blue-collar town. And again, Trump by 14 points in 2016.
Shout out to the 11 people in chat. Appreciate you guys.
He's gotten back Not quite, though, to the 2016 level. I think to really have a shot in New Hampshire, Trump would have to be exceeding the 2016 level. He nearly won New Hampshire in 2016. It was just 3,000 votes. But in a place like Derry, he wants to be going over the 2016 number. Take a look at Londonderry. Very similar here. Big, kind of blue-collar place. Look, Trump eked it out in 2020 after winning this thing by 10 points in 2016.
Oh shit! Sorry guys, hold on.
The Trump campaign would look at Londonderry and say they want to have more improvement than that. So Trump seems to be taking a step forward. There are, pretty significantly sized, outstanding places on this map.
I don't think she will, dude.
That's why. Let me choose what I pay for and 471. But with so much to come.
I don't think she'll do what Trump did for Florida when the last election. I don't think she'll do that. She ain't gonna be like fucking Trump and cry like a little baby. I don't think she will. Shout out to the 12 people in the chat. Appreciate you guys.
And saying these are numbers that are going to give Trump a victory in New Hampshire.
Last one I'm going to ask you about, Stephen. I'm not even supposed to, but I'm going.
I got 15 seconds for you, Steve.
I just think when I see this 16, let's go out to Minnesota now. 3/4 of the vote is in. Uncalled, of course, Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, the Democratic vice presidential candidate, and yet compare what we're looking at right now in Minnesota to what we saw 4 years ago. 7 points, cut more than in half at this point. It's a 3-point Harris lead. It's a pretty good cushion she has there. But again, this is a drop-off for Democrats in the vice presidential candidate's home state. Oh, and I wanted to extend it out further because, remember, in 2016, this was one of the states that Trump almost got. He got, remember, Pennsylvania he flipped, Michigan he flipped, Wisconsin he flipped on the strength of blue-collar white voters. Minnesota is a state that also has a ton of blue-collar white voters, a lot of them small cities, rural areas. And again, this number tonight is not looking as much like 2020 as it is 2016. Again, what saves Democrats, even in a close call like this in Minnesota, what saves Democrats is the immediate Twin Cities area here.
Yeah.
You talk about like Hennepin
I think
County.
Trump will, man.
It's the big pop.
Honestly, Ted, I think Trump will fix a lot of shit, dude. Honestly.
And again, right on the number. Harris is right on the number. She's not dropping off at all in Hennepin County. So look, even if Trump is making gains.
It is election night in America, and Americans have voted, and the votes are being counted. Let's look at the electoral vote math right now. Donald Trump has 246 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 187 electoral votes. Obviously, 270 electoral votes are needed to win. So let's look at those states that remain outstanding. Pennsylvania, outstanding in so many ways. Donald Trump has 50.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris, 48% of the vote. Donald Trump with a 193,000 vote lead.
Crowd. Wow. The Palm Beach Convention Center, West Palm Beach, Florida. This is becoming a raucous crowd. You see how excited they are, and you think about how the left, as Mercy and Matt were just talking about.
Yeah, they're saying he won, but these numbers hasn't changed over here, man.
Himself, but Trump supporters. And this is validation for these men and women who have stood with Donald Trump amid impeachments, indictments. You see,
Well, according to fucking Fox News right here, according to Fox News, he won already. 277 to 226. According to them.
You can see the joy on all these people's faces.
According to fucking CNN, he still hasn't won yet.
Or red as we get to approaching 2 a.m.
According to this, he hasn't won yet.
Count the votes, and you went through the margins. I mean,
Fox fucking News did the same shit like they did 4 fucking years ago and said Trump won when he really didn't win. Yeah, Papa Smith, yeah. But they're saying he won. The fucking Fox News did that shit 4 years ago.
In a very long time, and that's due to former president, now soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks. And before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was...
He's actually doing better, a broader win. Now, part of the reason is because
California, all these blue states lost votes to the red states.
And they're saying fucking Max News, Newsmax is saying he's at 300. No fucking goddamn way he's at 300.
Well, Senator, you spent a long time in that chamber. What kind of mandate?
For Trump. Modest sized county. It's in the middle, it's about 23rd.
And CNN is saying he's 246 to 187. Why is the Associated Press saying 214 to 247?
Up, right? If you're Harris trying to catch up before that gets to 9,900, the new votes that just came in helped Trump. 253,601 again in Michigan. This was a big win for Joe Biden in 2020, 154,000 votes. It's a bigger win at the moment for Donald Trump. 253,000 votes in battleground Michigan. That's a big deal. Then we move over to Wisconsin. We're at 91%, and Donald Trump is 120,000
That's why,
votes ahead.
Ted, that's exactly why I go off of the Associated Press numbers. I don't give a fuck about what these channels are saying that are on. I care about what's right there. They're saying that he has not won yet. That's it. Fucking Fox did the same shit last election. They do. They do. That's why I say go off the Associated Press numbers. And they're saying Donald Trump hasn't won yet. Fox News and fucking Newsmax are saying that they won. He won already. And he didn't. The same shit happened 4 years ago with Fox. Fox News and the Newsmax are saying he already won. CNN saying they didn't win, and MSNBC saying he didn't win. And I go off of the fucking Associated Press shit.
All throughout New England, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, he's performing better than he did in 2024. But I want to look. Remember the last couple weeks of the campaign? Where's Nikki Haley? Why isn't she with him? Why is he demeaning the vice president, calling her stupid? Why is he beating up on Nancy Pelosi? Why is he so dark on immigration? Well, why isn't he trying to reach out to the middle, the sub?
Has to sit there in the well of the House. Going to be a lot of time to digest all of this. We're focused now on what the incoming president is going to say.
Of the presidential election, it is 1:52 a.m., which means we're obviously at our best. At this point, 2 of the 7 swing states have been called by NBC News. North Carolina and Georgia have
No,
been
actually,
projected.
no, he don't. Actually, see, his just went up by 1 point right there. It just went up to 1 point to 248.14 right there. I go off the Associated Press number, guys. You need to go off of that. All he needs to do, if he wins Pennsylvania, Ted, he wins the election if he wins Pennsylvania. And Pennsylvania right now is too close to call.
The end of the event, at least, the physical in-person event for the Harris campaign tonight at Howard University. On the Republican side, Donald Trump has been watching election returns at his home / private club / membership club thing at Mar-a-Lago, and has since moved to the Palm Beach Convention Center, where his supporters have been gathered over the course of the evening watching returns, and they are now preparing to hear from their candidate. We don't know exactly when Donald Trump is going to speak or exactly what the character of his remarks will be. Our own Vaughn Hilliard is at the convention center. He's been covering the Trump campaign throughout this for the duration and has been there tonight as that crowd has become increasingly exuberant and excited about the results that they're seeing in this race. Vaughn, what are you expecting, if anything, if you have any reason to have any expectation in terms of what we're going to hear from their candidate tonight?
Right, Rachel, I think it's notable, number one, that he's waiting to take the stage. Of course, the hope from this campaign is said this race would be completely called in his favor and he would be declared the 47th president-elect of the United States of America. Of course, North Carolina and Georgia, I was told, were two states that they were specifically waiting to be called before he took the stage. NBC News has called both of those states.
Got Pennsylvania too close to call, Michigan too close to call, Wisconsin too close to call, Nevada too close to call, and Arizona too early to call. Those are the 5 states on the bottom right there. 5 states on the bottom that you got to look at. Those are the battleground states.
Donald Trump, he was first watching the
Fly and soars are great. If you were advising Donald Trump on how.
All right, I'm getting some information for both Philadelphia and Bucks County, that Collar County right outside of Philadelphia, that right now Trump is slightly ahead. Let's talk about Philadelphia soon. We were just talking about the fact that 6,000 mail-in ballots came in there. I'm told by an official there in Philly that maximum left for mail-in ballots, the outstanding mail-in ballots is 31,000. But this official says, look, there's going to be some issues with some of these. The signatures don't match up and so forth, and it's too late for them to be cured. So that's the max amount. Let's turn it over now to Bucks County. Again, this is a county that Biden won in 2020. It's typically a blue-leaning county just outside of Philly. I'm told by an official there are 56,000 mail-in ballots left to count out of 140,000 mail-in ballots cast there overall. And they're still waiting for 41 out of 304 precincts.
Yeah, but he didn't win though, Shaka. He didn't win yet.
As well, I should note, these counties across Pennsylvania, including Bucks, including Philadelphia, they're going to be continuously counting there until every mail-in ballot
you just wanted to
is
come in and
counted.
eat.
That's per the law there. Jake?
All right, Pamela, thanks so much. Appreciate it. I'm sorry to interrupt. Take me back to the places where Donald Trump is overperforming. Are there
No,
any
Shaka's
places
not
where
live anymore,
Kamala
Ted.
Harris overperformed from where Biden did?
I'll show you that in just 1 second. I just want to
Okay.
put a button on what Pam was just talking about in the sense that, so there's votes out there. Maybe Kamala Harris comes back and, that's close.
He's up by 11,000.
So maybe she comes back, but again, you're talking about the margins, right? He's winning by 4. But if she comes back and beats him, it's going to be 50-50, 51 right there. Again, underperforming, underperforming the president in places. So you asked, are there any places that the vice president is overperforming Joe Biden in 2020? So we can show you that as well. We just bring that out here. Harris overperforming 2020.
Holy smokes.
There you go. So let this go away and see if there's anything on the east side there.
Literally nothing?
Literally nothing.
Literally not one county?
By 3% or more. At least in the county right now, and so you come in full county there. So there you see, but that's states, yeah. So in counties, in 58 counties, we just showed Donald Trump was over 1,000 counties of the 4,600 counties and townships across America. So if you do the full county level, there's where you see Harris at the moment. Again, there might be more out here in the West Coast, possible 1 or 2 more as they finish the count here. But in the states that matter, again, I just showed you all those Trump counties. In one county, in battleground Pennsylvania, she's outperforming President Biden by 3% or more.
There were Biden stalwarts who argued that kicking him out of the nomination was a mistake. Now, I don't know that I buy that because I don't know that the Joe Biden of 2024 is the Joe Biden of 2020. But what do you think?
I think that, so let's come out of this map to have this conversation, just to show where we are at the moment in this race. Let's turn this off here as well. After the debate, all of the energy collapsed. The debate you moderated with Dana, the Biden-Trump debate, the air came out of the Democratic balloon. Joe Biden was going to get blown out.
So you think it would have been worse because Minnesota and Virginia, New Mexico, Colorado, those would have been.
Would the Democrats have lost those in the end? I don't know the answer to that, but all the Democrats would have broken with the president. It would have caused amazing dissonance in the Democratic Party. Donors were not going to give money. And again, I don't want to be disrespectful to the president of the United States, but have you seen anything? The vice president of the United States looks like she's about to lose a presidential election. She was campaigning vigorously from the second she got the nomination up until the votes counting today. Is there any evidence on the table that the president of the United States could do half of what she did?
No.
A third of what she did. I mean,
No.
we could go. I don't want
I
to be
agree.
I don't want to be mean to the president. of the
No,
United
and we saw over the last week him calling Trump supporters garbage, et cetera. Like,
I can tell you from my first trip 15 months ago, people were saying, "Where's the president?" I think one of the legacy conversations about this election is not just going to be the switch from Biden, but the 2 years before that.
Yeah.
You would travel and people would say, "Where's the president?" He was invisible because he couldn't do events, and he wasn't talking about his record and his agenda and trying to explain that cost of living stuff, trying to explain that, yeah, it sucks in a lot of places, but look around the world, the United States is actually doing better than most advanced economies.
Absolutely.
He was missing.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot said and told about that. Let's check in with Caitlin Collins, who's at Trump's headquarters, ahead of remarks that were expected by the former president. Caitlin?
Yeah, Jake, just to give you a reality check of where the Trump campaign has been watching this election day play out, they woke up confident this morning that ultimately their candidate was going to win, that Donald Trump would win this race. But when I was talking to them about what they thought the next few days were going to look like, one, they thought that this would go on for several days. They did not think that the numbers would be as generous as they are, as what the numbers have been coming in, as they have been reported. And they also had counseled Donald Trump that there would likely not be any kind of decision within the next 24 hours or so. Donald Trump himself was frustrated about that and was saying that he wanted to know what the outcome of this race was going to be tonight. And he said that he had not prepared a speech, and obviously we are seeing now the Trump campaign in real time as we've been talking to them are adjusting to what they've been watching play out over the last 3 or 4 hours or so.
Yeah, and he's feeling really good. I talked to a number of people who were with him who said that he is ecstatic, that they had already said that they thought he was in a different headspace than when he went into 2020 when he was angry, he was watching those results come in. But as you said, he still couldn't understand why they weren't going to get the results tonight. Now, obviously, we're seeing a lot more of these states being called right now than even his own team anticipated. I was told that they were looking very carefully at Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, and they thought that maybe they'd have some idea by tomorrow what those results would look like. But as we're seeing those results coming in, there's so much more of that vote counted in these states than they even anticipated. So clearly that shifted their entire mentality around this. Donald Trump coming here and getting ready to speak.
Well, and so Donald Trump
What's
is
up, Mike
in
the
Philly
Ranger?
right now, I should note, we're waiting to hear from him. He has made his way over from Mar-a-Lago, about a 10-minute drive away. And you just think of, I was there at Trump's victory party in 2016 when he first won, and the entire room was shell-shocked after he won Florida, that he had actually won that election. He himself was stunned by winning, and it was kind of a surreal moment to see Trump and his family on stage as he was speaking.
What's up, Mike the
Ranger?
Ranger? Haha, Ted.
When he came out and spoke and declared victory that was not his and never would become his, which belonged to Joe Biden. And so I think the question for a lot of people watching now is what he is going to say tonight as he's going to come out. And the race has obviously not been called yet. What he's going to say when he gets on stage after seeing the numbers that are better than even they were expecting this morning.
Yeah, and we know that their team had not spent a lot of time coming up with any drafts for him. They were going to let Donald Trump speak off the cuff, but they were trying to come up with scenarios in which Donald Trump would not come
Don't
out.
believe it, Mike. Mike, do not believe. Do not believe any other fucking station but that number right there. That number, Associated Press number, is the number I look at. Do not believe it.
He did not win the election. And we'll see what he says tonight, because we know that, again, he was in a different place. The election is in a very different place than when he came out then.
Also, the access of influence around him is so different. Like 4 years ago, Rudy Giuliani was in the White House, intoxicated, according to testimony from other aides who were there, urging Trump to go out and declare victory. He's now down the riser from us this evening. He was not at the Mar-a-Lago event. But Donald Trump was surrounded by Elon Musk, we know, was at Mar-a-Lago tonight. There were photos of him sitting with Donald Trump as he was preparing to come over here. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is there as well. Dana White, Tucker Carlson. There are Donald
You're
Trump
good,
Jr.,
Ted.
obviously Senator J.D. Vance, and those who are now, around him that has changed, including his own campaign managers, Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita.
Yeah, and one of the most interesting
All right,
things
brother.
about Susie Wiles
All right,
is
Mike.
that
Appreciate you,
they
bro.
really managed at times to keep him at bay and protect him from his own instincts. Obviously, not all the time. Donald Trump can say.
I've been on for over 4 hours already, man.
However,
Shout out to the 16 people in chat. Thank you all for the 32 likes. If you haven't, please hit that like button for me on the way in or out.
appropriate and insulting comments, with Susie Wiles go stand at the buffer and stare at him. Now, we heard from the campaign.
Okay, they're
they were
saying-
oh, he was just trying to wrap him because he was going too long. But there's obviously a lot of questions as to whether or not it was because of timing or because of the fact that everybody knew what he was saying could potentially cost him an election that was such narrow margins. I mean, there was a lot of uproar, even from his allies calling him afterwards on that, and that is something that Susie Wiles is very aware of. So his orbit has changed in terms of the people he is surrounding himself with, people who try to essentially stop him from his own instincts.
Yeah, and also, I think as they're looking at today and surprise themselves by how the numbers have gone, and some places, obviously they thought North Carolina and Georgia would be
In terms of what's going to happen here next, we are expecting that Donald Trump is going to speak to the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. We've seen in the backdrop there, while we are speaking with Vaughn, we've seen how excited the crowd is. You see the crowd there now wrapped, waiting for Donald Trump to speak. We do not have guidance as to when Trump's remarks will happen, but we expect that it could be any moment now. Chris Hayes, with the projection in Pennsylvania, we pretty much know how this is going to end.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear. I think the writing has been on the wall. One of the jobs that we all
Shout out
have
to the
in media
15 in
is
the
to
chat.
be
Appreciate
truthful
y'all.
with people and transparent. Be very transparent about the process that brought us to this point. I'll just say this as we're preparing for Trump to take the stage. Steve was going through the numbers. We have this very funky and terrible system called the Electoral College, which decides elections in a way that's totally different than every other election in the United States is decided, and the way that anything's decided anywhere else in the world. We should scrap it. From the perspective of basic democratic legitimacy, which is something I'm pretty concerned about, something we talk about.
Right? Just pick it. There's be one congressional. He could possibly win both in Nebraska. That would get him to 270, assuming he wins Alaska, which I think is a pretty safe bet. Then you just look at the map, right? Unlikely to get any of these over here. He could possibly get an electoral vote out of Maine, but he's leading here, leading here, leading here, and leading there, and he needs two. He needs two. So if he gets that one,
See, that's what I'm saying. All these are fucking.
and that one, he's way up. And if he keeps holding these, and now that's where he was. When he won, he was at 304, 306. That would be 310. 310 if he sweeps. There's no guarantee he's going to sweep by any means, but he's leading in enough states right now. Plus, there's a couple other congressional districts on the board where he could, emphasis on could, pass 310 electoral votes. You come back to where we are now, though. He's just in a commanding position, and let's do the math. Okay, which is what gets interesting, right? This is now.
All right, Nora.
Red in our count.
Good night, sweetie.
That gets Donald Trump there. Here's the challenge when you do the math the other way. You assume that stays for the Republican. Let's just, for the sake of argument, big comeback for the Democrat. Big comeback for the Democrat. Democrat holds New Mexico, holds Minnesota. Excuse me for that one. Wins Wisconsin. Wins Michigan. See this count? See this count? It's New Jersey. There's Connecticut. There's New Hampshire. Pop it out. What do you want to pick? You want to go state? Well, you could even go statewide. It's not going to happen, but let's say statewide. All right, you do all the Maine, you come back out. What does that get you? All right, so it comes down to this: if she wins everything, if she wins everything, the Pennsylvania is what makes Donald Trump. Again, we're not done until we're done, but Pennsylvania, in every path she had, any reasonable, plausible path to 270, included the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for the Vice President of the United States. So you get to a place now where as you come back over here, you're just looking at this map and you're saying, is she going to win Alaska? No one's going to Vegas on that one. So where is she in any of these? Do you start coming back? Is there any way to come back? 73% of the vote. It's 266,000 votes. Again, let's just look at the live outstanding vote. Move this up so you can see it better. Yes, the outstanding vote in Michigan is disproportionately Democratic, but there are a fair amount. See those big red circles? Fair amount of Republican votes out there. We have a 266,000 vote lead and a map that looks like that of what votes out. Again, I don't do impossibles, but I do improbables, and that's improbable. You come over here to Wisconsin, again, 119,000 votes ahead. That's come down a little tiny bit. It has. But it's a state won by 22,000 votes in the last two elections. And Donald Trump is ahead at the moment by 119,000 votes. And so again, you're looking at what's left. You're at 92%. Sure, the biggest is here, but look at those. Those are modest circles for Republican votes as well. Essentially, in chess, she's blocked. Donald Trump's not across the line yet because we have more states to go through, but she is essentially blocked from getting to 270.
All right, stand by for a projection because CNN can now project that Kamala Harris will get that one electoral vote from Omaha. Nebraska gives its electoral votes according to congressional district. Kamala Harris will get one of them. Donald Trump will get another one of them. Of the 5, let's look at the electoral map. Donald Trump now 266 electoral votes because we just gave him one from Nebraska's, I think, 1st congressional district. Kamala Harris has 188 because we just gave her one from Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. 270 are needed to win. Donald Trump needs only 4 more electoral votes in order to be the president. Dana?
Excuse me.
Pennsylvania, if you look at those numbers, 266, 4 more. And you just saw the math that John did, the path that he, the different paths that he put out there for Donald and that for Kamala Harris. And
I'm so
again,
proud of that map of where she did not perform, the like completely grayed out map
Right.
where she never overperformed Biden more than 3%. And that's just rough.
I think there are 2 stories here. One is the burden that she faced, and to go back to the very beginning of the night when we did the right track, wrong track. 26% of the country thinks that the nation is in the right track. 72% think they're in the wrong track. And when it came to the performance of Joe Biden, it was 41% to approve to 58% disapprove. So she had an enormous burden, and people are unhappy with the way the Biden-Harris administration has run this country for the last 4 years, and she did not succeed. I'm not sure it was possible for her to succeed in somehow positioning herself as an agent of change and distancing herself from Biden. There's another part of the story that we got to talk about, which is Donald Trump. The fact is that when you go back to January 6th of 2021 to today, it is an extraordinary comeback. He was a pariah when he left town on January 20th, refused to even go to the inauguration. There was the vast majority members of his own party wouldn't be seen with him. He, over the course of the 4 years, he proceeds to win himself back into the party, declares right after the tremendous defeat of the Republicans, there was certainly an unsuccessful showing in the midterms in 2022, wins a contested primary, and this is his party. This is these voters.
not just his
wronged him.
party.
What?
It's not just his party now, and that.
No, it's his country.
I mean, again, we have to be careful. We haven't called it yet, but Pennsylvania makes it extremely tough for Kamala Harris, and that's one of the things. I mean, the Trump side of this, one of the most extraordinary dynamics that we didn't necessarily see coming was that there still was a hidden Trump vote. Everybody who, even those who are big supporters of Donald Trump, would tell me, well, now they're loud and proud. People who are MAGA are very open about it, and so on and so forth. Except if you look at just these exit polls across these states and then nationally, there are so many pockets of formerly Democratic sort of coalition voters who have moved in an extraordinary way. I mean, Latino men, an 18-point swing for Donald Trump. He got 18 percentage points more among Latino men than he did in 2020.
Also, the campaign made this concerted effort to go after the never Trump vote, being out there campaigning alongside Liz Cheney, talking about having Republicans in the cabinet. It seems like that did not move people, that is still in some ways the never Trump community is kind of a homeless community, and it didn't help Democrats in this conversation in really any of these states. You don't get the sense that there was this vast, as you said, hidden vote that somehow pollsters missed or that people voted in secret. That kind of conversation, it just looks like it didn't pan out.
the fact is that the Trump campaign identified what the majority of Americans, and it appears that for the first time he is going to win the popular vote in addition to the electoral vote, what they cared about. That what they cared about is the fact that a box of cereal costs $9, that with certain Republican governors shipping illegal immigrants north, that the whole migration issue has become a national issue, that you feel it in New York and Illinois and a bunch of northern states.
All right, Papa Smurf, thank you, brother.
Was this version of legal wars, and people were surprised at the fact that he spent more money on the transgender issue than he did on the economy or immigration in terms of advertising, and it obviously seems to have worked like gangbusters. So he really identified what the
End up in the federal court system. We need to win these cases. We need to win them as fast as possible. It's two most important picks for the White House counsel and the Attorney General.
Absolutely. Let's listen in if we can. It appeared that somebody was standing at the podium, maybe for an introduction, or are they testing them?
Put pressure on Georgia and New York.
But again, nothing.
I mean, mistakes that were made, things that weren't looked at, or, I mean, obviously there's going to be a lot of finger pointing, there's going to be a lot of navel gazing. What stands out
I
to
mean,
you?
listen, I'm still convinced that Kamala Harris performed better than Joe Biden would have tonight. I just think that there were so many of us, even those of us who didn't like Donald Trump, who after the debate performance couldn't in good conscience vote for Joe Biden for 4 more years. But there were tremendous headwinds here. I think there was a misreading, and I'm guilty of this to some degree, of a lot of people don't like Donald Trump, the man, but they felt better when he was in office. That's just the fact. It's the border. It's feelings around crime, feelings around the economy. And I think there was this very powerful ad, the Republican Jewish Coalition, that was all over the airwaves. A bunch of women sitting around, Jewish women, just saying, I can't stand him, but I felt like we were supporting Israel and we were stronger and we were tougher. And I think that resonates with people.
Yeah. Look, I
Babe.
don't engage in an autopsy prematurely, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussion, not just about what happened in this campaign, but about when parties lose, it's an occasion for
Put it in the bag and put it in the
evaluation. And I
refrigerator.
think the evaluation is necessary.
Do you think the Democratic
Thought it
Party
was
will
him,
do
see?
that?
I think
Yes.
the Democrat,
You don't want out.
I
It was
think it
me that
will
called
do
you.
that, and it should do that. And I say, I mean, as I was saying to you guys before, I mean, I appreciate the Democratic Party because I think it believes in the use of institutions to help lift people up, and we're a better country when you do. But the Democratic Party has become more of a suburban, college-educated, professional party, and it still feels allegiance to working people, and it still tries to fight for working people, but it approaches working people like missionaries, like Margaret Mead would approach the natives, and they come and say, and the Democrats say, we want to help you become more like us, and the implication is that somehow if you work with your hands or work with your back, that you're less than, and these are the people who make our country go. And they deserve respect and dignity. Everybody deserves that. I think Kamala Harris tried to express that in this campaign, but it has to be more of an exercise over 90 days of a campaign. It has to be a really rethinking. I mean, we talk about you.
I really
talk, Dan,
don't know
about,
what's up with the Simpsons
solar
predicting
panels and so
everything,
on.
man. That's what scares me.
I don't even understand how people can question that we need to do something about climate change, given the catastrophes that are besetting us now. That said, if you make your living extracting fossil fuels and old energy from the ground, and you make a good middle class living that way, and you have to give that job, and people come to you and say, for the good of humanity, you're going to have to give up your good middle
Now
class
he's
job.
crying.
That obviously doesn't sit well.
Get
There
him,
needs to
take
be
him
an
out.
honest discussion about that. I think the Democratic Party has to do that. But let me just say one other thing, because I pushed one of your hot buttons there. Kamala Harris. Me too. Kamala Harris, there'll be plenty of.
Shout out to the 12 people in the chat. Appreciate you
Kamala
guys.
Harris completely overperformed expectations. I think she handled herself with a lot of grace. I think she did. She probably turned in great debate performances, that we've seen, to the point where now, the guy who appears to be the president-elect, Donald Trump, didn't want to debate her again. And I think she tried to appeal to the better angels of people's nature. And so I'm not
Well, I
gonna.
was just gonna say, it was this moment that I realized America just elected the guy who said they're eating the cats and they're eating the dogs. So I'm just taking a moment to take that in. But go, Van.
Yeah, look,
Must be talking about China.
I think Kamala Harris had to do two things. She had to introduce herself and disqualify Donald Trump. She tried to do that by saying that she was on the economy, for the people, middle class, contrasting his kind of rich as hell kind of thing. She tried to do that. The border's an issue. She tried to be tough on the border and accused Trump of playing politics on the border. And she thought abortion was going to really make it work for her. She just got beat by, her own words. Her own words from 2019. And more recent ones as well. If you look at Trump's ads, Bidenomics is working. Whoever came up with Bidenomics needs to be put in the corner someplace. So then, because she doesn't separate herself, and then she says, not a thing comes to mind, so she doesn't separate herself from Biden, and then the whole transgender thing. So the ads just beat her to death on tying her to the economy, tying her to Biden, and tying her to weird stuff. And so there was really never a great response. And then to your point, the ad that came out that was beating Kamala up around fear about Israel not being protected. There was never a response from the campaign on that, which I thought was a big mistake. Amanda Berman from Zioness had to raise money running her own ads trying to fight back alone. That didn't work. So there was a lot, but listen, you tied her to Biden, you tied her to weird. It was not a good.
I agree with everything you're saying. I just didn't want to engage in the autopsy before she has even before we called the race and before she dropped out. But one thing on that, the answer on I can't think of anything offhand about where she would differ with Biden was disastrous, and there's no doubt about it. The question is what motivated it, and whether she just felt she did not want to.
Loyalty.
Yes,
Basic
loyalty. And so she should have just said, "Look, I'm grateful to him. I'm proud of many of the things we did together, and I'm not going to critique him. I'm talking about the future." Would have been a better answer, but it's easy to be on the sidelines.
I think, look, you can critique whether she's the correct messenger or not. I think the message, right? When you're selling a product that Americans don't want to buy, it doesn't matter who the messenger is. So I think the Democratic Party would just sit back, talk about navel gazing, sit back and think, what were we selling? What are the American people looking to buy, right? Maybe it's not Green New Deal. Maybe people like driving. Listen, I'm just telling
you guys keep 330,000 clean energy jobs, and people are still thinking about it.
I get it, but I'm saying
pretty good.
There's something afoot here. When you look at that map of the counties that she won by 3%, and there's not one of them in America. There's not one that there's a blank map.
Yeah.
There's something the Republicans are selling, the people want. And the Democrats don't.
We're waiting Donald Trump's remarks at any moment as he's on the cusp of reaching the 270 electoral votes he needs to return to the White House. We'll hear from him ahead.
November 17th, I'm venturing across the globe to see how these
Kombucha instead. You won't
There's one of your featured
Nigel,
speakers at
there you
CPAC, Nigel Farage, right there in the center.
And I saw former Senator David Perdue in the audience. It's going to be a who's who.
And there's Newt Gingrich and Kalista Gingrich as well. It looks like they're in that.
You're identifying from the back of the head. I'm very impressed.
She knows her politics. And Newt Gingrich, the father of the Republican Revolution that Rick Santorum was talking about back in 1994, has been with Donald Trump through all of these campaigns as a big advisor behind the scenes on policy matters that he's so well versed in. And it's just remarkable to see all of these heavyweights coming together and thinking about what kind of administration maybe. I mean, that was a big problem the first time, was that 2016 the victory was such a surprise. They weren't ready to govern, right? And he picked a lot of people in that cabinet that he didn't know, people that the RNC recommended that turned out to not really want to be.
He's not going to do that again.
So how do you do it this time so that, and you've got a great start with RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard and the people you've mentioned, but how do you advise them to move forward now?
Well, I think the biggest problem is so many of our friends who served Donald Trump, they're wary about doing it, not for any reason of Donald Trump, but because of how nasty all this has become. And the fact that after you work for Donald Trump, and my wife knows this, they try to destroy you so definitively that you have professional existence.
Well, they would remember the Democrats put us on a list so that if you worked for Donald
not get on a corporate board. They would put you down for not getting a corporate job here. It
I've
was
done that
brutal.
to lawyers too.
Yeah,
There's
brutal.
movement on the stage. Let's
Oh,
listen in.
Oh.
And there he is.
And campaign staff.
Now look at his right ear. If they show, look, there's nothing wrong with his fucking right ear. There's nothing wrong with it. You think that shit happened with him in Pennsylvania? That shit, we'd still have something wrong with his ear. There's nothing wrong with that fucking man's right ear. Look at it. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Al-Star didn't vote this year.
Thank you very much. Wow.
Look at his ear. There's nothing wrong with his fucking ear at all, guys, whatsoever. Shout out to the 10 people.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And
bring our jobs back home.
Tonight and the reason.
Bring our fucking jobs back home. That's what we need you to do, is bring our jobs back to the United States. Fuck China.
It's now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before. Nothing like this. I want to thank the
I don't know if
American
they were
people for the
staged,
honor of being
Skinner, I don't know. I don't want to send that.
47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people. that will allow us to make America great again. Oh. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory.
It was fucking damn Fox News again.
Won the popular vote. That was great. I was proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people, beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. We did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators, and it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? No, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her, but I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. I don't think our children are. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss her, you know, yeah? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words, right?
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're gonna have a great 4 years, and we're gonna turn our country around, make it something very special. Lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up the borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice baby, we call her the ice baby. Right? Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here,
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this, I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, And I saw that rocket, I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon could do this. It must be an Elon. And I told the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down, and but I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon, and I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit, in particular, hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He had a great, got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we still have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy.
Dana White.
So Dana started UFC, and didn't mind if I use your. Nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and he said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as the family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, also with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people, these are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen any young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars, 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war, I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better.
Shout out to
than
the 12
it ever
people,
has
man.
been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
All right, there he is, President-elect Donald J. Trump, speaking to supporters and saying, God spared my life for a reason, to save this country. He vowed to put every ounce into saving the country and said that we need to put the divisions of the last 4 years behind us. What do you think? I mean, it just was a very powerful speech.
It was powerful, and what I loved about it, it was 100% positive. He wasn't looking back.
More seats than were expected. He said that they'd taken the House. They haven't taken the House yet.
Boom, there you go.
Has declared that, but I don't see any other way to read this than that he has a mandate to fulfill his agenda.
100%. And I think one of the things that's so significant about that is that the Democrats treated his first term as a fluke because he lost the popular vote and won the electoral vote. And in that sense, it was to a degree, although that has certainly happened in history before. This is a sweeping victory. And John.
To protect our genius.
I think he's got great energy. Congratulations again to him. And
wins this thing by about 10.5 points. How does that compare to 2020? Well, that's down from what Joe Biden was able to do in Oakland County in 2020. He was able to win it by 14. It comes down, by about 3.5 points. Now, we said at the start of the night, the test would be Oakland, the margin Democrats get out of Oakland County, would it vastly exceed the margin Trump gets out of Macomb County? That's what happened in 2020 when Democrats won the state. Or would it basically be canceled out by Macomb County, which is the big blue-collar suburban county right next door to Oakland? That's what happened when Donald Trump won the state in 2016. So keep your eye there. 81,000 votes with Oakland in. That's the margin that Harris gets out of Oakland. Now take a look in big blue-collar suburbia in Macomb County. Still more to come, but look at this. Donald Trump's winning this currently by almost 70,000 votes with
engage in mass deportation. We'll see how.
Again, but we've been talking.
Even the mechanism of that. And the other thing that I don't think we should lose sight of is that he has said very clearly, multiple times, that he will go after and prosecute his enemies. And how he will go about doing that.
Well, yeah, man, I'm about to jump up here,
He
man.
would be his attorney general.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm
We'll have
not.
to wait and
Come on,
see.
why is my phone?
We also should
Sorry,
remember
guys.
that if he is the person that raises his hand and takes the oath of office January 20th, 2025, thanks to the Supreme Court, there will be far fewer guardrails checks on him legally. That will be the law of the land, that he will be able to do a lot more. And not to mention, the federal indictments against him will almost surely disappear.
They're gone.
They'll
Absolutely.
disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah, he talked about putting the last 4 years behind us. Maybe those are some of the things that'll go away. And
All right, guys, I'm gonna get off here. My phone's starting to mess up on there. I'll see you guys later on tonight when I get off of work.
Through the lens of his supporters, that they feel that between his convictions